Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, innovators, and delegates gathered here from 12 AIIMS Pan-India and leading medical institutes from JIPMER, SGPGI, Maulana Azad Medical College, and many other INIs at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. It's a privilege and pleasure to host you once again on day 2 of this remarkable event, the National Workshop on Research Methodology, Funding Opportunities, and ICMR-Medical Innovations Patent Mitra Initiative for Patent and Technology Transfer Facilitation, jointly organized by AIIMS and All India and ICMR, New Delhi. Yesterday, we witnessed inspiring discussions and breakthroughs that showcased India's growing leadership in medical innovation. Today, we will continue that momentum. With this, may I now request Dr. Alka Sharma, Additional DG ICMR Extramural Research, to take the proceedings from here as we start the first session on strengthening medical innovation ecosystem for Viksit Bharat. Ma'am, may I request you to kindly welcome the dignitaries formally and provide recap of the day 1. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Suchita. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of ICMR and AIIMS, it is my great honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to the respected Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member, Health, Niti Aayog, to the National Workshop jointly organized by AIIMS and ICMR on research methodology, funding opportunities, and ICMR Medical Innovations Patent Mitra Initiative for patent and technology transfer facilitation. Sir, we are truly grateful for your gracious presence today with us, which is a great source of inspiration and encouragement for all of us. I welcome Dr. Rajeev Bahel, Secretary, Department of Health Research and DG ICMR. Sir, your vision, guidance, and constant support have been truly instrumental in organizing this national workshop. A sincere welcome to Dr. M. Srinivas, Director AIIMS, New Delhi, and would like to thank him for his guidance and leadership for bringing the participants from all the AIIMS together to make this workshop more meaningful. I also welcome Shri Unnat Pandit, Controller General of Patent, Design and Trademarks, Dr. Abhijat Chandrakant Seth, Chairman, National Medical Commission, my colleagues, Ms. Manisha Saxena, Senior DDG, Dr. Suchita Makan, and entire team from ICMR, eminent clinical researchers, doctors, healthcare professionals, and all the participants. On behalf of AIIMS and ICMR, I thank each one of you for your active participation in this important event. As you know, ICMR is nurturing young minds and supporting transformative biomedical and healthcare research through its intramural and extramural funding programs, fellowships, and training initiatives. It empowers scientists and clinical researchers to translate their ideas into meaningful healthcare solutions. In order to bridge the gap between laboratory research and public health applications by simplifying processes, strengthening IP support, and fostering translation across therapeutics, biologics, medical devices, diagnostics, and vaccines, the ICMR, under the guidance of Niti Aayog, has launched the national initiative Medical Innovation Patent Mitra, which was formally launched by the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, on 8th March this year. Under this initiative, this national workshop is being organized, which is a truly collaborative workshop organized jointly by AIIMS and ICMR on research methodology and medical innovation patent Mitra initiative. Aligned with our government vision of self-reliant, innovation-driven nation, Medical Innovation Patent Mitra offers expert guidance and end-to-end hand-holding support for patent filing and technology transfer of biomedical innovations, emerging from ICMR's intramural and extramural research programs, as well as from medical colleges and research institutions nationwide. It is very important to highlight here is that Medical Innovation Patent Mitra follows a zero-cost model, ensuring no expense for patent filing or assessment for the first 5 years, and this facilitates access to innovation support and empowers India's biomedical research ecosystem. And I would be happy to share with all of you that in just 6 months' time, so far, over 100 applications have been evaluated, more than 50 patents have been filed, and 18 technologies deals have been facilitated. And also 3 vaccines have been licensed. In this 2-day workshop, it is truly encouraging to see such enthusiastic participation from 12 AIIMS pan-India. Yesterday, that was the first day of this workshop, has laid a strong and insightful foundation for discussions on research methodology and intellectual property protection and biomedical innovation. And this has provided a strong foundation for advancing research quality, translation activity, and also capabilities and IP adherence for all the participants. The inaugural session set the tone with insights from the leaders emphasizing the role of ICMR in building biomedical innovation ecosystem across the country. The session also highlighted the need for interdisciplinary collaboration and for integration of research, innovation, patent filing facilitation, including technology transfer for catalyzing innovation to impact in public health for Viksit Bharat. The session on intellectual property and technology development introduced the ICMR-Medical Innovations Patent Mitra Initiative, which is a structured platform for patent holding, disclosure management, and technology transfer with hand-on training session to enhance the understanding for using the portal. Subsequent sessions strengthen participants' understanding of research design, data integrity, evidence synthesis, and statistical rigor. We also have ICMR Pavilion outside this hall, which has offered on-the-spot patent mitra registrations, query resolution, and technology displays, facilitating practical engagement and real-time support. The day concluded with a networking dinner for fostering collaboration among faculty, innovators, and clinicians, and inspiring cross-disciplinary innovation efforts. Overall, day 1 effectively combined methodological training and innovation-driven practice. As we move forward to day 2 today, our focus will shift towards strengthening institutional ecosystems, funding linkages, and also policy measures so that research leads to accessible, affordable health innovations are taken care of. I encourage all the participants to avail the opportunity of Patent Mitra support booths to discuss and resolve your queries for effective patent filing and technology transfers. With this background, I wish all the very best to all the participants for the fruitful discussions and meaningful outcomes for strengthening medical innovation ecosystem for Viksit Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the insightful words and for setting the direction for today's sessions. We are now privileged to have with us Dr. Abhijit Chandrakant Seth, Chairman, National Medical Commission, to share his thoughts and visions on strengthening medical innovation in India. So may I please request you to kindly address the gathering.
Namaste and very good morning. Already my mentors are here, Professor Vinod Paul, Professor Unnat Pandit, Professor Rajiv Bahalji, Professor Srinivasji, and all the team around, all faculties, ladies and gentlemen. Interestingly, why the NMC has been called into this discussion when discussion is at the higher level or different level. It's all about the evolution of the clinical research right from your student life or right from your formative years of training. And I think that is the main purpose why NMC has been called into it, to discuss the possibilities how we can integrate clinical research in a better way in coming years into the medical education, so we can drive from the beginning the whole ideology of clinical research through innovations and through processes to the invention and discoveries. And this is where we need to play an active role. I felt, even for last few years, I always felt that communication and clinical research, these two words looks very simple, but they should be an integral part of the clinical medicine, and they should not be separated as an optional or as an side skills or separate skills. They should be the main part of the internal medicine, medical training. So how we can take it further? So that's the next point it comes. In National Board, we did started didactic lectures, we did started faculty development program, we did started research methodology, but I feel that it's still short of the effectiveness what it should be, because same like what the ideas generate into the invention and discoveries, we are still here not able to create that foundational culture of clinical research, and that's the reason we need to take some more innovative approach in the medical education. Just a couple of days ago, Professor Rajiv Behel and team of ICMR met me, and I was really excited for simple reason. I always feel that the work should be done by the experts. You may be the best policy maker, you may be the best advisor to the people, but the groundwork and the foundation work should be always be done by the people who are really expert into it. So what we thought about the concept at NMC, that first of all we must make sure that the clinical research becomes an integral part of the medical curriculum. That is the first thing which we need to do. And once we agree on this principle, next our step is to have a functional integration with ICMR to make sure that many of the activities to be started in the formative years of student life should be supported and monitored, not necessarily financial supported, but supported and monitored by ICMR and guided by ICMR. And I will tell you that will bring, I feel that that will bring a much more positive result what we wish to achieve by creating that ethos and culture of clinical research with the medicines. Now this applies to many aspects. This applies to simple publications, this applies to thesis guidelines, this applies to research projects, this even applies to further studies also. Like ICMR suggested about they were discussing even last 2 years about the integrated courses following the post-graduation. And what we suggested, what I am thought that this opportunity must be given to any postgraduate students who has a right aptitude to do the PhD into the clinical research and sciences. And this is now our responsibility that as an NMC that we should integrate and we should make it possible and we should make it reality. And I am grateful and thankful to ICMR that they have positively came forward to support us with this initiative. And certainly my all mentors, and today they called me here to express what is our feeling of National Board and NMC, and this is what the feeling of National Medical Commission is. And I assure that we will work on this line and we will make it clinical research right from the inception of students' career, much more attractive, much more functional, and much more effective for the purpose where you are working and for the purpose where the nation wants to reach. And that is my commitment from the National Medical Commission on behalf of the National Commission to all of you, and my best wishes to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and your constant efforts towards ensuring quality and innovation in medical education and practice. Next, we are honored to hear from the leader of this prestigious institution, Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, AIIMS New Delhi, who will share the AIIMS perspective on fostering innovation and research excellence.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Our own respected teacher, Professor Vinod Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Rajiv Bail, Secretary DHR and Director General ICMR, Dr. Abhijat Chandrasekhar Seth, Chairman National Medical Commission, Dr. Unnat Pandit, बहुत उन्नत है आज का मीटिंग है, इंडियन पेटेंट ऑफिस से जो चीफ हैं, and the ICMR senior officers, Dr. Alka Sharma, Additional DG, Madam Manisha Saxena, Madam, all the delegates from all institutes, AIIMS and the INIs. Well, first of all, I think we have to give a big hand to the organizers who brought all of you together. This is the first time. This is the first time where you got all these platforms at one institution. I'm sure that, nowhere it has happened where you have the institution, the funding agencies, ICMR, patent persons, NMC, NBI, NBE, everybody sitting here and saying that, how we will be part and parcel of building the nation. That we are going to hear from Professor Paul. And the institute has ecosystem. My request to all of you is that take some time and go to the institution. Look into our central facilities, whether it is the laboratory central facilities, research unit facilities, Center for Medical Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which we have in our own institution. And then if time permits, go to our Jajjar campus, National Cancer Institute Jajjar campus, and then have a look into that. That will inspire you, because when you go back to your institutions, you will say that, well, we need to be not in the silos, but do collaboration. That's something which you can get definitely inspired. Please visit these our facilities in the institution, and then carry forward that sense of collaboration, which is essential for today. The other thing is, what is in the pipeline for our institution is we are likely to be a Section 8 company, and that also will give us a lot of a platform for how we can partner with the industry partners, connect these academic institutions and industry partners, and how we can go with that. In addition to that, you also have a look into our research, the activities which we do it. You can have a look into our annual research projects which we have taken up, what kind of extramural projects which we have taken. They are on the website, and we will share with you from the research section as well. In addition to that, what we are doing recently is that we are going to the institutions. There are basic scientific institutions, CSIR, DST, DBT, ICMR institutions. We have identifying those areas where those laboratories have gotten excellent opportunities for the basic research, but something is not available there, the clinical component of it, the samples, the data of the patients, the clinicians to give a hand-holding. That we are bridging that gap, and then proactively going to those institutions, taking the teams from here and bringing the teams from there, so that they can sit together and say that, we will collaborate and then utilize our resources, HR resources, laboratory resources, so that we can not just publish the publications, but go beyond that, how we can collaborate and get that social impact of the research which we are going to do. That's what we are doing it. And recently, a few days back, we had the CEO of the ANRF also. The plan is that all of us, the commitment, sir, we are giving to you is that, we are bringing all the institutions, INIs and AIIMS together on one platform, so that we will work together with these institutions, the funding agencies, ICMR, ANRF, and go for the big ticket ones which the country needs. What are the problems which we are facing? What are the areas where we need to do research? How is that our research is going to have a social impact? How is that the policy and advocacy of the Ministry of Health and the Niti Aayog is going to making those policies from the research and the activities which we go with. This is what I just commit to all of you, sir. Definitely thank you for all of you for having graced this occasion, and then we are definitely going to be inspired by all of you, and it's a wonderful opportunity for all of us that we are here with everybody, whoever is connected to the research, whether it is funding up to the patent and the commercialization, all that is available today for all of us. And my request to all of you, yesterday also I requested you that you are the brand ambassadors. When you go back to your institution, please carry forward this message, no more silos, no more my lab, my student, my equipment, my this thing. Come out, intra-departmental collaborations, inter-departmental collaborations, inter-institutional departments, and then carry forward that, whatever we are going to hear from our mentors and the seniors here, so that we will be part and parcel of building this nation for the Viksit Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words and inspiring everyone to drive innovation with purpose. Let us now hear from the driving force behind India's biomedical research ecosystem, Dr. Rajiv Bahal, Secretary, Department of Health Research and Director General, ICMR. So we look forward to your address.
Respected Professor V.K. Paul, respected Dr. V. Srinivas, Dr. Abhijat Sheth, Dr. Unnat Pandit, and all the esteemed colleagues, friends who have gathered here. Indeed, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you and to talk to you on this occasion where all the INIs, as was mentioned by Dr. Alka, are present. There are several of you from all the institutes, All India Institutes of Medical Sciences, PGI Chandigarh, JIPMER, all the other important institutions in Delhi and others. And I must at the outset give the credit to Dr. Srinivas, because when we were talking about, we had a meeting on Patent Mitra, and this was the technical committee of Patent Mitra, and he immediately said, the first thing I want to do is to have a meeting of all the institutions and bring them together and talk to them and tell them about this and tell them about research and use this as an opportunity to bring people towards research and innovation. And this is the result of that, and working with Dr. Suchita and Dr. Taruna Madan and others, that we were able to bring you all here. I'll just take maybe a few minutes to explain to you what ICMR has done. You have seen it all before, but maybe I'll say it in a way that how I perceive and how I have thought about connecting various different pieces together, which were there to a large extent. Some are new, but most of the pieces were there, but they were not serving the purpose of bringing wholesome innovation in India, in this sector, our sector, medical and health. And actually, almost on the day I came to this position, Dr. Paul challenged me and said, we want this, can you do something about the innovation ecosystem of India? And I said, we are ICMR. In general, the Indian Council of Medical Research has focused on research more than innovation in the past, except COVID was a watershed where we looked at really the vaccines and the tests and others. And I said, this is interesting and difficult challenge to bring innovation to this country, and how to think about it, how to make ICMR useful in that. But it has taken a couple of years for us to, it's been now 1 year since all the pieces have been in place. But I think it has worked very nicely. I'll start with what the Secretary, Department of Pharma said about this system, this MedTech Mitra, Patent Mitra system as we have put together. And he was talking to people for his PRIP scheme to the industry. And he made one statement which made me very happy. He said, all the government schemes are fixed, and essentially you have to adapt to get money or get help from the government. I will give you this. I will have this scheme. I have a big scheme in BIRAC, or I have this scheme in Ministry of PRIP scheme in Department of Pharmaceuticals. And we will, if you fit into this scheme, we will help you. If not, we don't know what to do with you. So he said that this is the first time I'm seeing something which is not focused on the government. It is focused on the innovators. And it says, whatever the innovator needs, we will give them. We'll get the best parts of the government to come and give it to the innovator. And to me, that was a real compliment, that this is exactly what we were trying to build. Starting from research funding. Just to mention one thing about research funding. The amount of funding for research that now ICMR is giving every year, what it was at the time of the end of COVID in 2022 to what it is now, to all the institutions in the country, not to its own institutions, but extramurally, has grown from 450 crores to 1400 crores this year. So amount has grown, but also amount per project has grown. Larger projects, larger funding. If you want to do anything substantive, you have that opportunity. But all these are of course competitive grants, and we have very low success rates, between 4 and 8% of all applications are granted. So I'm sure a lot of you would have said, I applied for a grant and I did not get it. But that is what a very highly competitive grant system is. We used to get, when I joined that year, 1500 applications came and 900 grants were given. Today, we have 10,000 applications. And this year, we have had 10,000 plus applications in all our grants, and total number of grants is still 1,000. But they are 3 to 4 times bigger, each of those grants. So research funding, we've tried to bring as much as possible. Every year, we will try to increase it. I'm waiting for November 10 is my D-Day of this year. I hope we can convince the Department of Expenditure to invest in India, to invest in the research ecosystem of the country and give us more funding so that we can give you more funding. But the second thing which we thought where there was an issue with people is IP. And although some institutions like AIIMS were able to do it themselves to file patents, IITs do it, but not the rest of the country. And so when we were thinking about this, we said, no matter whether you are funded by ICMR or not, whether you are an ICMR institution or a medical college, or you are whoever, we will support you. Although we started with medical colleges and ICMR, today I will approve a file which says anybody in India, any institution, anybody, any startup, any company who wants to file a patent, any institution, no matter whether it is a NIPER, it is any other government institution, private institution, we will support them. Because our goal is not what ICMR is doing. Our goal is India should have 10,000 medical patents from 500. That is my goal, that we should have 20 times more patents from this country if we have to become a leader in the world, if we have to become a Viksit Bharat. We will not become that if we don't do this. And my plea to you all is, because I have been in your place, I have been in this esteemed institution, I've worked for 10 years as a scientist. And I know where I faced the greatest difficulties. Filing patent or anything like this, we would never even think. Now Dr. Pandit is here. If I had known, I would have filed one at least. And the second thing which I was absolutely petrified about, not only me, but all our group, and we were working with my mentor, Dr. Bhan, again a great person from this institute, perhaps one of the best that this institution has ever had, was we were scared of CDSCO, at that time DCGI. To file anything with regulatory approval was almost impossible. And we would never do that. So we were so scared that we would not even touch anything which required regulatory approval. We would not do a clinical trial which required a regulatory approval, because we thought this is something you are getting into which you can't never do. So thinking about those things, now if I look at Patent Mitra, filing patent, but then the problem is a lot of you are hunting for the industry and you can't find them because nobody is willing to trust that they will put in the money to take forward what you are doing. A lot of people have the industry. If I go to the industry, I went to one of the medtech fairs and the industry was saying, we have to look outside to get technology. There is no technology in this country. And I said, this is very kind of paradoxical. People who have the technology are looking for companies. The companies are saying we don't have people. So that is why we have also included tech transfer, which means we want to do tech melas, tech transfer melas, tech transfer website, discussions, expressions of interest, anybody. And it does not matter if you are funded by ICMR or not, as long as it's an Indian institution and it is a product that is required for India, we will support tech transfer to any industry that is interested. And our role is only to bring people together, and then you can do whatever deal you want with the company. So this is where Patent Mitra came in, and we were extremely pleased that TPIIT, Indian Patent Office, immediately said they are very happy to help, support, do anything on this. Various parts of the government, I'll just name a few, other than Niti Aayog, Atal Innovation Mission, AMTZ, CDSCO, AERB, Bureau of Indian Standards, Department of Pharmaceuticals, MSME Department, the Government E-Marketplace, National Medical Commission. We have made so many friends and group here so that we can actually help innovators. When you look at the MedTech Mitra, it goes through every step. Wherever we see a valley of death for a innovator and a product, we have tried to bridge that. And it starts with a incubator. If you need to get an incubator support, I'm very happy, even though we are still working. There were some issues with Atal Mission, Innovation Mission, but 15 innovators in the past 2 years have been given an incubator to work with. This is the lowest success that we have had out of everything. But regulatory strategy, though this was one thing I was petrified of, I told you, but now the regulator sits with the innovator and tells them, how do you design this study so that when you come to us, we will have adequate information whether we should or should not approve your product. And there have been 505 innovators that have been given a regulatory strategy discussion in these 2 years. 505. This is not a small number. 505 people know exactly that how do they get approval, test license, manufacturing license, etc. 20 innovators have received pre-compliance help there are about 32 tests I learnt. If you make a device, you have to test its electrical, auditory, radio, frequency. You have to do some 32 tests, mechanical and electronic and others, to get that test approved. And we have this nice relationship with AMTZ that has helped 20 innovators to do that. These are the ones who came to us to do this. They were sent there, they have been supported. But for example, 54 people have got a test license now, who did not have a test license, who had nothing from the regulator, have a test license, which means now they can produce the data and already manufacturing license, 8 people have received within these 2 years. 8 people have gone to receive a manufacturing license, which means they are in the market. Now these numbers are the ones that matter to me, and I ask Dr. Suchita every week or 2 weeks to give me these numbers so that I can see whether this landscape is changing or not. So the idea is 10 studies have been funded, 10 innovators have been funded for a clinical trial, which means they wanted funding, they did not have money, and then ICMR has given them the funds to do a clinical trial. And we have created a network, a clinical trial network. Many of you would be part of that to be able to do that. The idea is whichever step, you don't need to come at the beginning. You can come at the very last step. You can come when you have a product and you say nobody is buying it. We'll say, okay, we'll get a cost effectiveness done on us. And then that might help, and we'll send a DO letter to a policy letter to states, to different ministries to say, you could purchase this because this is cost effective. So whichever place an innovator comes, we are trying to support and help, and I'm very appreciative and very thankful to our team that is working on this, Dr. Taruna, Dr. Suchita, there are lots of others, and now Dr. Alka has taken over this division. I'm sure it will go even further. But sorry for a little long discourse on what is being done, but I just wanted you to know that this is not the end. Anything else that you need in terms of support, you can come and tell us. We'll try to do whatever we can. Our goal is, if we have to become Viksit Bharat, we have to create indigenous technologies, indigenous products within this country, in addition to doing high quality research. This is an absolute necessity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting ICMR's remarkable initiatives that continue to empower innovators across the nation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Unnat Pandit, Controller General of Patents, for his brief remarks before we hear Dr. Vinod Paul for his keynote address. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vinod Paul, sir, Dr. M. Srinivas, Dr. Rajiv Bahl, Dr. Abhijat Shetji, my dear friends and colleagues, this is a right time on which we are having this kind of a brainstorming. This is a third in the series, and most importantly in AIIMS, which is the source of energy for each medical professionals. And there is a need as well, as Dr. Rajiv Bahl has also mentioned, the grant ratio is significantly low. And during this patent Mitra committee, when it was decided that why it is so, then we have also analyzed. And the rejection which is there, out of the overall rejection, almost around 33% rejection, which can easily be overcome if we have the appropriate awareness, support, hand holding. So every third application is getting rejected because of the lack of awareness, understanding, and the presentation which has been given in the techno-legal document. So this is the need, why we need this kind of a workshop. And we need the technical deep diving. The way we are approaching to the healthcare research, that may need some more corrective measures, and these corrective measures can be brought through this kind of a workshops, training. And further, once this is done, we are also at the Office of Controller General Patent Design Trademark, the IP Office of India, are handholding this researcher. We equally want that the indigenization of the Indian research should see the light of a commercial success. And the 18 agreement which has been done is certainly a big success which has been achieved with the help of the Patent Mitra and Medical Mitra, which is the initiative which ICMR has taken up. We are wholeheartedly supporting this initiative. The IP office is active partner of this workshop to make sure that we have the bottlenecks which is there in the system can be addressed so that IP can be granted. Earlier there used to be a days to get recognition through patent. Now the entire time has changed. Now we want a fast patent approval. We want the consistency in the research. We want the research funding to be utilized for the commercial success. And for that we need to make an extra effort. And for achieving this with the vision of Viksit Bharat, I think we need to put one step ahead whatever we are doing in our research. I am sure this workshop will help each one of us in achieving the success for the Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm words. And now it is our honor to welcome Dr. Vinod Paul, member Niti Aayog, for the keynote address. So we are eager to hear your valuable insights.
We need to think positively, and perspective need to be changed, because in last calendar year we were having 2014 में we were having 6,300 patents which got granted. In 2024, this granted patent jumped to 1,03,000. In 2024, now about patent filing, we have got 1,10,000 new patent applications received by IP office in the entire 12 months. And in this year, 2025, by closing day on 31st October, we have got 1,03,000. We are easily going to surpass the number, and in last 4 years, there is a 17% consistently annual growth in patent filing. So this is something where, and more than 60% filing is by the Indian researcher and in various technology platforms. So this is really a great success of Indian research.
And only 3% of that is medical.
Yes, that's a very question which is to be addressed.
Namaskar, good morning. Respected Dr. Rajiv Behel, Secretary DHR, DG ICMR, my distinguished colleague Dr. Abhijat Shetji, Dr. Srinivas ji, Dr. Unit Pandey Sahab, senior leadership of ICMR family, and above all, the distinguished participants from all across the country. I salute you. I thank you for joining in this temple of learning, which has been my karma bhumi, my dharma bhumi. And I'm so honored that I would say a very historic meeting is taking place today for the part that we can do in our own ways toward our journey for a Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat में सबका योगदान होगा, थोड़ा थोड़ा थोड़ा, बड़ा बड़ा बड़ा. तो उसमें जो आज हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उसमें हम सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं कि हम एक एक्स्ट्रा क्या करेंगे और कैसे रास्ते वो खुल रहे हैं. अभी आपने डॉक्टर उन्नत पंडित से सुन लिया कि 6300 की जर्नी जो है 1,10,000 हो गई है. और फिर आपने उसी टाइम पे सुना सर से कि हमारा तो पार्टिसिपेशन 3% है. तो ये मौसम हमें जो बदल चुका है उसमें हमारी भागीदारी बढ़नी चाहिए. That is the larger context in which we are here today. As you have noticed that a lot of things have changed and they need to be communicated. You heard how the priorities of the nation are changing from communicable diseases, maternal newborn child health, to non-communicable diseases, mental health, cancers. We have seen changes in the health system with formidable increase in the primary healthcare system, the institutions of excellence, medical colleges. You have seen how the sciences around us are transforming themselves. Today, we are talking about the real possibility of precision medicine and cell and gene therapy and so on, and a lot more. So a lot has changed. I wish to bring, I'll probably make 4 points, but my first point is, as one of you, in my journey, I want you to relate to today's discussions to a paradigm shift stage by stage, the way medical research and innovation has panned out in our country. There was a time when we would do research on clinical studies, we'll do basic science research, simple clinical studies, largely thesis based. Occasionally you were lucky, like Dr. Behel was, because of Dr. Bhan, to get good funding. I would compete, but I'll be only 1/10 of that. Limited resources. We were doing what we could, and yet we have great stories to tell. We had research in leprosy and TB and iodine deficiency, you name it. We described new diseases in the country. Somebody created a heart valve way back and created Sri Chitra, and so on. So this was one era. Around early 90s, a systematic effort on research methodology became a reality. And I want you to relate to this. We understood how systematically clinical studies, clinical epidemiological studies, community-based studies can be done. The jargon that we all started to learn, and I was an early beneficiary of that in the country because of being at AIIMS, through INCLIN, the International Clinical Epidemiology Network. ये सारी बातें पहले पता ही नहीं होता था, केस कंट्रोल क्या है, रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव उसको भी हम कहते थे, उसको भी कहते थे. how to do a clinical trial, what does the randomization mean, what does blinding mean, what does cluster randomized trial mean, how to use statistics became possible a little more, much more I would say, in computing. We were novices. We were doing research prior to that with a hell of a lot of common sense and some learning from our teachers. But clinical epidemiology triggered research methodology learning and mainstreaming in this country, I think, was a watershed moment. And that allowed our research to be much better, and you all you take it for granted, but that's how it happened over a period of time. It took time to gel. It took time to be part and parcel, and even now, I don't think we have great textbooks, capture very well. You still have to look for resources here and there. And NMC and the MCI and the Board of Governors of MCI, we try to bring research methodology into the mainstream. I'll come to that in a minute in terms of education, medical education system. Then there was another movement which appeared on the scene, which was quality improvement movement. I want you to remember that in our mainstream work of institutions, quality improvement paradigm, how, and do we see this also as a research, that you do certain things, demonstrate improvement, sustain quality, because quality became an important issue. I want us to remember, and I want you to think about what you're doing by way of quality improvement, quality assurance paradigm of healthcare system. A lot needs to be done in that regard, and so on. And then, of course, in parallel, there were developments in the basic sciences, developments in paraclinical sciences hugely, and from sophistication improved, NGS systems came up, and so on and so forth. Everything got connected. The biochemistry merged with biophysics, merged with microbiology, merged with pathology, and so on. So you saw that happening at the same time. Today, I think what we are bringing to you is now one more jump, as a paradigm shift today. Today, we are challenging medical education, fraternity, faculty, scientists, to now connect all this to innovation. And Dr. Behel, having been in the team that was, among the very best in the world, and he himself being the very best researcher in the world, you see that we were avoiding this space because of lack of knowledge, lack of opportunities, lack of whatever the reasons were, but that has now changed. So first thing is, मौसम बदल गया, okay? Expectations बदल गई हैं, और हमें अब अराइज करना होगा. आपने हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड सुन लिया, 3% पेटेंट हम देते हैं tech transfer. Today, the expectation from the leadership of academia in medical sciences is that we will give products, solutions, diagnostics, vaccines, devices, and of course, continuing to deliver on interventions that work, intervention that you can demonstrate that they change the outcomes in primary health care. Today, we are not really much talking about it, Dr. Srinivas, इसके ऊपर एक दूसरी चर्चा होनी चाहिए. How the academic ecosystem of India should contribute to today's health system improvement. I see so little on, let's say, how to deliver senior care at the community level. Show me a study. None. Can we demonstrate the mental health paradigm at primary care level linked to our own health system? No. And so on and so forth. So let's not go there, but that's another one. Equally important, even perhaps more important. Today we are joined here that our journey doesn't end with clinical research. Need not end with only clinical research, or should I say, it's not the only paradigm that we will work for. Today we expect to offer new vaccines, and this institution has offered new vaccines. Rotavirus is one. Leprosy is another one. People forget that. New pharmaceutical products, Ayush products that you can demonstrate that they work, biomedical devices. And this institution has in 70s a Department of Bioengineering in those difficult times, and so on. So the first point I'm making is that now the journey goes further to product solutions, those that can be taken to the market, can be scaled up, can be exported, can be developed in the space of medical sciences as a whole, including assistive technology. I want to remind you that assistive technologies is another paradigm, among others. It will be longest list of what you can do, but just to tell you, elderly care, assistive technologies, AI-loaded technologies, now that's a big one anyway. So please understand that we are taking it all the way. And the most important slide, which actually perhaps has been shown or not shown, is this one. Dr. Behal, I think in fitness of things, if you tell us, you said all that, but now you can say this is what I meant. आप दिखाइए, आप बताइए फिर, आप ही बताइए, मेरे लिए बताना उचित नहीं होगा, वैसे मैंने मदद करी थी थोड़ी सी इसमें.
एक्चुअली सर के साथ मिलके ही बनाया है, क्योंकि सर की गाइडेंस में ही बना, क्योंकि ये हमारी तो सोच में ये था नहीं कि हमें इमीडिएटली करना चाहिए, पर सर ने कहा कि दिस इज नॉट देयर एज आई हैड सेड. So it starts with Niti and basically means Dr. Paul and under his guidance. But you can see the number of different types of institutions, different types of parts of ICMR that are involved. This is beyond the Patent Mitra that you were told yesterday. This is MedTech Mitra. So once you have reached a level where you have a technology, so Patent Mitra, you filed an IPR, you have not gone to a company, the company has actually done something with it, and now they want to bring that technology to become a product. So that's an innovator. So the company and you together are now one team, and you come, where would you go? You come to this portal. This is an open portal. All this is now on website. Patent Mitra, MedTech Mitra, everything is on the portal. So अगर आप left side से देखना शुरू करें, तो first thing is fostering engineering clinical partnerships. AIIMS was the pioneer with IIT Delhi when Dr. Bhan started the India Biodesign, Stanford India, Biodesign with DBT. And I think we need to now build more of this. All of the AIIMS that are here, other institutes, please do make those connections. If you don't have, please tell us. We will make your connections with different IITs. What we have done is we have created centers for advanced research in medical colleges and centers of excellence in IITs. So a lot of people asked us, why are you calling them centers of excellence? One center for advanced research. There is one at AIIMS, Dr. Sikka, his group, and he was there yesterday. I don't know if he's here today. But they do all the devices testing, sir. And sir, we have one in Safdarjung,
Yes.
which does diagnostics. So what we have done is we have one at Shri Chitra that looks at some of the cardiovascular devices. We have one at St. John's. We have one in AFMC Pune. So we've created these different CARs, and people sir told me that these are not advanced research. But committee said कि ये advanced क्या है, ये तो सिर्फ test कर रहे हैं. मैंने कहा these are part of the advancement of Indian innovation. So if they are not advanced research, what is advanced research then? It is not about just buying a big equipment and doing something. It's about what our mandate is as medical professionals, as academicians, then we should do this. So this partnership is critical at two steps. One is at the beginning and one when the need is being assessed, and one during the validation, the clinical validation. But if you go ahead, there is Patent Mitra, there is Atal Innovation Mission, as I told you, then there is AMTZ, then CDSCO, the AERB or the radiation one, then there is the pharmaceutical, the again research and industry funding that government has brought in. There is the intent partnership with 80 institutions. We have a NARF BR, which is an ICMR advanced facility for animals research. Animal research, if you have not been to that, you are missing something. Anytime you are in Hyderabad, please go there. You will love that. You will not see that you think that this is not India. This is one of the best in the world, and it has animals from mouse to horse. Then we have, and they are now GLP certified, so they can do CDSCO, kind of trials for which CDSCO will approve the preclinical studies. We have the health technology assessment. We have created a center for guidelines. You have the NHHRC. You have the e-marketplace. Every product we are bringing, we are also putting it on the e-marketplace so that people can procure. It is about supporting an innovator from going end to end, and in the bottom is the numbers I was talking about. That is my report card.
Thank you.
That I keep asking people.
Thank you. But this is where we and you are. कहाँ ये चल रहा है? ये. So if you, as sir said, if you have an idea, you are here in the chain, and this is the help asset. You go through a proof of concept. You have done it. You need health and regulatory strategy. If you are unable to have a bridge here, if I don't have the bridge, I'm stuck here. For one of my products, I was stuck here for 15 years till Shashinduji and TBT came for help. You prepare a prototype, it doesn't move forward. So here is help available. Otherwise, you're stuck in this background and so on. So this is what has been created collectively by by I would say a large partnership of government institutions and also the industry supporting. So this is what we have got. So we have to now rise to the occasion, and today we are talking and calling upon the medical faculty, medical scientists across our medical institutions and medical colleges, INIs and so on, to move in this direction of innovation in and innovation products, innovation product delivery, entrepreneurship, partnership with industry. This is a new jargon. So that's what this meeting is all about. That's my first point. आप इसको unshare कर सकते हैं अगर. The second point I wish to make here is a request now to Dr. Abhijat Sheth sir. Sir, we have to do something about the quality of thesis in general because it worries us. I'll just say this in here to make a point that we should be all helping each other. We belong to better off institutions. Please, if you are making it mandatory for postgraduates, broad specialties or super specialties, then some quality should come. Otherwise, we create, a system and an ecosystem which says, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, कौन देखता है. तो मैं चाहूँगा सर इसके ऊपर चर्चा हो और कैसे हो वो आपकी लीडरशिप के ऊपर है सर. बहुत अच्छा है सर, उसको आगे बढ़ाना होगा.
वो तो सब इंटीग्रेट कर लेंगे. पॉजिटिव चीजों के लिए हमें किसी की इजाजत की जरूरत नहीं
सर.
We will get it done. And ये बहुत अच्छे आइडियाज हैं which we are definitely going to do.
Thank you. Now the request to you is that in your life, in your practice, you will do research as aspirational as it would be, but whatever level you are able to strike, कुछ भी करोगे, it will have highest level of integrity and excellence. आप केस स्टडी भी लिखो, केस रिपोर्ट भी लिखोगे, केस सीरीज भी लिखोगे. आप एक तो है उसमें इंटेग्रिटी एलिमेंट बहुत हाई होना चाहिए, अपना वैल्यू सिस्टम नहीं कॉम्प्रोमाइज. और दूसरा, यू अप्लाई द राइट मेथड्स. यू डूइंग अ स्मॉल स्टडी, इफ इट्स अ केस कंट्रोल स्टडी, यू डू इट वेल. If you're testing a biomedical device, you think it works, do it well. So, एक आपसे ये अपेक्षा है, और दूसरा है, please help other medical colleges because sir will need that help. You may like to conduct workshops there. Give what you can give as institutions and as individuals. So, the second part of my second request is that research methodology course online, which we made mandatory, as you are aware historically in the time of BOG, is mandatory for postgraduates. Before they appear for exam. This is online. I will request ICMR to please look into the quality, how it has to be changed, how the innovation element has to be included, which I think is not there. So that is the second takeaway from our side. And that should be robust, that should be responsible, that should be ethically implemented, and it should not It should have features that people don't fudge, because that's our entry to research methodology in the country for postgraduate students. So I think we need to pay attention to that. These are my 2 suggestions. My 3rd suggestion is the need for all of us to break some more silos. One silo is related to the government system. You have got a system which has broken them, but please make sure that in your own settings you build on that and you become the force multiplier. That means आप कभी इंडस्ट्री को बुला के बातचीत करवाइए, फार्मा इंडस्ट्री को बुलाइए, किसी ने इनोवेट करा है उसका वेब पे कुछ करवाइए, आप पेटेंट ऑफिस के वहाँ एक वर्कशॉप अपने तरीके से कराए, 1-to-1 करवाए. एक माहौल हमें क्रिएट करना होगा जिसमें that we get used to this idea. We are not historically into it. This is an occasional meeting, perhaps. Dr. Srinivas has taken previous initiatives, of course, but we're building on that. It's not. So kindly we reach out to those partners, particularly I would say industry, so that we understand how that ecosystem is. Meet up with startups and other people, smart people from other areas. Go and see an incubator. Create an incubator. Tell somebody to donate money to have a little incubator in your institution. Government will also give. So that is the 3rd part, that we need to open up to other people who will only ensure that journey, not just the government but also on the private side that you need. And I think with AI coming in, there are very different players. My the 4th point relates to the fact that we will need partners. So one is to be exposed to these other people, but the next part is that you have to build partners, collaboration I should say. So you please think about how we can generate these collaborations. So first part was awareness, connection, learning. That's important. But then we should be able to work with people of other disciplines, and they should be able to work with us. It's not easy. For clinicians to work with engineers, not easy. The engineers come out with their own innovation in their own world, and later on they remember there is a doctor or a clinician or a public health person to go to, and then it takes away the time, and somewhere in the valley of death we are stuck. So we need to learn to be able to collaborate with others. They have strengths, we have strengths. They have to understand us, we have to understand them. And therefore, you please invest in partnerships around you. It's not only engineering colleges. I would say ICMR institutions next door or nearby, DBT institutions, and Alka ji will help us to create those connects also, which actually are embedded in the paradigm that you saw. But reach out, because it's about what we can offer to our nation. That's what the goal is. So अपने साइलो में बैठे मैं नहीं करता ये नहीं हो सकता. We have to drown our egos. We should have the ability to work. The big research in the space of medical sciences, health sciences, actually is always a collaboration. We can be a physicist to do something in the lab and use the brain and the pencil pen, but that doesn't work in our life. If we are looking at the change in the outcomes of people, there are other aspects, and here I also would like to mention social scientists, behavior change, specialists, shall we say, or academics in that regard. So think about building partnerships. Last point, a subtext in a way, we should consider how the impact of the research is given value and not just papers. On this, I encourage you to read a path-breaking paper by Dr. Behel, in which he's created a working paradigm as to the equivalent research paper equivalent. How does it make impact? If a paper or the lessons of the paper have led to a change in guidelines for hypertension in the country, that should get more value than just a paper. By the way, the equivalence for a patent is 1 to 5. So I encourage you to see that. You are leaders, so you create a paradigm in your institutions to take pride in not just research at that level, but what it does to the society. The Honorable Prime Minister yesterday also mentioned that science for society is the tenet of our nation today. So how does it impact? Impact on community health, impact on practice, a device which has gone into the market, And of course, patent equivalence is 5-1 for this. So this should be part of the part of our pride. That I take more pride in one simple paper which changed, the approach to primary health care for, say, eye care. That's different, okay? And so on and so forth. So this should become part of our pride, part of our promotion system. And of course, the model that Dr. Bahal and ICMR have proposed can be further modified. Thank you very much for the opportunity. In the end, I would say, इस काम के लिए यही समय है, सही समय है. जय हिंद.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening address, a true roadmap towards Viksit Bharat. Next, we have a brief interaction. If the participants have any questions for the dignitaries, they can ask.
Policies have been a problem for us, especially when we are in the government sector, because unless we have uniform policies across all institutes in the country, there's a lot of discrepancy between ways of functioning. One of the important things, sir, you have rightly mentioned that now at least there is a metric of 1:5 patents, but most of us or all of us have been from government institutes where we are part of a promotion cycle. We have to take care of our promotions, we have to take care of our career progressions. And unfortunately, till date, patents have not got their due respect. They get almost equivalent level as a corporate responsibility, which is one of the headings in the APAR. So unless there is a policy which is uniformly implemented, it becomes very difficult, because attempting innovation, attempting patents, and all the cycle which you just now showed, along with our regular medical, this one is a huge effort, and many of
So
them
the
do
point,
not.
sir, is that yes, we should have that discussion. Today you are flagging it. Honorable Director is the member secretary of the Central Institute body. At least there we can propose that this is how the weighing system or weighting system should happen. Then you are having the chair of the National Medical Commission. So there this formulation can. So can I say that very important people have heard this today, and such pathways should be created.
Sir,
होने चाहिए.
yes, sir. Second point is in relation to the Section 8 issues. The Section 8 is the legal way of addressing how medical doctors working in hospitals can contribute to the innovation ecosystem in the country. Now, when AIIMS gets its Section 8 in another 2 weeks, it will take another 2 years in NIMHANS for the same process to happen.
शुरू तो करो. आपको नहीं पता कितने साल से चल रहे हैं सर. आगे बढ़ाओ.
आगे. So my request is,
वो कितने साल से कर रहे हैं वो आपने को उन्होंने नहीं बताया.
No, we are also doing, sir. We in the south also do all these efforts. We are doing a bioengineering incubation center and all.
होना चाहिए.
Sir, my request is, say, when the 8th pay commission is announced, it's for the entire country, for all the institutes. So the same effort which is there in the Apex Institute, we always follow AIIMS for everything. So why not do the same Section 8 for all the institutes and allow us the benefit of the same?
Why don't you join back AIIMS?
Okay, one more flow from the. I need to leave because somebody is waiting in my office. Sir, आप कर लो बाकी. हाँ? आप कर लो बाकी. Okay.
Because we should incubation center in ICMR, just we like to share that news here at the thing. So that's the reason why we asked, but Dr. Vikas asked about that Section 8A.
Very proud.
So yeah.
Very proud of NIMHANS team. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Sahil Dhuria from PGI Chandigarh. As you brought up thesis, sir, what we are finding difficulty in right now is getting our research findings published. Because as time moves, we are seeing that most of the journals are getting paid journals.
ICMR-Medical.
Yes, Yes, sir. So that is
ICMR में करो उसको,
true, sir.
NMGI में करो, इज्जत बढ़ाओ.
Yes, sir.
फिर
So
भारत पे हमारे भी तो journals होंगे. That's part of the answer.
yes, sir. So that's what I was wanting, that if we can really push up we might bring in a new journal or push up the pace of things that
Good.
with the current journal, sir,
Excellent.
so that they become high impact.
See, impact of a journal, I have put in some 8 crore rupees per year on IGMR to do several things to change the way the journal functions. And last week I was shown by the chief editor that from about 2 years' time between submission and publication that was there 2 years ago, this has now come down to 4 months, 4 to 6 months at the maximum. And they are constantly, my target to them is 3 weeks to rejection, 3 days to rejection if it is badly, like it is not even worthy of peer review, 6 weeks for peer review, and 3 months to make a final decision. Because that was one issue. But one thing which, if you are talking about the journal, and if you want the Indian journals to be good, as Dr. Paul is saying, essentially, for us all, and I am party to that same thing when I was here, we send our paper. But if your paper is good, where would you send it? You will send it to NEJM, Lancet, JAMA. Then it doesn't work there. Then you would send it to Journal of Nutrition, Journal of Pediatrics, Pediatrics, and so on. And if it doesn't work, then we will go to the third level outside journals like AJDC, Acta Pediatrica, but we'll not come to Indian journals until we have said कुछ नहीं हो रहा, चलो भेज देते हैं. तो आप सोचिए कि जब तक हम लोग कुछ अच्छे पेपर्स पब्लिकेशन के लिए नहीं भेजेंगे, इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर कैसे बढ़ेगा? इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर इज equivalent to an average of any, suppose you publish 10 papers. What is impact factor? It means those 10 papers or 100 papers, let's say over a period of 1 year, in the next 2 years, how many citations have they had on an average? That is impact factor. Now, if we are going to publish crap, because only crap is being submitted, we are not going to get citations. Citations are basically you get if you are publishing something important, something that other people have interest in. Our problem is we are publishing papers for promotion. We are publishing papers for thesis completion, for DM. It's a tick box. कि कुछ हो गया, एक पेपर आ गया, चलो भाई पेपर हो गए, 3 हो गए, अब असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर से एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर बन जाएंगे. वो जब तक आप थोड़ा सा सोचिए कि सब लोग के लिए कह रहा हूँ कि we at least should try to send some good publications to Indian journals. When I am particularly asking you IJMR, we have invested huge amount of money in the system for reviews, for editors, for creating the system, just to say that.
Yes, if the pace of review has increased, I am very happy to know that. I have submitted and published there. The pace was the problem. One last humble suggestion, sir. Can we have a few specialty journals from ICMR or a government-supported body which can bring out 2 or 3 or 4 to start with, so that we have a better...
The only question is, again, there are so many journals of societies in India. If you count the number, they are huge. But almost nothing crosses 3 as impact factor. And it is exactly the same problem. It is a huge issue we can discuss later. But just to say, even China has not been able to crack that problem. What they have resorted to is actually now takeover of the Western journals. Because somehow nobody is going to send a paper from India to China to get published. But we are very happy, all the world is very happy to send papers to America and to Europe and to UK for publication. It somehow is ingrained in our heads. So even China could not crack that. So they have basically now started hostile and non-hostile takeovers of editorial boards. Every editorial board that you see now of any journal in the West, you will see a very sizable number of Chinese in researchers.
Sir, I'll update you one thing in the changing trends in the publication. Because of the, now certainly for quality publications, high impact journals, and there is always a quest for a good researcher that my paper should go to the high impact. That is okay, fine. What the trend is changing even in the Western world is because all these high impact journals are too costly. To download the articles, even for the knowledge, is too costly. So now the researchers who wants to give their messages quickly and to disseminate it into the medical community and fraternity, they are taking help of open access journals.
They are paid, sir, 3,000, 4,000 euros, sir.
Open access journals, your article is always available on the net.
It's 3,000, 4,000 euros per submission, sir.
That's why the problem of this open access nuisance has increased only because of this.
एक और चीज़ है वैसे, just to tell you that when the one nation one subscription thing was done, there's a deal now that we are paying as a nation 2,000 crore rupees to 40 publishers, and 40,000 journals are freely available to any government institution in this country, state or center. That is to read. Previously we had to pay, you have to either beg somebody outside in the country, or while this was being done, there is also the APC or article processing charges. There is some 300 crore rupees in that. And institutions should be able to support, like in ICMR, we are supporting for the journals that are, for our papers that are published by ICMR institutes. I put some standard. I've said, and if you publish in the top 10 journals of your field, we'll give you the APC charges. And this is going to be also, we are opening it for all the extramural projects. But I think institutions should also do that. It is not like this is going to break our bank. But if we are going to restrict, then it's not going to work. When people were asked to make open access, they've started charging for article processing from the people. So I think somebody will have to pay. For ICMR projects, you can build it in your budget. We will approve. Anybody who has built it in the budget will just approve as part of that. That is not a problem. But I think institutions should also keep some fund. Like if there's not much, it will be a few crore rupees. I mean, 2 crore rupees will fund everything in 1 year probably, and that's like nothing if you really see. But it is individual authors are facing that problem. I would agree with that.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Thank you. आप continue करिए, please.
Okay.
I got the mic.
Okay. Yes, we can continue.
Yeah.
For
Sir,
a
I'm
few
Dr.
more
Venkatesh
minutes.
Pujari, consultant at Ernst & Young.
At
Consultant at Ernst & Young, EY.
ENY,
Yeah.
Ernst & Young.
Yeah. Sir, I was a researcher. I did my master's and PhD in pharma domain. So I have seen during the product development life cycle, there are various certifications or regulatory approvals. Like when a product needs to come to market, there are various players who come in. So my question is, if there is a plan to bring a platform or a playbook where the stakeholders who will suggest the developer or innovator at various cycles what they need to do the next step is, like whether they should take the regulatory approval, whether they should look for funding, who are the players who can help them, etc. So in the back end, the experts from different departments can populate the information. Of course, when the policy is getting updated, the information can be updated in the back end. These people can have this information in the as end user in an app or in a website where they can take suggestions through the people through chat or email or any other model where it is self-sufficient for them to proceed further.
Do you have a question or are you giving a suggestion?
So is there a plan in this way, I'm asking, sir?
Okay. We will make a plan. Can you give it to me in writing what you mean? Then I will try to make it.
Sure, sir. Okay.
Any other question?
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, I'm Surgeon Commander Arnav Ghosh from AFMC Pune.
Yeah.
Two genuine problems we are facing as inventors from an organization is, one is the IP thing. There is no synchronization as previous question mentioned.
Synchronization of what?
Any organizations are having different IP. So when we are trying to do some collaborative project, so the IP conflict is happening. Second, for organizations like defense, they do not allow many things. So merging with other agencies, for example, IITs and all, there are some conflict of interests. So if any project I'm doing under ICMR funding or any DBT, DST funding, we should refer to a national IP policy or maybe one nation, one IP policy for at least government organizations. We cannot control the private ones. So this is a genuine problem. It takes a long time to convince the entire organization for one single invention. For serial
Just to answer that, Suchita छोड़ने गई हैं. ICMR has created a policy and that document is available. The only question is whether others will adopt it or adapt it. But like I cannot force Defense Ministry to say you must adopt ICMR policy. But I can certainly suggest to DGAFMS to do that, and there will be specifics for defense that will not be possible for us to make everybody similar. So there is, to say everybody should be the same, every institution, somebody said, should have the same policies. It's not possible. I mean,
so one nation, one IP policy.
ऐसा देखो, एक चीज मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ जो मेरे मेंटोर ने मुझे सिखाई थी, वो ये थी कि जब बहुत बड़ा पहाड़ हो ना सामने, तो साइड से निकल जाओ. नहीं. इसी इकोसिस्टम में लोग बहुत अच्छा काम भी कर रहे हैं, आप भी कर रहे हैं. इसी इकोसिस्टम में लोग खराब काम भी कर रहे हैं. देखो, अगर हम सोचें कि सरकार सब कुछ करके देगी, सरकार सब कुछ नहीं करके दे सकती. हर एक का अलग अलग वो है. अब मान लीजिए आप कह रहे हो कि एक ही पॉलिसी, वन नेशन वन पॉलिसी. श्योर, दैट इज व्हाई वी क्रिएटेड इट. बट to really convince every ministry, now defense will say, no, our needs are different. I can't do that. We can only suggest. We will certainly do that. When you are talking about Dr. Paul, kaha achhi baat hai, because there is the central or even the central government. Now technically the government ministry can take that viewpoint. But who will take that viewpoint? You know that it is very labile. Things are always moving. I think institutions have to do it themselves.
Sir,
बहुत सारी चीजें आप सोचो कि कोई करके देगा, तो नहीं करके देगा.
Sir, problem is not that ICMR's policy we have.
मैं समझ लिया, पर मैं उसका मैंने सुन लिया आपकी बात.
Sir,
क्या बताऊं?
Sir, one point. Just for example, we are using GFR.
नहीं, आप उनको बताने दो पहले. हाँ, फिर. नहीं, it's okay. Let him take one or two questions.
One more question, sir.
हाँ, बोल.
Sir, like we get academic credits from NMC. We follow the policies, we follow everything of NMC for medical colleges. if this thing can also be endorsed, that the patents and all be also a part of the academic qualification or academic promotion, etc. So that can
आपको क्या
actually,
लगता है कि मैंने वो पेपर क्यों लिखा?
Sir.
इसीलिए तो लिखा है, लेकिन क्या है कि फोर्स नहीं कर सकते ना किसी को. अब मैंने वो क्यों लिखा? मैंने दो कारण से वो पब्लिकेशन इक्विवेलेंट ICMR IRIS जो लिखा है उसके there were 2 reasons. And fundamentally, the one reason was that the innovation, both of you said, the innovation in my view was not getting adequate credit. Publications were getting more credit than innovation. You published in Nature, you look like a great guy. You made Covaxin, you don't look like a great person. Why? That has saved more lives, right? So what we have done is, what I tried to do and think together with many other people in ICMR is to say that innovation should have its own track. Patent, technology developed, technology commercialized. And you have seen that, even technology validated. All those should get more credit than one single publication equivalent. And there is 5, 10 and 20 credits. Instead of, it's like writing 20 papers and one commercialized product is the same. Why is this? Because now if you say every institution should have a policy, this is for an institution to make. They are academically free. Every institution has an academic committee. You cannot force things on, somebody will say, no, this is like this. Every one of you is a professor. Every professor is very hard to convince on doing anything, whatever it might be. You are saying this because you are an innovator. Somebody who is not an innovator will not like to give you the credit, right? So this is a discussion. It is not going to be ever possible to force. It has never been possible to force any university to accept one single thing. But we have started a conversation. The second thing is, I wanted to say, you write one paper, it is one. Your one paper gets to a policy change or a clinical care practice change, it is 10. Right? That is the only message. There are only 2 messages in that. That don't go for number of papers. Don't go for only the impact factor. Yes, impact factor should be considered, so you get more citations. Yes, you have scientific credit. You should get more this thing, right? But not beyond a certain point. Even if you get 100 citations for one paper, if you have made a change to patient care or to a public health program, it should carry more value. Even if nobody cites me, but my paper is used by a large number of clinicians to change something, his paper is used, it should get more credit. That is the principle. Now people are arguing, who will do this, there will be subjectivity, there will be this, there will be that, and so on, right? But those things are discussions, they will continue to happen. So my only thing to you is, please remember that everything will not be sorted. This is what I learned. If I had to first sort ICMR and then do anything, अभी तक मैं सोच ही रहा होता 3 साल. सिस्टम वही है, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरीज हैं हमारे असिस्टेंट्स हैं, हमारे फाइनेंस में अकाउंटेंट हैं, कोई नहीं बदला. सब वही के वही हैं, वही रिक्रूटमेंट, वही प्रोक्योरमेंट, वही फाइनेंस, वही एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव हर्डल्स के साथ ही काम करना पड़ेगा. नहीं तो मेरा समय निकल जाएगा, मैं भी रिटायर हो जाऊंगा आपकी तरह, आपसे पहले हो जाऊंगा.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I have told this before. You will not complain after this year. Now I have given that task to Dr. Alka. She has joined. आपको मैं सिर्फ 2 चीजें आपसे, उसके लिए I am asking for your indulgence and for your apology, because I had 2 choices. When you start something which is a 400 crore program and only 30 lakh grants and only 1500 applications come and 900 are granted and 600 you have to give an answer, right?
And it took usually 3 years after the 1 or 2 or 3 years, sometimes 4 years after your project was technically approved in ICMR for you to first get the money. And these things were bigger problems for me, that after 3 years, if I give you money, your idea is dead. If you give me a project today and 2 years later I say take the money, what is that money good for? So first thing that I wanted to do is that if I'm making a call for proposals, within 9 to 10 months at the most, I should give you the funding if it is approved. And we did that. But I had nobody in the extramural system. People who were running the intramural system were also doing the extramural system. So I separated the intramural and the extramural and took a few scientists, and they said, इतना बड़ा program 10 लोग कैसे चलाएंगे या 20 लोग कैसे चलाएंगे, चला के दिखाएंगे. और हमने चलाया उसको और 3 साल अच्छे से चलाया, लेकिन लोग कम थे. और एप्लीकेशन जैसे ही हमने लिखा 1.5 करोड़ रुपए पहले वाले में लिख दिया हमने, कहीं कोई लिखता नहीं था ICMR कितना पैसा देगा. हमने लिखा 1.5 करोड़ तक पैसा देंगे फर्स्ट टाइम, उसी साल ही 4000 एप्लीकेशन आई. तो सबका जवाब देना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया. और जो हमारी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जो आप लोग भी आते हैं, आपसे भी मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग हमारी कमिटीज, यू अटेंड आवर कमिटीज, राइट, यू गिव योर वेरी generous time to give feedback, to select projects or reject projects. But when I read the comments, I don't feel like sending it to you, because it is not written in a coherent way. It is not written in a way that will actually help you improve your project. So I first said, let's not do it until we do it well. So this is the first time, first year, we are going to send all the comments to everybody whose project is rejected. But it is, how many days has it taken you personally to make the format for the CARs, rejected CARs? You can tell them.
Meeting and should be communicated, so that actually under his guidance now it took 2 weeks time to put all the 3 categories in internal screening of the concept, concept proposal screening with the external experts, and also the CAR proposals, they are the full proposals. So now we are ready with the format, and by the end of this month, you all whosoever actually submitted a proposal and not been recommended by the committee going to get that through our EPMS, because EPMS team is also very strong. We all are working in a team, and you are going to get in a proper format that, as DG said just now, and that has already been set and under his guidance, and that he
will do it.
Worried,
I had told this that we will not be able to do it until we have a little increase in the workforce. We have got that increase. We are going to do it. So you will know. But one thing I will again tell you, you might find that you got decent comments. Only 1 or 2 things were not good. And you got even decent marks. We will send you your scores out of 100 if your score is, or 30, whatever the concept note. Or the problem is going to be, you will say, oh, I got 68 or I got 70 out of 100 and the comments are not too bad. You have to also understand that we cannot fund unlimited number of projects. So I already decide beforehand that small grant will be 500, right? Intermediate grant will be 120. CAR cannot be more than 25 approximate. Sometimes they are very good, so we will do a little more of one, a little less of the other. But more or less the resources, I have to balance what I get from the government and what I give as grants. Otherwise, I'll break the bank, right? I'll keep on promising and later you will not get money. So we have to manage ongoing projects and the new projects. So the numbers are so small
that sometimes we say in this area, in let's say whichever area you are from, infectious disease, or let's say we will, in virology, we'll fund 5 projects from this committee. You could be the 6th one and could be very good and still not get funding. So this is something we have to understand, that it is highly competitive. And unfortunately, all the deserving projects are not funded now, because we have actually increased the intake, the applications of good projects has increased, which is excellent. What I need now is more money. If I get more money, I'll give it to you. And we will try our level best. Okay. Thank you. There are no other questions.
Namaskar. Indeed a great session, sir. Today full of insights and with distinguished guests. I really feel privileged to be part of this great session. It gives me great pleasure to propose the vote of thanks for this wonderful first session of the day 2 of our workshop of strengthening the medical innovation ecosystem for Viksit Bharat. At the outset, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Alka Sharma, Additional DG ICMR, Dr. Abhijat Seth, Chairman NMC, and Dr. Unnat Pandit, Comptroller General of Patents, Design and Trademarks. Your perspectives on research and innovation have truly enriched today's discussion. We are especially thankful to Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, for his inspiring vision in promoting health innovation in India. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Rajiv Behel, Secretary DHR and DG ICMR, for his leadership and constant encouragement to strengthen our biomedical research ecosystem. Our sincere appreciation also goes to Dr. M. Srinivas, Director AIIMS, whose continuous guidance and support have made this event possible. I also thank all the dignitaries who actively engaged with participants during the interaction session. Your guidance has enriched the dialogue and helped clarity pathways for translating ideas into impactful healthcare solutions. Finally, a big thank you to all the participants, organizers, and support staff for those efforts made by them for this encouraging success. Let us carry forward the insights and inspiration from today's deliberation into our respective domains, and with a shared resolve to strengthen India's medical innovation ecosystem. Thank you once again to everyone for contributing to such an inspiring start. Jai Hind. Dhanyawad.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Next, I would like to call Dr. Srinivas to present the memento to Dr. Rajiv Bahal. Next, kindly present the memento to Dr. Abhijit Chandrakant Seth. Next, to Dr. Unnat Pandit. Welcome back, everyone. Our next session focuses on a vital theme, intellectual property rights in biomedical innovation, exploring the challenges and best practices faced by medical innovators. I would like to invite Dr. T. Will Pandian, Professor, IPR and TTD Division, AIIMS, to speak on intellectual property rights in biomedical innovation.
Thank you so much. Namaskar. Over the from yesterday morning onwards, we have been discussing many things. So, I know individually I interacted with all of you. There is something common among everybody. You're coming from different institutions, but having common questions. And we are trying to do, I try to do my level best to address all your queries. And I have around 10 questions to be answered. I hope that 10 questions will have one of your questions. If it is not falling inside, ask me, okay? I'm not going to teach you something different, but all my experiences so far, I'm going to share it with you, right? Before I go with this my presentation, I love to show this all the time, right? This is a great say of C.V. Raman. History of science has shown that a real fundamental success is always due to those who has ignored the boundaries and treated science as a whole. I mean that if you are an innovator, see, I must remember, you cannot teach innovation to anybody. Innovators are born. If you are here with the intention or inquisitiveness, by default, you are an innovator. The innovator breaks the existing rule. The freedom what you get is to break the existing rule, existing invention or innovation, all because of your differential way of thinking. That inquisitiveness is not with everybody, right? First you remember, it's not that you groom somebody in innovation. Thinking differently is an attitude. Not everybody has that. So this poor gentleman, he is representing the people of India. He always asks this question. We have contributed to your free education and research funds. He's asking what you have done for me. Today we are enjoying all the comforts because of honest taxpayers' money. So anything you do, there's a way through which you pay back to the society which has groomed you, which has made you, which is making you to live the luxuries of life. Everything is because of that poor man, and whenever we do on innovation, that is going to help him. Now you'll have a question. How is it? It should be made free. Anything is made free, that is, you are killing the innovation. If something is, it is always, you have to own a property to sell it. You agree with me? If it is yours, then only you will sell it. If it is yours, then only you have a control over it. If it is not, no control over it. How to own a property? Property, there are two types of properties we have. One is tangible, one is intangible. Tangible means you are buying a building, you are buying a car. These are all tangible property. This is what you call intangible property. You cannot see, but it is there. But when it's having a value, I'm going to show you how IPs are valued. How companies are existing today, the business models, only based upon IP value. I'm going to show you this thing. So always it is important for us when you are into innovation, you should be able to think. Whenever you learn carom or when you try to learn chess, it is always you do on this side also, on that side also, right? Similarly here, you have to think from this side of the problem and that side of the problem. When you are trying to give a solution and you will be trying to, when you are a giver, you should be a buyer. So from both sides when you think, you get a 360 degree complete rotation about the innovation or what you are trying to do. This is always what you look beyond what is known for others. Someone who makes it happen and others wonder how it has happened. And this is what called innovation. Sometimes you think, oh, such a simple thing. How come that it did not strike me? Most of the DIY projects, you open up YouTube, go to the DIY projects and you see how simple an existing thing, something in our home has been converted into something which is very, very unique to solve a problem. So always we are trying to solve an existing problem, that becomes an innovation, and that becomes that is an aid to solve the problem, that is going to be an innovator. If the innovation is unidentified, you are blind to see the opportunity. An opportunity is in front of you, you are unable to see. Because if you are close your eyes with a conventional way of thinking, you will never be able to see. There is a difference between a constant and a truth. So every time you say, sun rises in the east, it's a truth? Yes or no? Sun rises in the east? Absolutely. And sets in the west. Now you see, sun in the midday, sun is above you. Sun is moving from east to west. This is what and you call this is a truth. That's the universal truth. But the universal truth is the earth is rotating, sun is stable. That is called a constant. In Sanskrit we have a word called satyam. Satyam eva jayate. Beautiful word. Truth prevails. It's a wrong interpretation. Satyam eva jayate. The constant prevails. Something is constant, always related everything is. Okay? So you need to understand the difference in between these two. So you'll always wonder what is innovation. Innovation is, as I told you, finding an unmet need. That is an unmet need. Calling, you look for, that becomes an opportunity because you are an innovator and you are trying to address the problem and making it available for people. Right? That's a way how you are linking this one. But when you become a scientist, for example, your hypothesis has been generated in the lab. For example, yesterday there was Kalpana madam was discussing about neutralizing HIV antibodies, right? Something she has found that in some patients, although the HIV, why is not transmitted from mother to baby? The question what she was trying to address, we found there is neutralizing antibodies. So if we have a neutralizing antibody, why should we purify it and give it to patient for curing? That is the hypothesis she has studied. So therefore, a scientist who finds something through hypothesis, now he is trying to push that and by simplifying the requirement to the user, and the user is always push and pull. Sometimes user wants it, or you want to push inside the system. You want to push inside the system. Both things are existing. So at times you will not be able to differentiate these two. If Android is enough to solve your problem, why there is a need of iPhone? And that too very expensive. So there is a business logic comes into picture. I'll explain a little later about this understanding. So you have to be very careful about it. So when you have inductive reasoning or deductive reasoning, yesterday we heard so much about clinical research, how to address the question and things like that. I'm not going in detail. But you see, there was an unmet need. I always love to put this picture because, I am from a farmer's family. I remember my father used to go at 2:30 in the morning to switch on the electric motor to feed the water to the field. So I know, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you run to switch it on, sometime the power won't be coming, he's coming back. But you see a small innovation, actually it's a very old one, a Nokia phone, instead of going, he just give a call and this is connected through a transmitter and there's this is an innovation. See, this is much more essential for solving issue. There is a scarcity of electricity, how it is getting solved, right? This is a necessity which we always overlooked and somebody is trying to solve this problem. That's how this one goes on. But this is, I always wondered, I think all of you would have seen this picture. Have you ever seen this in the midnight? In a full moon day, somewhere during the May, June months, did you see this? Actually, due to the so much of light, you're not able to see. Are you seeing around here? There's something called halos. Have you seen it? Have you ever thought why this halo? As I'm a farmer's family, my father looks at it and say, oh, it's going to rain. Okay? But when he said it, I was not able to understand, how is it related? That curiosity I had. It took such a long time for me to understand that the formation of crystals of ice indicating formation of cirrus clouds. That is getting, the refraction of light is causing this. He always calls it the castle around the moon. See, this is what a farmer's observation. The farmer knows this year we are going to get a good rain or not. The cloud has to set at that month to get the rain little later. See the understanding how beautiful it was? It was there in the society, but we felt lately. I thought it's just superstitious. Many a times we do this as superstitious, But later we understand, no, it is not, it is having an inside meaning. That could be, what you are, when you are fasting for Navratri, and you correlate it with sunlight, and it is causing depression, everything falls in a straight line. There is a reason behind everything which came through centuries. That is in the people. Sometimes you try to bring the fact behind it. Sometimes it becomes something. So let us go to the history. Always all the IPR textbooks. For the first time I am revealing this. Textbook is always written 1300 years back. Venetian crystal makers were making glass business, and the king of Venice has given rights for somebody to make it. When I just went inside understanding what happened in our civilization, what we call 10 to 20,000 years old civilization, we always had such a type of thing existing. You see, this is from Shilpa Shastra. When you just go inside the Shilpa Shastra, this explained, Atriya Brahmana explains it, the Shilpani who works of art made by man or imitations of divine form, Shilpa artisans in tune with the divine rhythms. It talks about Shilpa artisans. Okay, that is Shilpakar we call. So that means it's not that Venice alone, it was here also. We given to the group of people, and they had an extensive knowledge about it, and they compiled it in such a beautiful form. But we have to stand and say that yes, we do have such a type of thing. I should not be keep on quoting about Venice. Right, about 1,000 years back, when the big temple of Tanjore was built, nothing else was existing in the whole world to compare the marvel of it. Even today it is standing. That is the beauty of it. People go to the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but they won't go to Tanjore to look at that temple. That was a marvel way 1,000 years back. So that giving a particular rights to a group of people is not something which is unusual in this civilization. It was existing. In fact, groups were there. They are specialized groups, and they have been given that job, and they're doing excellently, and they've been appreciated by kings. But that always that recognition was used for public good. That was something which has been untold. Come back to the 1875. This is very interesting thing. I was visiting this museum. I always had a doubt. What necessitated America to bomb Japan during Second World War? It's one of the atrocious things which happened in the history. But somebody is highly provoked, that made America to bomb, and that a nuclear bomb on German. So I happened to visit a museum. There I have seen the evidence for it. It was because of a small innovation what this Japanese made. Have you ever heard of anybody went inside America and they bombed? And that was the discovery of this guy. This is an innovation. This guy is Genzo Shimadzu. You must be having an instrument called Shimadzu Instruments, right? This company is one of the Japanese company, a beautiful company. This company is having a lot of analytical instruments. See, the senior Genzo made a small innovation, and he made hydrogen balloons those days. It was a discovery, and the whole world was using hydrogen balloons and hot air balloons. So what he did is, he used hydrogen balloons along with a small instrument. I mean, that time when the battery was discovered, the lead acid accumulator battery from Leclanche cell. So used that, he created this. And you see, amount of bombing he has done deep inside the America. Now you see, go deep inside the America, you are a nuisance inside the country, created enough fire, although that the damage was not much, but it was the cheapest innovation they could make it, and they bombed inside. That's called a fugue balloons. Basically getting into mainland of America bombing. That created such a social wave. In fact, American administration blocked the news, how the bombing has been done by Japanese. So that's, you see that this lead acid accumulator battery. So beautiful lead and copper rods are placed over the hydrochloric acid. This flies over from Japan, over the Pacific Ocean, and goes and just falls over there, and it blasts. It's a beautiful one. Why am I telling you is that, see how a small trick has made a big impact. That made America to feel so angry, let me just take care of him, and they bombed. Beyond Japan, there were some other countries, like that time the war was going between Nazis. They were not bombed, but they bombed Japan because the nuisance. See, always, which animal you beat every day? I should not call animal, but I should call now much better, there is a mosquito. Every day you kill a mosquito, because mosquitoes are more dangerous than that of lions and tigers, because this is the one which enters you. Always you put lions and tigers inside the cage, you watch from outside. When it comes to mosquito, you get into a cage. That's the beauty of this. So this is how that they have done it. So when you just come back, this is a complete the press information, how they suppressed and things like that. Well, that's not our interest. When you get back, this is something very alarming. You just see that in 1895 in Röntgen, actually, unfortunately, I was working to the next room of this lab of Röntgen in Germany, and where he discovered the X-ray, right? On that X-ray, he didn't patent. He didn't apply for intellectual property right. He said, let this be useful for everybody. You will not believe that's a beautiful thing, which had this innovation happened in 1895 at a place in Germany. The Germans don't speak English, right? Japanese don't speak English. Those days, only Indians were going here and there speaking English. So what had happened? That resulted in 1897, this tube which has been discovered by Röntgen, the X-ray, has been made by this company and in Japan, and they made an X-ray instrument, right? And X-ray instrument, about 1897 they made X-ray instrument, and it was available. You see that Japanese don't speak English, and Germans don't speak English, and Japanese won't speak German, Germans won't speak Japanese, but the innovation has been transferred from one place to another place. That has created this instrument. Recently, we were trying to buy an X-ray instrument. Really speaking, we don't have that instrument in India. It's not getting manufactured. But at the same time, what had happened, so we should be so proud, and that was a time that, J.C. Bose was conducting the experiments of radio waves, and the world called that as a controversy. But in those days, you have to show this in front of hall, the way how exhibitors are outside. That is how it has been shown in Calcutta, but the world, this is what it came. They said they disputed it. So, when I was a kid, I have been taught Marconi discovered radio waves, but you see the whole story is different here. So the history is always written by the one, it's always true by the person who writes it. So what went wrong is that we failed to document it, or we failed to do it. And I must tell you, till today we are buying X-ray tubes from America or from Japan. We don't have our own indigenous instrument to be made. So this you call as an opportunity? The instrument makers are telling that we don't get along with the radiologist support to do these experiments. The radiologist said no company approached us for this purpose. So as a result, no instrument has been developed. Now we are importing it. I did not show you the data. Today, India, the moment Trump said that, that the tariff wars, right? So you see that Indian exports, in which we are totally depending upon Western countries for all these instruments. So why shouldn't we make it in India? There was, then things went on, even the big great IITs. So far, we have been discussing, we want to have a collaboration with IIT. IITs are not that simple, okay? So there are many stories I'm going to tell now, okay? So although we work so successfully with them, I'm telling you, there are some, unless you safeguard yourself, your ideas are always stolen, right? I'm telling you about it. So I'm not going detail about what is intellectual property right and things like that, types of intellectual property right, but this is very true. It should be protected. What you speak should be protected. And do not walk into IIT and do not say, I'm very happy IIT is coming to me or IIIT is coming to me to discuss about it. So I'm honored. I brought them to my discussion table. I call all my clinicians, come and interact. And what happens is the morning we were discussing during tea time. We are super excited because first time somebody is coming and asking you, oh, so you want to show that how great I am. So what you do is you vomit all the ideas what you have. And the person who comes in front of you silently, he takes the notes of it. Okay, because here two people are coming. I am from medicine and this guy is a technology guy. So I want to show that I am great. I know more than what he knows. What he knows. He knows how to make an instrument. but you know how much I use it. You know what would have been better if I have that in the instrument. You always try to talk like that to impress that person. Now, he is quietly listening to you. Sir, you're right, you're right. Oh, yes, he's right. You're great. Oh, well, that's why, we look for people like you. Great, right? Because all things are recorded. You will silently walk away. You will never come to know. And how it is getting materialized, where it is getting transformed. Sometimes suddenly you see that the guy who was studying in the IIT somewhere or any other technical institution, you see somewhere else he is sitting over there and he is discussing with a company about your idea. It has happened in this campus. Later the faculty come and ask me, sir, this fellow has taken my idea. So I said that, well, do you have a CRA? So you need to understand what is CRA. That's something called a collaborative research agreement. If somebody come and talk to you, there are few ways through which you discuss. Without having collaborative research agreement, and do not put everything on the table. And otherwise, non-disclosure agreement. And I'm still telling you, non-disclosure agreement cannot give you a bigger power to stop. So basically that about your idea, protection towards your idea. So you need to have a collaborative research agreement in which clearly you write you are number 1 and he is number 2. You will be writing what is your role in this. In this, so somebody is coming to you, is not just coming to and asking in front of you, I know that I want to know this from you. Already he has done a prior art search, know about you, who are you, what is your profile, where are you, what are your publications, how good you are, he inquired everything. So you need not to show that how great I am. You say, well, very good, you are coming with me, you tell me, what is expected from me. Oh, you write it down and what is expected from him towards a common goal. And you should be so much self-restrained in this kind of thing, and you materialize it. Okay, well, we wanted to work upon this, yes, we will be able to help you, but let us make a CRA. The CRA is having a confidentiality section, right? The moment it is done between you and him, you and them, then there's an agreement starting about doing research work. This is a beautiful, first thing you do is this, and do not go and just expose your ignorance to him, and we will lose it altogether. So this is very much essential for everybody, confidentiality agreement. We have confidence that CRA, that collaborative research agreement, either collaborative, some people call it as MOA. MOA is something, suppose between two institutions, although they are so much, they use it here and there, but in reality, MOA is a little broader aspect. Between two institutions, we can have an MOA. That is memorandum of understanding. Oh, well, we have decided, my faculty and your faculty are now decided to work together about the research, academic and other things like that. This is MOA, memorandum of understanding between them. What are the terms? Okay, we will be having this agreement for 3 years. That there are sections inside. And suppose something goes wrong by this association, and I will not sue you, you will not sue me. And intimidation clause. Termination, when it will be terminated. That's not that, I'm working on one of your product, you just walked away and you put me into trouble. I invested a lot of energy into it. So everything is covered into an MOA. Under MOA, individual projects, even it covers the IP also. Usually we cover the IP. Sometimes many people say that no, let the individual person to cover it. So here, your team, your research team and another research team are working together with the only one look, that is CRA, Collaborative Research Agreement. It should be individual project specific, right? So this is where, you can be protected. Your innovation is protected. Don't tell that, some people come and ask me, sir, I have an idea. Can I patent my idea? Your idea cannot be patented. But still some people say, sir, can we do something to have a sort of a provisional IP? So I am telling you, provisional IP is not something that you are going to block the idea and you are going to get in. Blocking an idea is not a question here. You do first a preliminary experiment. You come with a proof of concept. The TRL 0, TRL 1, TRL 3. TRL 3 you should, suppose you are going to do a jugaad instrument. Still you are trying to demonstrate that my concept is working. At that level, you can file for it. Right? You are provisional. Still you have got 1 year time to make it more, improvise it. There are certain clauses, your claims cannot be changed later. Otherwise you might lose the IP. because the moment you file provisional, your time clock starts, right? So this is something that's slightly different. So you just understand about the commonalities. But this IP, what you have is, see, IP could be a copyright. For example, I'm a good musician and I can sing songs. So I made a nice song today I composed it, I sang it, and with a beautiful raga. Ragas cannot be patented as of now. A raga, I made a good raga, then I just did it. But so I copyrighted it. I copyrighted it. So the copyrights are beautiful. Copyrights is my lifetime followed by 70 years. Even after my death, this can go to my daughter, it can go to my granddaughter also. So they can get the royalty for it. So you must be reading from newspapers commonly. There's a big war going on from the musician of southern India. Ilayaraja is having a tough war. Today you can play music here, no issue, but the same music you cannot play in southern part of India. We were attending a conference. In the conference evening dinner we had, a DJ was going on, or a music was going on, and it was a vocal. I mean, some film songs were going on. So we were very happy. We went home or something like that. After 1 week, the organizer got a letter. You have violated the copyrights. That you pay this much of money, otherwise I am going to take action against you. Copyright violations are very expensive, and she has to pay 40,000 rupees for playing a song, 3 songs, which comes under the copyright. Understand the problem? It can be used to protect you. At the same time, it will be hijacking you also. It can be licensed. Now what we do, there are 2 types of licenses, something like, you say restricted licenses, restricted with something. I give a license to you, but you will not give it to somebody else. I am giving a license to you to be used only in Delhi, not somebody, territorial restriction or this restriction, sample size restriction. You can have any conditions for sale. Basically, you are selling a brinjal. And you are selling a brinjal to somebody. You say that this brinjal, you can only sell it. Do not sell to the third party. Okay? And the brinjal should be showed as 1 kg only, not in parts. So you can define anything. And you can even say that from this brinjal, you will be able to make only sambar, nothing else. I mean, you can put any restriction in that, but this is a way how you do it. Something is a common. People always asking for, give me an unrestricted, I mean something like, give me an open license, no restrictions, I will take this license, I do it. So negotiation goes on for a different type of licensing. We are not going to deal with that probably when you're doing the transfer, those things, but the possibility I'm telling you. It can be legal, can be assigned, exclusive, non-exclusive assignment. So these things, we'll deal it later. So this is how it goes on. So I must tell you about this gentleman. A great gentleman is Mr. Hunt. He's a mechanic. A poor guy, he borrowed $15 from a friend. He decided to, today, but he's a good inventor. So what he did it, he made, he brought some iron strings and he rolled it and he developed something. A piece of brass wire, he made a little work and clasped on the one end and shielded the sharp edge from the user. After, he went to the patent office, said that, I want a patent. So, we paid the money, so he got the patent in 1849. And Hunt was very happy. Now, he borrowed $15. He went to a company called W.R. Grace and he sold it for $400. He was very happy. $15 he paid back to his friend. So, went away happily with $385. Then the W.R. Grace and company made millions of profit. Can you imagine what is this? It is a safety pin. There's a big story with your safety pin. That is how, see how beautiful it is. There's an IP sitting over there. You can go and check it up. So that's how it is. So how you try to do the entrepreneurship, how you try to make this one, you will fail. Many a times when you try to do things by yourself. So even, big people, those who are in big IP companies, they fail to predict what is going to be the market for it. So similarly, see that there's something very simple. Somebody wanted to bring an emergency evacuation during fire. The Stryker came with an innovation. What he did, he fixed a small rubber belt so that the wheel can be just brought directly. The patient can be brought from the staircase by using the wheel, which is in the army. The tanks uses that kind of chain type wheel. They used it. You see, it is protected by all means. It is protected. The buckle you use it in in your car or in the aeroplane, it is patent protected. See, patent protection is not that simple. So you have to protect it from all sides. That is why you need to talk to somebody who knows about the game of IP. Don't I know, I am an expert. Many faculty come to me like this. Come and I know everything. So he will talk to me and say, he did a Google, aajkal na Google baba har jagah karta hai. So he does a Google and he read something. He comes, I know that. Yeah, I know that. I'll write myself. You know, this thing can work in other things, but not in IP. It's a legal document. If the legal document is something, you have to think what the other person will do to break this. Can you imagine this? You have to think it's not only one way. You have to think how to break your own patent. You think in that way. You play chess both sides. So then you have to block all the things so that others, it gives exclusivity. So you have to go back and understand how this patent started. I'll give you an example for it. Beautiful example. There is an island. I mean, you're allowed to go to the island by a ship. Now you have nothing else to do, so I'm saying, okay, you go run and take your own land. So you run no man property. So you go, you put 4 sticks on corners, and you take a rope and you tie it up the same way Titanic ship you must have seen, no Titanic. People run with a horse and they find a place to market. That is how America was made. So they take it. Now you start digging it, and you made a mud and made bricks, and you built your house now. Now this house is yours, right? Now after some time, 100 houses came. There is no other place in that island. Now this is your property. So what you have done? You have taken a place, you worked on it. You worked on your work done on you on that mud, some common mud. That gives you exclusivity for that place where you can put a lock and say, this is mine, others are not allowed. That is called intellectual property, right? That is called intellectual property. That is property. But here, what we talk about is a function which is having a capability to sell. That is going to be a property, that is intangible property, right? So this is what an idea become a property. It goes, several aspects are attached to it, and it goes how to kill a IP. This is what we see all the time in our institute. Like, main thing is that they publish it. They send an abstract of it. Because you are under a lot of pressure, you go for publishing, you go for sending it an abstract, you go and read in a conference, you even disclose to your friends. Anything will kill your IP. So IP has to be discussed before. Mostly people, I mean, nowadays I'm seeing much more of carefulness in everybody. They are very careful in just preventing it, but it's happening. Another one is doing a proper prior art search. See, this is not your cup of tea. And don't try to become, that I can do everything. I went to the Google, I searched for it. There are paid sites for the search. And people want you to use it. You come with an innovation, you go for market, you start selling. Till then the other person will be sitting quietly. Same like copyrights. Okay? Suddenly I came to know this fellow is selling, he will come. Look, I have a patent before you. Now you have to pay all the things to me. So you lose everything. So prior art search is very important to do. Here I want to say something. Often people say, oh, my neighbor is a neighbor is a lawyer, and her known to friend is a patent attorney, so I want that attorney to file the patent. It's not that way, okay? The patent attorney can pull you into a domain where is a nowhere written. I mean, recently a case has happened. It's something like a patent attorney has extracted more than 40,000 rupees for not even filed, for drafting alone. Because somebody known to it, and he said he was constantly extracting money from them, but finally she came to know, and that's not the way it has to be filed, and it is filed, and it is not going to cost that much. She was in a shock. So attorneys don't think that attorney knows everything. The attorney is not a lawyer, unless otherwise it goes for prosecution. Prosecution is something different, we are not going to discuss here. Once if the dispute happens, then only a lawyer comes in. Else, patent attorney is something, he is having he has to qualify an examination to become a patent attorney. then in his office, he has scientists of whom? He has scientists who has a training in IPR, who is in biotechnology, who knows about biotechnology, who knows about medicine, who knows about engineering, he knows about industrial application, he knows about all the technical terminologies. If he doesn't know the technical terminology, you give the IP to them, he will draft it, but you won't be getting the what you want. It's for name's sake, any IP attorney will say, oh, it can be patented. Many times it has happened to me. सर आप तो बोला है कि ये तो पेटेंट नहीं हो सकता, मैंने तो पता किया था कि ये तो हो जाएगा, हमारा जो अटॉर्नी बोल रहे हैं. So they will start questioning my caliber. They ask that ये तो हो सकता है, ये तो हो सकता है, लेकिन इसमें कुछ दम नहीं है, because it is not complying the parameters for which its non-obviousness is not proved. It doesn't have industrial application. Suppose many people come to me. These are all common problems. Sir, I have a PCR sequence. I have a PCR kit. I made a primer. I want to patent it. Well, if you wanted to patent a primer, right? Primer is something that we are going to, in the primer, if I am going to patent, is possible. I am going to have the nucleoside sequences, I am going to patent it, is possible. Now you tell me where you are going to sell it. Who is going to buy for you? Nobody is going to buy for you. So it doesn't have an industrial application. You cannot sell it in masses. That innovation is waste. Therefore I say, no, I don't want to patent it. We cannot go for IP. Then they get angry on me. That, sir, why did you say no? So immediately they will go to the another person, last that ye to Well Pandyan is telling, sir, ye nahi ho paega, lekin sir, ye to ho sakta hai, I spoke to the attorney. So they will go and complain against you. But this is the reality about how am I going to sell it after I make it. It should have an industrial application, it should be able to reproduce it in industry, right? Otherwise that innovation is of no use. It should have the reality. So actually what has been discussed in ICMR gives support for validation of it. That is something very unique. That is what we require at times. Sometimes we cannot do all those things. You can have your friend to get the 3D printing done. You can ask your junior, your brother, your younger brother to ask, or your brother-in-law to make that kit for you. Everything is possible, but when it comes to business, it has to qualify all the standards. You cannot just go and sell it in the Thursday market, right? So there are several parameters need to be checked in before you are going into it. And obviousness, you see that if you make a mop, that is another type of mop, it is going to clean the floor. But you see non-obviousness, there is something that you just press it, it makes a revolution by your own energy, and it is a beautiful science is there in that. So that's how that obviousness can be explained by this, which is easy for the person who is knowing the art of it, and where it is not obvious for somebody. I have been sweeping the floor for all the time, but I never thought that this is possible, right? So this is called a non-obviousness. Industrial scalability in application, I already told you. Third one is, it should be cheaper than the existing technology. If I make a technology but this is still a comparable debatable, because iPhone is very expensive, is selling similar to that of Android, which is cheaper, does the same job. And don't ask me why. You love to buy a shirt for Peter England shirt or a branded shirt in South Extension shop for 5,500 rupees, or the same shirt you can buy in 350 rupees in Sarojini market, other market, but still you say that, sir, that is a poor quality. Now I ask you, who is going to pay for the building? What is he hiring over there? He is paying 25 lakhs as the rent for that building, and if you divide that by 25 working days, one day he has to earn 1 lakh along with other salary and other things like that, profit. They have to at least 3 lakhs he has to earn. From where he is going to earn? By escalating 350 rupees to 3,000 rupees, he is going to earn from you. You have to understand the dynamics of economy. How things are happening. Don't get just carried away that the most expensive thing is having good quality if it is not. Yesterday evening I was discussing with some of them about the quality of alcohol. Okay, so there's again, we did a study about it. This is something which is different, I'll discuss later. But what we found is that there is nothing about the one which is expensive is having a good quality. There's no guarantee for it. Unless otherwise, it is qualified. That is why drugs comes under a regulation. The paracetamol of what you are giving here from one company and the paracetamol you are buying from other company will be having an equivalency because it is following the set parameters. Such a type of thing is not existing in any other form, therefore it is not guaranteed. Understood? So if you say somebody is telling that this product, which is something which is made up of something eatable, which is not getting spoiled over the period of 30 days, even if you keep outside, what does it mean? It is not worth even for the microbe to eat it. Right? That means you are going to eat something which is not worth for the microbe to eat it because microbe will die. You add 5 grams of sodium benzoate into that and you can make a tomato sauce to stable for 2 months. Right? Understand the dynamics in that. Then you understand what is around. So that is something very interesting. So always what we try to do is we don't go with one. If you ask somebody who knows about IP, he protects the complete innovation by different forms. Even sometimes, the IP is like copyright, which protects beyond 20 years life of other patents. That is something that when you get into the market, several things play with that and it works for a long time than that of, simple all out. You go to this company, it's a beautiful innovation. This liquidator, see that the patent of liquidator? Every part is under IP. The shape is also under IP. If you buy a Clinic Plus shampoo, Head and Shoulder shampoo, every part in Head and Shoulder shampoo bottle is patent. You can't even reproduce it. And the type of the dispensing system is again another patent. The design of label is under patent. It is having fingerless projection is patent. It is having a shape of a woman is a patent. Everything is designed in that way. So you cannot just have a duplicate. When it comes to court, the person who made a duplicate will have to pay heavy damages. And the damages are such that once if you pay, you have to sell all his property to cover that. So that's how it goes on. So you see some innovations are something like that. You make innovation, right? For example, you see, about Nokia 1010, the old phones, right? You remember the old phones, excellent phones. And those phones, okay, I thought that when it is dead, when the touchpad came, we thought it is over. But you will not believe Nokia has patented one important thing, that is a touch screen technology. Now every iPhone you buy, the huge settlement has happened in US court, $1 billion from Apple. Nokia owned the IP. Nokia is having IP, and iPhone used it. And the battle went to the court and entered into $1 billion. Now with an agreement, every new phone sold, $20 will go to Nokia's account. So now you understand why your phone is expensive? So you see that. Everything is embedded, you will never come to know. So two companies are fighting so much in the market. You go to their office, they know that what type of interaction they have with another company to making it possible. See, we also do that. We look forward for such a type of interaction. So that's how it is. So WhatsApp. All of us are using WhatsApp, right? I'm thinking of making a small group for innovation team, whomever has attended today, to make a small group. At least, we'll be able to communicate all of you. To some of you have a common problem, I thought about it. See, now you see that a company who is giving such a service, which is a killer of telephones, the lined telephone. You remember when you used ISD calls those days, BP used to increase equally along with the bill. Okay, when he says keep seeing, it will be keep on the end. The reading is changing. Okay. I'll talk to you later. You remember? So today WhatsApp, you can talk for hours. People are talking hours together, across Pacific Ocean or Atlantic Ocean. It is because of the technology of WhatsApp. Now you tell me, why is it available free? How WhatsApp earns out of it? Very interesting, right? This is what the important thing is about. Today, it is having 2.8 billion users. 2.8 billion users. And see the stock value of, actually, there's been Mark Zuckerberg purchased it from another company. Earlier, it was charging. When Zuckerberg bought it, he said, no, I'm going to make it free. I will start charging after we reach 1 billion users. 1 billion, 2 billion, 2.8 billion users, one of the largest network. Now his share has gone so high, but he doesn't earn that much amount of money. Those days when the share was going up. So somebody is doing a beautiful trade by holding a technology But it is a software. Software is not classically coming under any of the utilitarian patent or any other patent. It is coming under copyright. So Zuckerberg will have, if he has, I don't know whether he got married or not, if he has a kid, his grandkids will be having the benefit of it. And see, the market value is because of the size of the innovation. It's not that money it is going to directly generate. Sometimes we do have a property like this. My colleagues here from AIIMS, they come and ask me, sir, I have a small innovation, and this, I asked this is very important, listen all of you. I asked my nephew, I may ask my brother-in-law, he is working in a company, he's a software guy, he made this software and he gave it to me. Sir, I want to file IP. Now tell me what to do. Brother-in-law is not belong to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He is, for his sister, he has done that. Now what to do? How to file an IP at AIIMS? So yeah, that's a problem. What you do is, you made a software, but that's fine, but we have to make it officially. Then you see one thing, ask him to give this, to make it from a company point of view, then we can have a CRA with a company, then we make it. Otherwise, individuals, how directly he is associated, on what basis he is associated. So something that, you cannot do a little, my friend, my wife, my brother-in-law, you do things and you come and ask that, I want to file a patent. The most interesting thing is I got a grant from ICMR. I got a grant from DST. This is what popularly happened. DST. What I did is, I called a maker who makes the app, and in a Google Play Store, I made an app, and I got the app. Sir, app has been running in the Play Store. I'm very happy. I made a small questionnaire. Now doing that questionnaire, one will be able to understand whether he's having these problems or not. Now that's fine. But now, sir, I want to have a patent. Now you see that, which company, the moment you engage a company, have you paid him or not? He said that, no, sir, the company said, no, sir, the company said, sir, Dr. Saab, मुझे ज़रूरत नहीं है पैसा, मैं आपके लिए free में बनाता हूँ, मैं तो बहुत बना रहा हूँ, मैं आपके लिए free में बना रहा हूँ. There is a problem. Now, you don't have a contract with him. Business is a contract. When you're trying to sell something to somebody, you are getting a bill. You are calling somebody for your service. You are paying for it. When you are paying for your service, that property belongs to you now, when you buy services, right? So when you are buying services, you are not bound to give. Okay, so you say that you have to make, in the beginning itself, you have to make it clear, I'm going to pay for it from my project, and this IP belongs to me. Understood? So because you are the owner, you is going to pay money for development of it, you paid money, and already we created, the creator will get this copyright. You will not get it. Although you are the one who give money for it, right? So you have to make the contract very clear in the beginning, this has been made. So you need to talk to your IP office, how do I enable it? Otherwise what will happen, he will put it, he will claim it, he will has already done it. No, sir, he says copyright is his. Now you come to a dispute. Okay, the disputes are not that simple. So now I am making, no sir, मेरे को कोई interest नहीं है, इसमें कोई पैसा नहीं आएगा, कोई interest नहीं है, but I don't want to do it, sir, I want to just leave it. You cannot leave any IP in that way with your name or institute name, institute logo. You should not use this for a business purposes. So you have to be careful that not to go with that. Sometimes things like this are very hidden. What he look forward for is the idea to capture a new area. So you need to engage them before you go inside in that. There are so many innovations. I just show you something which is very significant, okay? Something which has happened, very interesting. Okay. All of you know about this toy. Sound one. A big institute now. This paper came in Nature. You know this? Right? Perpetually revolving. See how beautiful, you know this? A linear motion has been converted to a circular motion in this case. Which is amazing. So what had happened to that? Just watch. It's a very interesting thing. I must show you this one.
Scientists have used paper and string to make a centrifuge that could be used for medical tests in remote locations. The centrifuge is an important part of science labs across the world. In healthcare, you need one to separate blood into different parts for further testing. But centrifuges are traditionally bulky and expensive and need to be plugged in. In the quest for an affordable, electricity-free centrifuge, scientists have previously made use of a salad spinner, but this design is relatively slow. Now, scientists at Stanford have been inspired by a simple children's toy that can be made out of a button or a disc of paper. They studied the mechanics of the toy to work out how to achieve the fastest possible spin. The final design can spin at 125,000 revolutions per minute, which is over 2,000 spins a second. Just 90 seconds of spinning is enough to separate a blood sample into red and white blood cells, platelets, and plasma. A longer spin separates out the part of the blood needed for malaria testing. Named the Paperfuge, this device costs just 20 cents to make, out of paper, fishing wire, and wood. Or you can 3D print plastic versions in bulk. Field testing in Madagascar showed just how easy it is to use the device, which means that even remote areas with no money or electricity could soon be using the Paperfuge to perform basic but vital medical tests.
That okay, this came in Nature. Okay, this is a beautiful innovation from somebody, the guy who went there and he made it. Similarly, this I'm telling you only about the part which is good about it. See, in case those who violate it, my God, it's such a huge amount of money they have to pay, and sometimes this value makes companies to valuate themselves so high. When you remember, some of you must be, I think those who are of somebody who know about the transition of Ranbaxy to Daiichi, know about the story that how much the Ranbaxy has been sold for that much amount of because of their patents. So this is one thing which we know which has happened during our time. So this is already discussed with you. In the interest of time, let me just try to cool down. So I just go quickly into a few things. There are a lot of things I don't want to say about the plagiarism and other things. I think time is up, right? I'm overshooting, sorry. I'm just bypassing all. I'm coming to the last one. See, this is something very important. This is what I want to say. I want to tell our Dr. Unnat Patel also about this space. Suddenly you will get an email, okay? I'm just fishing it out. So what happened is that the patent is available for sale already, okay? So something that this kind of thing you will get it suddenly. That means you see that there is a guy who is selling the patent. He's ready, see that, reduced cost. If you want to have an IP, what is the IP about it? That is this is the Indian patent, design patent. AI-enabled apparatus for docking computer-aided drug design is something that somebody made it. First inventor already booked, बेच चुका है. So the fourth inventor is 3,000 rupees. Fifth inventor is for 2,500. And the last inventors are already booked. Okay? So this is all coming up in the internet. Somebody will contact you. Do not get involved in all this kind of tool. Remember, retraction watch is so dangerous. Later, do not face. We don't have to achieve something great on the day one. But whatever so far we have earned, not to lose it. That's the main important thing. I have so much to discuss about it. Since I don't know, there are many speakers, I'm just skipping off. Similarly, for getting the authorship. So, there are many questions we have. I just go one by one, okay, just to quickly finish it off. These are all the questions. Many of you had this question. Can I file an IP for a web app generated or questionnaire made? I answered this while I was talking. Authorship. See, this is the question. how you identify yourself. Are you a scientist, or an innovator, or an entrepreneur, or an investor, or a startup? This is a question. See, there is a difference between AIIMS, our medical institutions, and IITs. IITs don't have to see patients. IITs need not to have any other responsibility. Their work is to achieve their goal. But for us, our duty is also there. So even if there is a scientist, I already told you, innovators are born. Today morning you will get an idea. Tomorrow morning you will get another idea. And don't worry that my idea is taken away by somebody. Don't have this. After 1 month, you will have another idea. After 2 months, you will have another idea. You have so much of ideas, even you cannot comprehend it. That is how I always feel innovators are. Okay? And where you identify. I say that, sir, I want to make a startup. I want to make money. Excuse me. You need an investor. You need, that is a business is a 24/7 work. So the best thing for many people is get along with the company right from the beginning and go with the royalty. Let that fellow develop it and that fellow go with everything. Take a partnership with anybody and bring the product. So you walk away with a decent royalty. That is good. That is enough. And don't get into the into entrepreneurship. I'm going to start a company. If you start a company, you will lose your sleep. But if your attitude is this, resign this job and go and start a company. Okay? So this is how I see it. If I start a company, I'm running my clinic, I'm running my office, I want to be a government employee, all things will not go inside, the stress level will increase, you will definitely get health problems later. So you cannot go all the things together. Next is, I need IP for promotion. Can I buy? I showed you. Don't do that. You miss my idea, discuss with my friend, he has taken it and filed a patent. This happens. Lack of CRA, already discussed. And my brother-in-law is a software guy, already I discussed about this. The innovation was generated from ongoing product, but it's not an objective. Yes, there is a discussion here. I'm not going to do it. Discuss with me during lunch hour. And innovation which is nothing to do with my job profile, right, is what is, which is nothing to do with my job profile. Can I file an IP? I'm an artist. I made something. But I'm a professor working at AIIMS. That artistic character is not expected from me. If I'm making it, it is my own. Mera ghar ka hai. I need not to ask AIIMS to get a permission for it. Medical centric issues, I mean, this one I discussed a little later. There are other things, but commonly we have these things. Next, one thing all of you asked it about the policies. How to make a policy, how to go ahead with that. I think if I get a time, again I will discuss with you, okay? This one. So innovation is highly unlimited. You can have a multiple type of innovations. Okay, so you can see the guy, he found a way to, to avoid the headphones. So he does like that, and there's a guy, see this is beautiful, no? To take both the kids together, and this is, the dogs are so many. How to make a dog you have use of. These are called frugal innovations. And you see, this is often, you miss your bike, you see in a village. This is what they will do out of it. Wow, that's a beautiful idea. It's hot summer, I am going to chill it up. Okay, so now this is the greatest idea of among all. Mandir ke samne ye milega aapko. Okay, this is of course, somebody so eccentric. Well, this is something, it's too hot, so it's too cold, so I want to have a hot water bath. So we solve this problem. This you can see a lot in the DIY projects. The heights of all is, okay, this is also very interesting. This innovation is great. I hope you remember those days we used to have water coolers, right? So 2 rooms has to be handled. So this is all, in Indonesia you see all these kind of things. Well, this we can't hold of many people like this in AIIMS exam, entrance exams. Okay, this is a beautiful thing. How to handle mother and wife together. Okay, so thank you very much. I think we'll discuss rest of the things while during the lunch hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking insights. I would like to call Dr. Suchita to present the memento to Dr. Vel Pandian.
Thank you, sir.
I know that all of you are having a lot of questions to ask.
We now move to a very exciting session, experience sharing by AIIMS innovators and startups. First, we will hear insights from Dr. Sudeep Datta, Professor and Head, Department of Laboratory Medicine, AIIMS, New Delhi. He is the member IFCC Task Force on Ethics, Chairman, Medical Laboratory Instruments Sectional Committee, MHT 10 at Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS. He has published more than 60 research articles in national and international journals and has been honored with various prestigious awards. We'll also hear insights from Mr. Ankit Chaudhary, co-founder and chief operating officer of Primary Health Tech Private Limited, a leading medtech startup incubated at IIT Guwahati, developing next-generation healthcare technologies under the brand MobiLab. MobiLab envisions making diagnostics, healthcare technologies under the brand decentralized, digitally connected and accessible to all. MobiLab is supported by ICMR, IIT Guwahati and AIIMS New Delhi. I would like to invite them for the talk.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, first of all, thanks to the organizers for bringing all of us together and giving us this opportunity to share our experience regarding one particular case where the collaborations between the developer, the ICMR, the funding agencies, and also the validation tools that we have applied through AIIMS to make equipment robust, clear the regulatory clearances that are required for marketing, and finally to deliver a product for the Indian requirements. So today we'll share, and I am happy that along with me Mr. Ankit is here. He is also he is from MobiLab company. So Ankit, first of all, you just introduced your company and also your product.
Hello everyone, good afternoon to all. Respected dignitaries and the members who have joined us to hear our story basically about MobiLab and the innovation we did together with AIIMS, New Delhi, ICMR, IIT Guwahati. I would like to dive into our story. It began with a question, and this entire device is developed under the ICMR DHR Center of Excellence at IIT Guwahati. Under the leadership of Professor Dipankar Bandyopadhyay, validated at AIIMS New Delhi with Professor Kapil Sikka and Professor Sudeep Datta. Moving on, we wanted to address one important question where I would like to take you to one of an anecdote we might have all faced and we might have all seen, which is very common to us. An individual living in a tier 3 city or a village or a tier 2 village even faces an issue. He goes in a regular day, he feels some pain in his, he feels some pain in his abdomen, or maybe he is a bit feverish. He goes to a nearby public primary healthcare facility where the doctor recommends him some tests. That these are the tests which you need to get it done to find out what is the disease you have. He comes back home and thinks, I am a daily wager, so if I leave for the city today, 30-40 kilometers away, I will lose my day's earning. And what I'll eat for the day then? So he leaves it. He says, no worries, let me do it a day after. This one day becomes 1 week, it becomes 1 month, and it becomes 6 months, and we listen that somebody got liver cirrhosis and he is no more. So this is a very common story. We basically listen among our neighbors, our relations, and even in our families, that somebody is facing such chronic diseases, sudden heart attacks, kidney failures. All these are very chronic and common diseases. The thing that I want to highlight is we have a very excellent system of primary healthcare facilities and network all over India. It's spread across the country. But the basic facilities to test, which are commonly given by the doctors sitting in those PHCs, are yet to reach those places. Till now, people has to leave their place, leave their livelihood to get a test done, which is generally not, which does not happen at all. Even in the tier 2 cities, what we see, it is generally slow. The process is slow, the access is limited, and it's expensive. So what we do, we found out that there is a necessity, there is a requirement of a device, a system, which is portable, which is compact for diagnostics, easy to operate, robust and durable, that can be put in any such low resource areas, and ensure high quality and accuracy. So here is our innovation, MobiLab, which we call, because you can carry the lab in a suitcase and place it anywhere and conduct all the body parameters, full body checkups. You can do it with this particular device, which sits on a suitcase basically. While doing the innovation with these questions, at IIT we came up with this question. We try to understand how this detection takes place, how this reaction goes on, and what happens behind this detection phase. So we understood the chemistry, we took out a spectrophotometer, this huge big machine which is generally available in a lab. We broken it down, which in our lab we call it as destructive progression. We broke it down, we found out that these are something which is available. Let us make it in a compact and a very simple form. Let us make it robust that anybody can operate. We came up with this innovation and also with a question which was asked and also direction given to us by Dr. V.K. Paul and Dr. Rajiv Bahel sir. Can we integrate all the tests in a small device, all the non-communicable disease parameters in a small device? And with that direction, we started our journey, and this was our first device which we innovated. A small device which sits at your palm as a single slot portable device which can do 5 critical parameters. It had a centralized quality control procedure, small form factor, and which can be easily deployed. ICMR guided us in this technology development and asked us, let us do a comprehensive validation of this particular device. And there we are with Professor Sudeep Datta for the validation of this particular technology. These are the validation results which sir will discuss.
So while doing the initial validation for the MobiLab Uni, we found out we had started the validation for only 5 parameters, and we found that most of the 3 had very good acceptable bias. However, 2 had some differences, deviations in terms of our expectations, for creatinine and bilirubin. And majority of the parameters had acceptable analytical accuracy, but these 2 had higher deviations, and there was inter-device consistency. This is another important thing we need to talk about validations and especially point of care at the point of care setting. So the precision analysis was done and linearity analysis was done, and with these things we had the device's ability to accurately measure across different concentrations was validated. What we came out with was some important recommendations based on our validation study. I am not going to the validation of MobiLab Uni in detail. We'll talk about it after this when we talk about MobiLab Duo. So we found that this had some internet dependency. This equipment, which is supposed to be used at a rural outreach center, has
has a requirement of continuous internet dependency, which I thought was one of the impediments of use. And as per our recommendations, they developed their next product without a requirement of continuous internet dependency. It's all IoT enabled. The beauty of this technology, beauty of this machine is that it is a portable device. You just saw it, it's in a suitcase. It's battery operated. So it can operate in rural settings without a continuous electricity dependency. And also it is IoT enabled so that you can monitor and transfer the data to a remote place, monitor the quality controls, whatever is going. But initially the MobiLab Uni required a continuous internet for this particular purpose, which rather we recommended to be removed from the next gen. And so these this was one. The other thing was the MobiLab Uni had a problem of remote observation of remote monitoring of QC. It did not allow the local users to look into the quality control practices and calibration practices. The users did not have the liberty of doing those things, exercising those things at the point of care setting. So it limited the use of this particular device at the intended use setting, and based on this we asked them to strengthen the local calibration, the QC management, and offline operational capabilities to enhance the reliability and usability across diverse field conditions. And with this, with these recommendations, they now came up with the improved version after our preliminary validation, the MobiLab Duo.
We took all the recommendations. We again went back to our development board, and we released our next innovation, which is MobiLab Duo. It had 2 slots so that 2 samples can be done simultaneously, which will reduce the further timing. We implemented the QC and calibration method, made the device offline, introduced robust calibration methods. The remote monitoring was already there in the system. From 5 parameters, we went into developing 14 parameters which can be processed. And again, the device is a portable, battery operated system, so which can be carried in any place, and you can conduct the test in anywhere required. It is one of the first of its kind device with such a multi-parameter that can be conducted in it, where you can do the entire full body checkup, and it has the HB1C test integrated in it. Further to this, I would like sir to describe the validation studies.
So again, going back, so once this was developed, it required further validation so that to find out whether the things were appropriate or not. So now I just delve a bit deeper how to do a validation study. When you do a validation study, we first of all try to define an intended use. That is very important to define because all equipment are not meant for all purposes. Here you see this is almost like a semi-automated analyzer. All we have used semi-automated analyzers at and it's a very compact device. The beauty of the device I've already told, it's very compact. It can be deployed rurally. It can be taken anywhere. It is battery operated. It's IoT enabled. But you cannot compare the accuracy precision of this kind of a device with a fully automated analyzer, which may be costing 50 times the cost that it incurs. So the intended use is a very important thing to define at the outset. What you are proposing your device to do. And then it will help you to divide the test instruments, the calibration and control processes, the clinical samples that you will be using, and the reference instruments against which you are going to validate. And all these things have to be done with the ethical standards applicable. Very important to understand. We must ensure that ethical compliance while going through this process, otherwise all the things will not be acceptable for the regulatory bodies. So validation parameters that we generally look into, you all know about accuracy and precision. For quantitative, these are all quantitative parameters. So you can imagine creatinine will be a quantitative variable. It's not a yes-no thing. It's not a qualitative device. It's a quantitative device. So accuracy, precision, linearity, and linearity will help us to define the measurement range. Then we also have to look over for carryover and also interferences sometimes if we are using the reagents which are not yet approved for IVD. So in our case, our accuracy study for this, we referred to the CLSI guidelines and tried to adapt these guidelines according to our local requirement. So sometimes these requirements are very extensive and mostly devised for fully automated analyzers. So this might not always hold true. So we tried to adapt, but without compromising with the quality requirements. So accuracy study, correlation study, precision studies, all these things, linearity studies, all were done. Samples collected, processed, and analyzed in our state-of-the-art smart lab against the gold standard automated analyzers. So whatever reference equipment we have chosen is a gold standard. We are comparing a semi-automated analyzer with a gold standard fully automated analyzer. So if you now go into the results, if you look into accuracy, the first thing that we see is a bias. So we had the tests done in triplicate. So triplicate means that each and every test was done on 3 different equipments. So to just look into inter-equipment variability. So where we see that some of the parameters out of these 14 were not as per expectations. So it was beyond a bit higher in the bias percentages were a bit higher than what we expected for a very good machine. So less than 15% is quite acceptable as per semi-automated analysis. But when we see, this is a representative data. I have not shown data for all parameters. So if you go back, you can see creatinine had a higher percentage bias. But when we split the data and looked into the precision analysis, using as Dr. Vinod Paul sir was also trying to tell in the morning, that we have to use the entire measurable range so that we can find out the variability in different segments of the. So we found that creatinine, the very low results, where the results were less than 0.5 milligram per DL, had a higher imprecision compared to all the others, where the low sample, that is almost like 0.8, and the high sample, which is like 1.2, and a very high sample like almost 0.3. So all these things were falling into place. However, the very low data, very low samples did not have a very high precision. But see the intended use of this device. The intended use of this device is not to precisely define a person who has 0.6 or 0.5 milligrams of creatinine. 0.6 or 0.5, we do not want to differentiate precisely. What we want to differentiate is 1 and 1.2. We want to catch people who are having early manifestations of CKD, chronic kidney disease, or even some in case of acute kidney injury. So this is what we tried to look into. So one of the major or most common usage of looking into agreement analysis is the Bland-Altman plot. The Bland-Altman plot, it gives you the difference between the Mobilab versus the gold standard analyzer in the y-axis, and the differences are plotted against the different levels of the data that we are seeing. This is for creatinine and this is for total protein. 2 different types of Bland-Altman plots I have shown here, because in protein you did not see this bias imprecision at a higher level. So if you just note, I'll go through this graph. This graph tells you this is the 0 point where there is no difference between the analyzers. This is the mean of the difference which we can find out between the 2 equipment. Now what the Bland-Altman plot normally gives is the mean difference, which is spread across values from 0 to 2.5. However, if we split the data and use a passing Bablock regression or even a Deming regression on this, you will find that this is not a fixed bias, this is actually a proportional bias. This pink line represents a proportional bias. So this shows that our idea that if the values are very low, less than 0.5, then there are outliers. However, when most of the things will fall within these lines of agreement, these are the two SD lines drawn across from the mean, and this will fall within the range if we see that this is from above 0.5. So this is another important thing. When you do a validation study, you must look into the details of it. It's not only the percentage bias that we have to see. And then after that, we did the linearity studies. The linearity showed was very good for all parameters. And finally, we could conclude that this device had a good accuracy and it was having acceptable precision as per the intended use. The intended use of this particular device is not to compete with a fully automated analyzer. It is to be placed in a rural setting, in an outreach setting where a person does not like to come over to the lab and may waste the opportunity for getting screened. So there it will suffice. It has also excellent linearity and has inter-device consistency maintained across the equipment. So finally, it is suitable for metabolic screening in rural and resource limited settings.
With this innovation, we have filed total 12 patents with the support of ICMR and MDMS, out of which 5 are granted and 7 has been filed. We have total 10 design registrations, 5 granted and 5 filed. We have also deployed the device across various platforms. Most recently, we had the opportunity to deploy the device at one of the flagship programs of Prime Minister of India, Swasth Nari Sasakt Parivar, where we have done quite a lot of number of tests with our device. We are also doing the feasibility study of the device at with Ballabgarh Community Center of AIIMS. We have done more than 2 lakh tests. We have done 30% early detection with the device, and we have done already 150 plus, 100 plus deployments across the states of India. We are supported numerously by ICMR, AIIMS New Delhi, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Electronics, IIT Guwahati, and we have received certifications. We have the license to manufacture the device from CDSCO. We have the ISO 13485 certification, IEC, and all the necessary certifications to sell the device within the country under the regulation and compliances. These are some of our valued clients. And thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to present our idea and case with Sudeep sir, please.
And the idea of showing our experience or sharing our experience is that this collaborative effort, the product was developed from an IIT. It was transferred to a startup, and he is actually an IIT alumnus, and they built this startup. And with the collaboration of AIIMS, it has improved. So that is the pathway and the hand-holding that ICMR is going to provide for all the startups who are coming to this. Thank you all.
Friends, the mandate of this session is to demonstrate that this is already happening. It's not just a dream. The dreams are getting implemented at places like AIIMS. So you please take this message that government, engineering institute collaboration, medical institute collaboration, and innovator can really bring that change. And this is also getting built step by step, but at least we are at this stage, and now we are seeing how we can take it to market access, that government market access, how we can explore that for the company. Then only the real impact will happen. It should ultimately reach to people at large, is what we are trying to see. Thank you. Next example is also a similar one. And from there also we have a very interesting message to say that it does not matter whether it came from ICMR support, DBT support. We don't care about these now. We are now working on whole of government approach to see how we can support innovators, because the next innovation came from DBT support. But where ICMR had to support, we came into picture and requested them that here we can help. So that the innovation can go to the next level. Thank you.
I would like to call Suchita ma'am to present mementos to Mr. Ankit Chaudhary and Dr. Sudeep Tata. Also, I would like to call Dr. Suchita to present the memento. Moving on, next we welcome Dr. Shivani Gupta, co-founder Inochi Care Private Limited. Shivani Gupta is a biotechnologist by training and socio-tech entrepreneur by profession. She sees deep tech solutions as the cross-cutting enabler to addressing many of the healthcare challenges faced around the globe. She has received national and international recognition for her innovative work. Also, I would like to invite Dr. Sushma Sagar, Professor, AIIMS, New Delhi. She is currently the professor and faculty in charge, Division of Trauma Surgery and Critical Care at JPN Apex Trauma Center Level 1, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIIMS. As trauma reconstructive surgeon, handling more than 2,000 surgeries in a year with a rehabilitation program goal directed to amputees across all globes, more than 200 index publications and many prestigious awards.
Thank you so much, and will not take much time because the lunch is waiting and you all must be very hypoxic and hypoglycemic. First of all, thank you to Dr. Suchita and the AIIMS Research Department, Dr. Velpandian and his team for giving us this opportunity to present our work. And ours is a very interesting work, but before I tell upon this journey, I want to tell you that this journey started in 2016 and this is now 2025. So what you all require for all this is not only collaboration and hand-holding, but patience, passion, perseverance, and then only patent will come. So this is very important, and it has to start from very, very beginning. Your collaborator, your scientist, your inventor should be with you all the time, and you should be accessible to that inventor to solve the queries at all point of time. And I must say, like, it's very interesting that Suchita ji has given us this work, because most of the people think that the innovation can only happen with physicians who have some time, or with people who are in the labs, they can do inventions. But surgeons, and that too trauma surgeons, also can be involved. So if we who are so busy, who see almost, I would say, the footfall of our trauma center is almost 200 patients per 24 hours. So if we can be involved into this, you all can get involved. So be encouraged, and once you go from this place after attending this 2-day session, you all must get involved into, see, you need to stretch yourself. You need to, it's not 9 to 5 type of a thing wherein you can do this. You need to stretch yourself, and you need to have the passion that, yes, after attending this 2-day workshop, I'll go and do invent something. So to begin with, this is basically the roadmap which we have crossed. We come to the basic question. So it all started, Shivani, who's my innovator, is standing with me. She's a technical person and she did her graduation from BITS Pilani. She was a student of Stanford India Biodesign initially, and now School of International Biodesign, which is at AIIMS and which enrolls fellows of engineering background and medical background at AIIMS. And then they are sent to various departments. So she got a chance to get immersed to trauma center and in trauma surgery department. When she came to my department, she saw that there are a lot of needs. People had various type of chest injuries, abdominal injuries, foot injuries, and what she realized was that maximum burden which our residents and our nurses were facing was wound management. You know, each resident and nurses were busy with dressing of the patients and dressing. पेशेंट के दिमाग में भी ड्रेसिंग, डॉक्टर के दिमाग में भी ड्रेसिंग. मेरी पट्टी नहीं बदली, 2 बार बदली, कल नहीं बदली, संडे को नहीं बदली, शनिवार को नहीं बदली. You know, all the time this question would come up on the rounds. And for the resident, सुबह पट्टी क्यों नहीं करी, शाम को क्यों करी, 11 बजे क्यों करी, 3 बजे क्यों करी, OT से आने के बाद क्यों नहीं करी. So resident who's worked up with so many things, it became very difficult for him to do two times dressing or 3 times dressings, especially for large soaking wounds. So from there, the need arose, and they saw this need, and they studied the data. They could dig out the data from various literature search that yes, wound and the discharge which is coming out of that wound require some kind of management. It is not that this was not existing in the globally. There were wound care devices which were taking care of that, but they all need to be imported, and they were costing a lot. Each negative pressure wound therapy would cost almost 30 to 35,000 to the patient, a single dressing. Although that dressing lasts for 4-5 days, but imagine any patient affording a 30-35,000 dressing. In change of that, everybody would expect कि resident 4 बार पट्टियाँ बदल दे, जब भी soakage हो जाए. But you can see that how much burden it is causing to any resource rich or resource poor hospital. And here I am not talking about the financial burden it is causing to those hospitals. So if you read this data is very, very, I would say, alarming, that India is becoming a capital of diabetes, and diabetes always end up with any kind of, wounds, diabetic ulcers, diabetic, amputations. So all these burdens were being studied. And then Shivani and her team member Sutirth was there in the beginning. They all thought of working on this wound care negative pressure device, and now I call upon Shivani that how she started all that.
So as ma'am explained, now we knew that okay, we want to solve this problem of wound care and wound management, but as a when we form a startup, we have to say we are solving a clinical problem, but how do we sustain as a startup also? So we had to evaluate on the basis of product, how this product would sustain in the market, clinically, regulatory wise, as well as market wise. So this was, after all the iteration, this was our final product, where we had an electronic medical device along with custom dressing kits, which could help in managing the discharge, as well as also providing topical oxygen supply to the wound. One, which ma'am already explained, that it could help in managing that soakage and discharge. Also, the patient need not to go into 2 kind of different therapy sessions, or removing the negative pressure and then going to hyperbaric, then coming back to negative pressure. So using this singular device, both the therapies could be given. So once this idea was conceptualized, the prototype was made. Now as a startup, what our next step is, even before we could do our clinical study formally, we had to take the permissions from CDSCO and take the regulatory approvals. That is where, as innovator, we had to understand what all kind of regulations are applicable on the device, on the consumables, on the software as a company. So that is where the ISO 13485 as well as product specific certifications were obtained. And similarly, as sir already explained in the previous session, now if we are forming a company, we want to commercialize, patenting it at the right stage was important. And that time also, Dr. Suchita in a different capacity helped us to take this innovation and make the patent happen. And now we have design as well as utility patent in India, US, and Japan. So once we had our regulatory certifications, we obtained our first test license, and with ma'am's team, we filed for first ethics approval, and then the studies were conducted, and ma'am will be sharing the experience.
So once we got confirmed that yes, their device is ready to be used, all their licenses, efficacy. See, it is very important for a clinical person, because you are a novice in this field regarding the regulatory and the other approvals. Unless your innovator or your partner, your industry partner gives you the confidence, yes, it is safe enough to be used on any patient, you should not accept the clinical validation part. So once we got confirmed, we applied for the ethical clearance, we got the ethical clearance, and when we started this as a pilot project, we started having the patients with large wound care areas. To briefly tell you that this device has a foam-based dressing. So there is a foam, there is a certified foam. That foam also has certification that the porous size should be that, it should be this much thickness. So that foam was taken, and that foam is applied on the wound, and on the top of that there is a sieve-like tubing that sieve-like tubing, and then it is applied on the wound with a lot of adhesives. So टेप से उसको पूरा सील कर दिया जाता है, जैसे कोई वुंड है उसके ऊपर फोम लगा दिया और उसके ऊपर जो है उसको पूरा सील कर दिया. बीच में there is a hole. In that hole we apply a sieve, and that sieve connects with the machine. Now this machine acts as a negative suction device. So negative suction से क्या होता है, जो भी अंदर collection होता है वो collection comes into this machine. This machine also has a container. उस container में सारा जो discharge है वो collect होता रहता है. So one thing is that, and this can remain on the patient for 4 to 5 days. So 4-5 दिन resident को कोई dressing change नहीं करनी है. पहली बात तो ये. Second thing is that patient is not getting soaked. Third thing is that it is now becoming a closed environment. So sterility can be ensured. जितनी बार आप ड्रेसिंग चेंज करेंगे, जितनी बार पेशेंट सोक होता था तो वो मैट्रेसेस पे जाता था और मैट्रेस एंड द वुंड यूज्ड टू बिकम वन यूनिट. तो chances of spreading the infections were very high. So that part is taken care of. Third thing is that this negative pressure also encourages the neogenesis, new blood vessels. The blood vessels which are not yet open because of infection, they have slept or they are not opened up, they open up because of this negative pressure. So the wound healing is improved. And third thing which she has told just now, that she realized that local oxygenation, अगर हम किसी भी तरह से वहाँ पे local oxygenation provide कर दें, so we can augment that healing. So they had attached one more device with it, that there is an oxygen pipe which is also attached to it. So we were not only sucking the discharge from that wound, we were also alternatively providing the oxygen to the environment, and that improved in the healing of the wound. And we could see the result that this wound, which was very bad in the beginning, it became dry, became ready for the grafting, and we could apply graft on these patients. So earlier, the wound which were taking 3 weeks to 4 weeks would now become ready in less than 2 weeks, or sometimes even in 15 days, and we could discharge the patient early to their home.
So these were like after this study also follow-on studies.
Yeah, we gave it as an MCH thesis to one of the residents. She worked on it because, you know, until unless you designate particular person, आप ये सोचो कि researchers के basis पे या you can give full time to that, it is not possible. So you need to have dedicated people who can record the pictures, who can record the data, and who can do the justice. Honesty is very important, I would say. You need to be very honest with whatever trial you want to do or whatever innovation you want to do. If you feel कि थोड़ा सा करने के बाद इतना ज़्यादा मिल जाएगा, it is not possible. In fact, you need to put lot of your efforts to get a very minimal result out of that, but need to be satisfied with that. So we did an RCT, and that RCT is also under publication, has been submitted. So this device, they keep on improving. You know, with the best part with our innovator was that they were very patient listener. Whatever feedback we gave, they accepted it with, I would say, with very positive note. हमने बोला ये मशीन में ये प्रॉब्लम है, वेट थोड़ा ज़्यादा है, हैंडल लगा दो इसके अंदर, इसको ट्रॉली पे लटकाने लायक बता दो, ये ऐसे है कि टूटे ना, इसका अलार्म अच्छे से बजना चाहिए, इसकी बैटरी पावर ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए. लोग क्या करते थे, रात को बैटरी निकाल के चार्जर लगा देते थे अपने मोबाइल के. So all those things, you know, we had to ensure कि कैसे हम इसकी बैटरी लाइफ को इम्प्रूव कर सके. और कई बार तो ये होता था कि पेशेंट जा रहा है ट्रॉली पे, रास्ते में गिर गया, क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है, इनकी कॉस्ट है मशीन की. सो वी हैड टू, हमने क्या किया, उस पर पेनल्टी लगा दी. जिस पेशेंट की मशीन टूटेगी उसको जो है ना उसको पेनल्टी देनी पड़ेगी, या उस रेजिडेंट को पेनल्टी देनी पड़ेगी. So those kind of things, although we never vasooled that penalty, but then we kind of created that kind of an environment. So various changes depending upon the requirement every day were done, and then we presented our work in the AIIMS Research Day, and we are happy to say that we got first prize for this innovation at AIIMS Research Day. And yes, later on.
So now, as we say, the trials were completed. What to do next? Next was again reaching out to CTSCO with this data and with all the approvals that okay, our device is now ready, which can be made available in the market. And then followed by taking both the licenses from CTSCO for manufacturing as well as stock and selling, completing the whole portfolio for the certificate and licenses. We started working with the channel partners, distributors, and the hospitals to make this product available. And today, not only the government hospitals, but happy to share even the leading private hospitals like Sir Gangaram Hospital, AIIMS, Medanta, they are using this product and very positive feedback from them. So our innovation was not like that. We approached ma'am that our product is ready, can you clinical validate? The collaboration started even before the idea, and it's still continuing. And as ma'am said, there are lots of feedback that how we can further innovate, and we are still continuing with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Interestingly, you will be surprised that to what extent ICMR is thinking to take things to the next level. You would never imagine that we will try to have these people interact with investors, private investors. So now the vision of ICMR, Niti Aayog, we want to really take it to the next level. One meeting we have already organized for them, trying to pitch their technology with them, interacting with the investors. And on 13th, you please keep your time booked. 13th, 14th, we have ICMR Research Summit. There again, we are planning one-on-one meeting with investors and big companies, so that startups have to scale. It's not that the startups remain a startup, because they also need volumes, and they will not be able to create that volume if it is required by the hospitals when their brand value becomes very high. So we also have to see how startups needs to be scaled. That exploration also we are doing under the guidance of Niti Aayog. Maybe some experiments will bring in lot of value addition in the startup ecosystem, that this can also happen. So that's one point I thought I'll add. Thank you.
Thank you to all our innovators for sharing these inspiring journeys, a glimpse into the future of Indian healthcare. I would like to call Dr. Suchita to present the memento to Dr. Shivani Gupta and Dr. Sushma Sagar. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's the lunch break. I would request all of you to be back by 2:35 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope you all had a very refreshing lunch. We now begin with Dr. Suchita Markan, scientist F ICMR, who will speak on innovation hand-holding provisions for translation, introduction to the MedTech Mitra initiative and its role in fostering medical innovation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It will be difficult for me to keep you awake after the lunch. I'll also try to keep my session brief, since we are running short of time and we have a lot to catch up, and the dignitaries have already talked a lot about MedTech Mitra. So maybe I'll just try to deep dive and tell you how it works and how you can use this opportunity. The stage has already been set by the visionary leaders in the morning. So I hope every one of you now knows about the MedTech Mitra initiative, why it was started and how it works. So maybe I'll not go into much details, just that maybe the values of death may not be clear. I just wanted to tell you that when an innovation starts from an idea, unmet need identification, it goes to proof of concept. In MedTech Mitra, the key thing that we are trying to capture is to help innovators develop regulatory compliant products, not prototypes. The mandate is very serious. We want to see how we can provide hand-holding support to innovators so that they develop regulatory compliant products which can be used by people at large. It should not be how you develop prototypes, which we already do. So how to convert prototypes into products through this platform you can leverage. So it's not an academic exercise that we are talking about. We are talking about if you have already established an academic proof of concept and you believe that this kind of a technology that you have developed, it has a lot of potential from public health perspective, then only you should engage with, try to do yourself at a point and then join hands with some company. so that ultimately you are able, together as a team, you are able to take technologies to its ultimate fruition. Why we call these valleys of death is because we understand that innovator, they are very comfortable, as I told you yesterday also, doing ideation. Because you are medical innovators, you know very well what is needed to be developed as part of medical innovations. You are very comfortable in developing proof of concepts, but if you have to develop a regulatory compliant product and go from proof of concept to prototype, are you aware that this needs to be developed in the test batches needs to be developed into a QMS compliant facility? 13485 facility needs to be engaged, and the technology needs to be developed into a regulatory compliant facility. Then only those products can go into clinically regulatory compliant clinical studies. So whatever prototype comes to you, that should not go into clinical study. You need to ask the innovator, whosoever brings those products to you, that whether they have been developed into a regulatory compliant test batch. And test batch means the stage wherein everything has been frozen. Not even a single thing can be changed into that product. The design has been frozen. And at this stage, you should be able to understand what is the classification of the device, whether it is a low-risk device, high-risk device. Unlike therapeutics, vaccines, the devices and diagnostics are of 50,000 different types, and every device or diagnostic has a different pathway to follow, as per the Medical Device Rules 2017, which came into complete application. They are completely being used and are the law of the land. Earlier, the medical device rules had to be implemented in a phased manner, but now 2023 onwards, October, November 2023 onwards, every medical device technology is regulated. That's why all these things we had to support. And you being in the government setups in medical colleges might be seeing that government has mandated procurement through GEM, and Make in India technology somehow they lack quality. And that's why Dr. Paul thought, our secretary thought, that we will have to now put our skin in the game to help innovators develop quality products. And ICMR developed that clinical trial network during COVID times. It was also lying like that. So we strengthened it, upgraded it, included 80 sites pan India to facilitate clinical validation. Further, lot of engineers would come to us and say that please help us do the study. They would not know how to develop a clinical study protocol or preclinical study protocol. So that unmet need also we had understood, that medical institutes will only have to help these innovators to develop these clinical study protocols. Otherwise, they will be stuck there. So these were 3-4 points which were in our mind why we started this initiative, and that's how we are supporting. So I'll not go into how it works, because this we have discussed in length during the morning session, and I think we have gone through it in detail. So I'll just skip this slide. This report card has also been presented. This slide, with this slide, we just want to tell you that the thickness of MedTech Mitra tells you the kind of commitment we have in that area. In that, what is the kind of work we do? You see that MedTech Mitra provides you hand-holding support end to end. But our commitment is also more at some places than others, because we are a biomedical research organization, and we have DST, we have DBT. A lot of pipeline is being created through various government agencies. And what we have decided as whole of government approach, that whosoever government agency has more strength in that area, we should be contributing more, try to contribute more in that area only. So you can see that this is the core area of doctors, biomedical researchers, ICMR. So here, facilitating animal studies, clinical evaluation, you can see the thickness of the MedTech Mitra. This is our core business. Since it's a collaborative initiative with CDSCO, therefore regulatory strategy is also very, very important, because unless we have a clarity on regulatory strategy and those testing has been done, doctors won't be ready to do the preclinical clinical evaluation. That's why this also became very important as a backward integration. And then, since ICMR is a knowledge arm of Ministry of Health, if ICMR does validation of some technologies, we have the power to maybe recommend those technologies that they go through an HTA evaluation which was being done at DHR. So that was the forward integration we did. So therefore, the core business is this, but we did forward integration and backward integration to see how we can provide hand-holding support to innovators so as to develop regulatory compliant quality products which we can trust that they will be good to be used by people at large. So what MedTech Mitra offers, I think we have discussed at length. Please understand that everywhere we cannot provide hand-holding support and full energies. We do have some information cell wherein we just try to provide information of what is already existing, but it is available on various websites. So what are the funding opportunities available by Government of India as a whole? What are the funding opportunities by DBT, DST? We have tried to collate it and put it on our website. CDSCO has made a list of facilities which are NABL accredited, which should be referred to for doing testing. That is on CDSCO website. We tried to pull that information and put it on MedTech Mitra website, so that authentic sources, you don't have to go to 10 websites if you have to develop a regulatory compliant product. That information we have tried to collate and put it on our website. So this is the information cell. We are not doing anything new. We are just trying to collate and put information at one place. And this portion we have told you. One important thing which we didn't discuss in the morning, every medical technology does not need clinical evaluation. There are two kinds of medical technologies. One, wherein a predicate device already exists. There is already something existing in the market. But what innovators are trying to do is trying to make it in India, which is a maybe cost-effective device, or it is substantially equivalent to something which is already being sold in the market. This kind of devices have a shorter route to follow. That does not need to go through clinical evaluation. They are not called investigational medical devices, they are called devices with predicates existing. So there the clinical evaluation is not required, and there are also class A devices which are non-measuring and non-sterile. There you don't need any kind of a study. So therefore every innovator we provide hand-holding support to tell them that you don't need to do too much work. The pathway can even be shorter for them, where the predicate is already existing. So you can see here that when we go through the IVD pathway, if it is a new IVD, then that product needs to go through clinical performance evaluation before it goes to CDSCO. But if it is a Me Too product in an in vitro diagnostic, you just need to do performance evaluation. You need to compare that product with the predicate in lab settings. That's it. You don't need to take it through the proper clinical evaluation. Here also you can have samples, but the study has to be done in lab. And then with this data you can go to CDSCO and get approvals. Likewise for medical devices, if it is a new device, we call it investigational medical device as per medical device rules. This device which is new has to go through preclinical, clinical evaluation, and then it goes to regulator. But if there is a device for which predicate is already existing, this is the Me Too product, you just need to compare that product. You need to show substantial equivalence against the predicate medical device. It's a shorter route. And if you have a class A non-sterile, non-measuring device, you don't need to do anything. You just need to register with the CDSCO. So this is also very important as part of MedTech Mitra. When we sit with the regulator, we give this advice to the innovators, which category it falls. Whether it is a new device or it's a predicate is available, we do that groundwork for the CDSCO to refer to and give a decision. So this is one message I wanted to give all of you, that every device development or validation is not a long journey. There are various paths to follow. So how do we support? We do it through our partners. When we have these meetings, a representative from each of the partner institutes sit together under one roof. Generally they come to ICMR, sometimes we go to CDSCO. But if you have a question regarding any of these partners, we have a nodal officer assigned from each of these parties who will be sitting in the room and talking one-on-one with the innovator. So how do we help on ground? Just 3-4 slides to tell you, build the perspective. Dr. Behel told you in the morning that we have Atal Innovation Mission. The AIIM had already established, they have an incubation network pan-India. I think there are more than 120, 130 incubators across the country. They were already there. Just that they got integrated with MedTech Mitra, so that if anybody needs incubation support, we can refer them to Atal Innovation Mission, and they provide help. They identify what is the kind of incubator which will be best suited for that technology, and that support is extended. Likewise, for pre-compliance gap analysis and testing, sir told you in the morning, we have Bureau of Indian Standards. Every device which comes to us does not have standards already available. Then how will a testing facility test against standards? So therefore, BIS, who is the nodal government agency of our country to make standards for a medical device, is a part of the initiative. And if there is a new product which does not have standard, we refer it to BIS. And for testing, we refer the technologies to Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone, which is specializing in doing those testings. Here, no funding is to be gauged by the innovator. Funding for doing a comprehensive test for the devices will be done by at ICMR's cost. That money we will give to the AMTZ. So innovator just have to walk in and try, put in an application, and we'll support if that support is needed. For preclinical clinical evaluation, these are our partners. NARV-BR, as sir mentioned in the morning, is an ICMR exclusive institute, 100-acre plus facility. All kind of animal studies, be it small animal, large animal, all kind of animal studies can be done here. Be it horse, be it primate studies, be it mouse, any kind of studies, rabbit, they can be done here. This is our network of clinical study sites. This is now part of the MedTech Mitra. 75 sites now they have grown to 80 sites. And for HTA market access, some of you may not be knowing the need for health technology assessment. HTA is a process which is being followed. This is an independent office stationed in Department of Health Research, which is our ministry parent department of ICMR-DHR. And HTA is a systematic evaluation to evaluate clinical effectiveness and cost effectiveness of a product. Particularly, this is done to evaluate a technology from public health perspective. Can this technology, is this product good enough? It is clinically effective and cost effective both. Then only such technologies are recommended by Department of Health Research for procurement by the government. They come out with a policy document. They evaluate platform technologies. Say for example, if one company may come to us and say that we have developed some product which is a wireless ECG monitor. Say for example, that wireless ECG monitor, one company has come to us as an innovator to evaluate that product. The HTA team will try to pull in all kind of products in that area. So they will not evaluate the product of one company. They will take it as a topic to see what all different kind of products are already available in the Indian settings. And then they do clinical effectiveness and cost effectiveness evaluation. It's a comparative study to tell that whether this kind of a product is good enough to be procured by government. Then they come out with a policy document, and then they also talk to the state governments to see if they can use this document to procure. Like one of the products which came to us through MedTech Mitra, it is a now it's a famous product because ICMR DG has been telling a lot about this product. It's a brain scanning device, Cerebro. Whenever there is a traumatic brain injury, every innovator is referred to CT scan. But if suppose there is some kind of a brain injury for a patient who is at a PHC CHC setting, what will we do? If we refer that that patient to some place, a tertiary healthcare facility, it will be too late. So we came out with an invention. It was developed at one of the IIT Kanpur startup incubator. They developed a mobile brain screening device. That innovator came to us for HTA evaluation, and after completing the studies, they also tried to talk to the state governments. Now this product is being procured by 16 state government departments. So that's how we are able to, that is the value of this kind of a study. Maybe in 6-7 months only this happened. This is the website of HTA. So HTA study is also done. It's a systematic evaluation which is done by Department of Health Research. They also do it through various centers. They already have various centers. Now they are a part of the MedTech Mitra portal. So you can see that we have tried to bring together different components of the healthcare machinery who should work together with the ultimate objective of seeing how innovations can be supported for taking it to the next level. Till now we have understood what is MedTech Mitra, how it works. Now, how do you use this portal is the ground thing I wanted to tell you. It is basically just an online portal, just one click away from you, wherein you just need to go to this portal. A very simple form has been made, one-page form, which you have to fill your information, and then comes a section which says what is your query, what is the kind of help you need. So there you have to write what is your query, what is the help you need, and then that application will come to us. It is innovator centric. Even an individual innovator can write to us. It's not that that innovator has to forward that application through HOD or through director. These initiative, both Patent Mitra initiative, MedTech Mitra initiative, are innovator centric. Individual innovator without any bureaucratic hurdles should be able to approach us. So once you have these meetings, you can see this room full of people sitting together. It's a hybrid mode kind of a meeting wherein majority people sit together, but many of the stakeholders would be there online. But at least one representative from each of the parties whom we show on that picture are there to listen to the innovator. And then we'll speak to them. So this is a video which talks about testimonials by innovators. Maybe I'll just skip that. I'll end my presentation to tell you that from idea to impact, we are here to help you out. Please reach out to us. And we welcome you all to be part of this Medical Innovations Patent Mitra and MedTech Mitra initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, up next we invite Dr. Anita Agarwal, Head of Scientific Divisions, DST, to speak on grant avenues and funding opportunities. A senior scientist with extensive experience in science policy, innovation management, and interdisciplinary research facilitation, Dr. Agarwal has been a driving force behind several national initiatives. With a deep commitment to public welfare through science, Dr. Agarwal continues to champion policies and programs that empower innovators, support indigenous technology development, and position India as a global leader in strategic scientific domains. She's also been part of various national initiatives along with prestigious and honorable awards. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all the esteemed participants. And I think Dr. Markan has made my job easier. She has done all the work upstream of what I'm going to tell you about. So I represent DST here. DST is Department of Science and Technology. So DST is the major funding agency in the country, like which makes all the take care of the policy issues which impact the researchers. And the main mandate of DST is to make policies for S&T and R&D across the country. And those policies are accepted by our sister departments also, whether in the area of agriculture or medical counterparts. So those policies, R&D policies which are made by DST, are universally accepted by all our counterparts which are funding research in R&D in the country. So DST is by far sector agnostic. So we don't confine ourselves to a particular sector, but we work on emerging technologies which have applications across the sectors. So Ministry of Science and Technology, under Ministry of Science and Technology, we have 3 departments. One is Department of Science and Technology, the other one is Department of Biotechnology, and the third one is Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. So the extramural funding is being done by DBT and DST only primarily, although we have our own autonomous institutes also. And the major funding of DSIR is given to CSIR labs across the country, and many of them are working on medical and health tech also. So they have a very little extramural grant, and they are also running a MedTech mission where they are taking their own technologies and they are trying to take them forward. Next slide, please. So, the other issues, like we are, apart from looking at the emerging tech, so we are looking at overall holistic technology development in the country also, and the synergies with the states also in terms of R&D. So we have our counterparts in all the states, which are known as state S&T councils. And we are also looking at the futuristic technologies, the technologies which will be used in our various interventions for our future needs. And as international collaboration is also being taken care of by DST by signing MOUs with various governments, and specifically for S&T sector. So we cater to the needs of a very wide stakeholder base, like starting from school students to individual researchers and the industry also. So to cater to the need of each segment of these stakeholders, we have different programs. So whenever you are applying for a grant, so you have to look at the stakeholder base where you are fitting. For school students, like we have Inspire programs for school and college going students. And then again for individual researchers like who are unemployed, we have a different set of schemes. Then for faculty members, there is a different set of schemes. So wherever like you find the right fit, so look for the window which is appropriate for you. And across most of these schemes where we are looking at the stakeholders, so all sectors are covered, and health is an important sector in all these programs. So among all these programs, like if you look at the total funding of TST, more than 30% is going for the health sector. So coming to, I'll just start with the emerging technologies. So this is the latest mission, like which was done by DST, National Quantum Mission. So as a part of this mission, 4 hubs have been established across the country, where the application is also healthcare sector. So next is National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System. So we have completed one phase of this mission. We are moving on to the next phase of this mission. Again, health is a very promising sector here, health and agriculture. So out of 25 hubs we have established, I think 7 to 8 are definitely working on health technologies. So they are also working on like LLMs and NLMs, which have wide applications in developing algorithms for AI and health technology and data analytics. So one is like IIIT Delhi is also working on health technologies, the hub at IIIT Delhi and IIT Delhi. So you can look at that. Hub at Biggs Pilani is working on it. IIIT Hyderabad, again, they are working on data analytics related to health sector. So now if you look at the support chain when it comes to technology development, just now we heard about the MedTech Mitra where we talk about devices. So if you look at ANRF is supporting individual-based researcher programs, and they are boosting research capabilities and capacity building across the country. The early career grant, PM early career grant is open at the moment, and there also like medical professionals can apply. The window is open. If anybody is interested, you can just check up the website of ANRF, and then you can apply there. And the other initiative which is open is MedTech Mission. So that is a joint collaborative program between ANRF, ICMR, and Bill Gates Foundation. So there they are looking at technologies which are at TRL 4 and above. So that call is also open till 7th November. They are asking for expression of interest. So if anybody is interested, you can visit the website and fill up the application form. So then next is the international collaboration. So under international collaboration also, time to time GST issues the calls for having a collaborative program with the respective identified countries, and researchers can apply for the proposals. Then we had technology development programs. So there we were looking at TRL level like 1 to 4, where at least you establish the efficacy of the prototype in the lab, that you are able to achieve the intended purpose. So next is NSTGB division. Through this division, we have established technology business incubators across the country. So one incubator we have established in IIT Kanpur, which is specifically looking at medical technologies. Otherwise, we have more than 150 incubators across the country which are operational, and most of them are sector agnostic. But specifically for medical technologies and medical devices, this new incubator has been started at IIT Kanpur. So next is Technology Development Board. So Technology Development Board, they provide assistance to startups and industries in the form of equity loan and sometimes grant and aid. So grant and aid is very rare. So this is for the commercialization of technology. So here we are looking at TRL 9 and above. So they don't fund any kind of R&D, but they give funding to industry for scale up and commercialization. So next is patent facilitation cells. So we have these cells with all our councils in all the states. So they assist in creating the awareness and ecosystem for IPR awareness and ecosystem for applying for the patents. So they are not helping you in the procedures how to file the patents, but at least they create the awareness. So they have created cells in different universities. So if any of you are coming from different states, so you can just talk to our councils and have a IP cell and IP related activity through these patent facilitation cells. And DST also parts in interministerial initiative. So one of our prime initiative is SBMK, where we are part in terms of medical technologies. So here we have partnered with DRDO, and we are using spin-off of defense technologies to make the medical devices. So Raju Kalam's current is one success story. Apart from that, they have worked on several technologies, cytoscan, implants are also there. So currently we have funded a major program on cochlear implant with DRDO. So where we will be looking at the advanced cochlear implant. So technology development programs, as I have already told, they are operating from TRL 1 to 6, and biomedical devices is like one of the key areas here. And another program related to medical technologies we have also started recently that was on therapeutic chemicals. So in the subsequent slide, I'll elaborate more on it. So under this program, we have also established hubs for development of biomedical technologies. So we were expecting these hubs to have linkages with the researchers, with the industry, so that they can assess the industrial requirement also, and with the users also, and with the scientists also. So see, medical devices are unique because you need inputs from different stakeholders. You need some basic science researchers, you need a clinician in the team, you also need a technology developer from engineering side in the team, and apart from that, you need an industry also with you, so that they can guide you whether you are going in the right direction or not. So if you are handling any other area, you can work with two stakeholders also, developer and industry, but here, for any kind of development, minimum you need 4 types of stakeholders: basic scientist, clinician, then engineer side, and the industry side, to just to have a feedback how they are doing. So initially we established our first hub at the engineering college, and from there we felt the need that so they were working with medical institutions also. So from there, like, we felt the need we should have one hub which is initiated by the medical institutions, so that they also take the ownership. So second hub was established at PGI Chandigarh. From the first hub, we were able to realize around 5 to 7 devices. They have a calibration facility also, which is self-sustainable at the moment. Second hub at PGI, from there also we were able to realize 4 to 5 technologies, plus they could work on some local industry problems also. And the third hub was established at MAICS Delhi. So there it was a thematic hub which was focusing on dental technologies, because as such we could not find any initiatives to work on dental technologies, and dental technologies was one area, like if you look at dental sciences, so that is one area where a lot of input is coming from engineering side. So it was very important to have a coordinated program to take up these technologies forward. And the last hub was established at Manipal Academy of Higher Education to capture or to coordinate some activities in that particular area. So this was area specific. 3 hubs are generic. They are working on the technologies which they have identified themselves in consultation with the industry, and one is thematic. So for the therapeutic program, chemicals program, so our focus was on rare diseases, key starting material, and AMR. So this program was launched to support the PLI scheme of Department of Pharma. So here we are looking at the chemical synthesis of the molecules to manage rare diseases and key starting materials for certain disease, for certain drug formulations. And the one center was established to work on various chemical strategies to manage AMR. So this is another program which is being implemented in DSK, Technology Interventions for Disabled and Elderly. So here our focus is on devices. So here we are not only focusing on devices, so we are focusing on design also for facilitating these people. Apart from that, we are looking at the food and nutrition also, so which will help the Divyangjan and elderly, and recreation and entertainment opportunities for these people. So it's a holistic program which is trying to address the different requirements of these two segments. So under this program, we have around like 50 technologies which are ready with us. Many of them have been validated. And the program now, we are planning to have a center-based approach here also. So we have identified 5 disabilities: locomotor, learning disability, and then speech and hearing, and mental disabilities. So for these, each of these and visual disabilities. So for each of these disabilities, we propose to have centers, so which can again have where the researchers can network with each other, and then collectively they can work on technologies for these areas. So this is just to showcase like how do we see outcome of a project which is supported by the DST. So this is one project where the investigator, the team which was working, they launched their own startup. So this is one model. You develop a product up to certain TRL level, then you register as a startup, and then take the product forward. So for us, the primary output from the project is creation of prototype. So we don't look at knowledge creation like publication of papers or participation in the seminars and proceedings as the primary outcome of the technology development projects. So for us, a clinically validated, limited clinically validated prototype which shows the intended efficacy is the final outcome. So this is another project where the PI was working on a problem which was identified by the industry. So industry was the partner from the initiation of the project. And once the work was completed, it was taken over by the industry, and now the industry is marketing it. So this is another model of working with an industry. First was startup, now industry. And now this is a project where the proof of concept was established. So the investigator, they took the lead from the clinicians. The clinician was providing the data, and investigator was working on a system to establish the proof of concept. So this is another project which shows the whole of government approach. So we are working on CRISPR-mediated genetic correction of sickle cell disease. So here the CSIR Institute has a CRISPR-Cas technology which they have used for the detection of the COVID. So the institute and the AIIMS, they partnered with the AIIMS and they came together. So now they have built a GMP facility and they want to go for patient clinical trials. So we are expecting that the first patient will get the dose by maybe by 26 or 27. So the unique feature about this project is like AIIMS is working with the CSIR research lab for clinical trials, and parallelly the research work is also going on in 4 other institutes and collaborators, so which are looking at exploratory in vivo R&D to strengthen the proposed technology. Like they are using adenoviral vector for the delivery of this construct. So the institute, one institute is exploring on the properties of those adenoviral construct also, how to make it more efficacious. So here the application oriented and the exploratory study both are going in parallel. So once they have the construct ready, they can always replace that construct with a new one. And so Niti Aayog is monitoring this project. DST has funded, Ministry of Tribal Affairs is a partner. ICMR is guiding the team with and they will be helping with the clinical trials also. CGCSO is making a guidelines for this project, and Department of Biotechnology is helping with the RGCM clearance. So see, it's to take one product forward, so you need so many departments from the government to partner together and help the investigators. So this model is also working very well. The take-home message is ki if you have something, if you are dreaming of something big, you have a mechanism to take it forward. So next is ANRF. Like I get this curiosity from all the researchers wherever we go, ki now whether the GSK will shut down once the ANRF is there and what is the function of ANRF. So ANRF is a statutory body of GSK. So GSK will keep on functioning as it is, but our focus will be shifting towards the infrastructure creation. So GSK will be focusing more on infrastructure creation, strengthening the networks, and capacity building of the researchers. And ANRF will be taking more of translational research. So as you know, ANRF, so they have to generate a big chunk of their funding from industry. So government is going to give ANRF 14,000 crores, and 36,000 crores they have to generate from industry. So they will be looking more at the translational research project where industry can put in some money. And plus, in parallel, they will be running these capacity building tracks also, like CRG, which is a very popular grant, and then IRG, Inclusive Research Grant, and then Early Career Research Grant. So all these will be a pipeline for them to take it through the missions. So they have already launched a Maha-MedTech mission, and Maha-EV mission also has been launched by ANRF, which is looking at electric vehicles. And then I think they will be working on 2G materials mission has also been launched recently, where they are looking at 2G materials. So these are the strategic interventions by ANRF. So sectoral investment and translational research will be really relevant to the researchers who are sitting here. And already I have told you, ECRG and Maha-MedTech missions calls are on. So if any of you are interested, please visit the website and apply. So this is another relevant, very important facility. So one is functional next door at IIT Delhi. So again, infrastructure creation program, and a lot of money has been invested in these sophisticated instruments. So these facilities are open on paid basis, and any researcher can go there and avail these facilities. These facilities have been specifically created to enable innovators and researchers. So they have state-of-art equipments, so which are not regularly available everywhere. And through our infrastructure program also, we have created infrastructure which is relevant to biomedical devices at many places. So please visit those facilities and you can avail them on paid basis. If anybody has any issues, you can write back to GSK also, we'll help you out for innovators and startups. So these facilities, part of these facilities are open on paid basis only. So you have to pay a very nominal amount to avail these facilities. So these are some funding models. So at different TRLs, the agencies which are funding. So this is sector agnostic, not specifically related to medical technologies. So, I mean, this is just the take-home messages at every stage of your developments. There are funding agencies, there are initiatives which are there by Government of India to support you to take your innovation journey forward. So with this, I think all of us should collectively put in our efforts and our mind to achieve our sustainable development goals. And health is one sector which cut across many of these sustainable development goals. So that is the whole idea. So we have done remarkably well when it comes to patents or filing papers also, filing patents and publishing also. Right now, I think we are ranked third in the global arena. So I don't think going beyond that is going to give us any edge. But when it comes to Global Innovation Index, our position is still 38. And there is a lot of scope to improve there. And medical or health tech is one sector which will always be needing inputs from the technology, inputs from the developer. I mean, so ESTIC event of GSK going on, and yesterday Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar and Dr. Soumya Swaminathan were there. So quoting them, they said, ki I stands for illness and V stands for wellness. So whenever we are doing any innovation, we should not think as a I, but we should think as we, what we can do together. So once we become we, then naturally we can always fight the illness. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to me on my email ID also if you need any specific kind of help. I'll be very happy to entertain.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an inspiring session. I would like to call Dr. Vail Panyan to present the memento to Dr. Anita Agarwal.
So you have heard, we thought that DST and ICMR will cover this topic together. So since you all I'm sure would be very much interested to know ICMR funding opportunities. So I thought I'll cover that as well so that the funding opportunity section is complete. No problem. So you heard from DST, the ANRF funding opportunities. So I'll just quickly take you through the funding opportunities offered by ICMR for biomedical research. Quickly 5-7 minutes and then we'll break for tea. Since ICMR has been going through lot of reforms in terms of what are the funding opportunities we offer, and you see lot of calls now as far as extramural research is concerned. Our secretary told you in the morning that earlier there was a mixed bag of intramural, extramural researchers. The funding which will come as part of the extramural grant, our institute, scientists would also apply. That was the scenario, but now there are very clear-cut silos between intramural research and extramural research. Even individual scientists within ICMR are also being supported, so that's the scenario. As far as extramural research is concerned, you all would be knowing that we have 3 kind of grants: small grant, intermediate grant, and Center for Advanced Research. Just a minute. As far as small grant is concerned, the smallest figure is also not very small. I believe it's a big figure, that we give funding of up to 2 crores for 3 years when it comes to small grant. Intermediate grant we give up to 8 crores. It's for 4 years, and Center for Advanced Research are big centers that we are trying to put up at various leading institutes, wherein we give funding of up to 15 crores, and it is for 5 years. Then we have very clear-cut ICMR intramural research arm as well, which you might not be knowing, wherein we request all our institutes to identify top 5 priorities for each individual institute. So as every ICMR institute is working in a national thematic area, national priority area, so they will propose the 5 thematic areas they would like to work in that year, 2-3 years. And then we will request them to put proposals separately. So there is now a team of scientists looking at only intramural research, a team of scientists only looking at extramural research, and the new joinees which join us, ICMR, are also given a seed grant. So everybody is given some kind of a funding opportunity so that research can be taken to the next level. As far as intramural research is concerned, every institute can receive up to 30 crores of funding every year, 3 crore to 30 crore. It's again a competitive grant. Institutes have to submit proposals which will be evaluated by our DG, and intramural DG would also review them. So there is a competition even between the institutes and within the institutes on who is going to get what. It's not a fixed money which is going to go to every institute. They have to compete, because you can see the range is between 3 to 30 crores. So whosoever writes good proposal gets more grant for research. Then some of the institutes may not even get grants if they don't write good proposals. As far as national health research priorities are concerned, we have a list of 12 national health priorities listed on our website, wherein every year 30 projects are granted, NHRPs are built, and there the funding amount is very huge, 25 crores, up to 25 crores we give as part of NHRP. And these are the projects which are directly monitored by DG. They are very, very big projects run by ICMR scientists. So these are also very big projects being run and being granted, and generally they are multi-institute collaborative projects, wherein some national health priority evaluation we do by building projects being fully monitored by DG in person. So how do we disburse money? Many new things have come up, so I thought it's good to talk to you and make you understand how things are going within the ICMR system. It's been recently, just 1-2 years back, the extramural funding, the way we work within ICMR system is also divided into 4 Ds. Primarily the extramural arm. In the 4 Ds, the work is now completely, everything is data driven. There's nothing as surprise which is going on as part of funding. There is a senior management team meeting every week. We sit with DG and try to understand where to go. So there is a lot of transparency within ICMR also, wherein we collectively take decisions under the guidance of Secretary DHR and DG ICMR. We have 4 kind of arms. The discovery research, which is self-explanatory, wherein we try to fund projects dealing with basic science, novel interventions, preclinical study, early phase trials. Major chunk of our work is now into development research, wherein we try to convert discoveries into usable products. And then we have a descriptive research, which is primarily dealt with projects, wherein we want to understand the disease or condition, what is the disease burden, risk factors, determinants, so those kind of projects. And delivery research is basically implementation research, wherein the innovations have been built. How do we evaluate them in public for adoption in the public health systems? So that's a delivery research. The pie chart here shows the kind of funding which would go into all these 4 Ds prior to this 4D division. So earlier our majority funding would go into description, 70%, 2 years back. We would only invest 15% in development research, developing technologies. And in delivery and discovery, it would be 5%, 10%. But now although everything has not been neutralized so far, but we are trying to be very systematic to see that how much chunk of fund should go for development, which of course would be 40 to 50% at least as of now. It has now increased a major chunk from 15% to close to 40% now. But this was the scenario before we started this 4D evaluation and systematic way of fund dispersal as part of ICMR. Everything is now strategically planned. There's no Nothing like anything and everything cannot happen. Everything is being counted when fund dispersal is being done. Now going deep into the intramural funding, I think let's not talk more on it. I have talked to you earlier also. This is the one I was saying, that early career small research grant. 30 lakh money is given to young scientists who join ICMR fresh, scientists B, C, who are there in ICMR institutes. They are also given some seed money so that they can experiment within their institutes. They are not mature enough or senior enough to write proposals and get funding. Some money is given to them upfront. They also have to write proposal and propose what they will do with this 30 lakh grant. But at least they have to try their hands within their institutes to do biomedical research. And this intermediate grant, I have told you, institute, this is the institute part of it, intramural research, wherein I mentioned that we give 8 to 30 crores per institute per year. And extramural grant we have now discussed. Now you can see this is the latest statistics, that how much money we give to different 4Ds. Now this last year, the extramural grant we gave, 41% we gave for developing technologies, 8% we gave to delivery, 21% was description, and discovery 30%. This is again going to get tweaked as we move forward, and we are trying to improve the chunk of money which goes into technology development, innovations. So that's the kind of change we are planning as ICMR. These are the NHRPs which we, this is our Bible from where we start. And as sir mentioned in the morning, that there is a counted number of proposals in each category, how many cars we will give, 30 we give every year, tentatively 30 Center for Advanced Research we sanction every year. Around 500 small grants we give, and around, I think, sir mentioned maybe 50, 60, 100, close to 100 we give intermediate grant. And there also the division of how much goes to which D is also somewhat predetermined. Apart from that, we also do fellowships and research support. So just to summarize, as Dr. Anita Madam also mentioned, that if you have good work, if you have a good work to propose, you have a good proposal, then there is no dearth of funding opportunity within our country. We can proudly say that. It's not only Indian government agencies who are providing you funds, we also have a lot of international grants available in our country. This is a summary slide, 1, 2, like Madam also suggested. I have also tried to make 2 summary slides so that you can refer to them later on. These slides we'll share with you on how different government agencies are trying to support funding at different stages of development. So when you put in proposal, you need to be very sure on who you are, what kind of innovator you are. Are you a startup company? Are you a medical innovator? Are you an engineering innovator, or are you an industry? Because these are important aspects when you put in proposals, like DBT BioRec funds the projects which come from industry or startups. While ICMR is not, we primarily fund the medical institutes. Likewise, DST has some specific requirements. So every funding has some essential requirements to be met for you to be eligible to get that funding. And this is how different fundings have been aligned. You can refer to it later on. And I've also tried to see, depending upon the quantum of funding you need, different funding agencies have different caps. This also you can refer to later on as you move forward and you try to foster your research. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Nowhere in the world we see the project for the 3 years. And there can be like one extensive review up to 3 years, but it should be up to 4 or 5 years. So that doesn't mean anything. See, you cannot have fellow, then how? See, I don't know from where 3 year came. It looks like digit tenure 3 year. So it should be research projects are 4 or 5 year everywhere in the world. Yeah, I know that usually we also get 3 year only. 4 year is not in all the cases.
Up next, we have Dr. Nikhil Tandon, Dean Research AIIMS, to speak on collaborative research, opportunities and challenges. Nikhil Tandon is the professor and head of endocrinology and metabolism at AIIMS New Delhi. He has led several innovative trials and technological careful coordination models to improve diabetes and hypertension management, including Empower Heart, SimCard, MWellCare. Dr. Tandon serves on multiple WHO expert groups on diabetes and NCDs and is a member of national advisory committees shaping chronic disease and digital health policy in India. Can we please have sir for the talk?
This is going to be as far from medtech as is possible. You guys need a break. Whether you want one or not, I've decided you need a break and I will give you one. So I'm a great believer in collaborative research, and I'm not sure if everybody actually has my sort of enthusiasm for it, but I think this is important for us to understand, because especially in medtech, and I'm telling you this is not for medtech, there are clearly more than one set of players in the game. Neither can the tech expert sort this out, nor can the health expert sort it out. So invariably you have to therefore end up collaborating. And very often your collaborations also extend, domains which are diverse even within your own larger bucket. And therefore it becomes very important. So this is more in the context and taking forward from what from the talk just now was also to assist or give you a sense from a grantsmanship proposal as to what you need to do and what are the challenges that you face. Once they reach a funding agency, then the ball is in their court, but you've got to make that ball something which is attractive to the funding agency. So amongst the principles of success for any grant, and this is a slide which was shared to me by Shishendu. Shishendu was then in the Wellcome Trust, and now, well, he is in a part of a funding sort of framework. Understand the peer review process, understand the agency mission. So one of the slides which you just saw was, if you're pitching to DST, what should your pitch be? Or if you have a certain proposal, is the DST a good place to pitch it, or is the ICMR a good place to pitch it, or is the DBT a good place to pitch it? Is the pair scheme of the ANRF good for you, or is a future RDI scheme good for you? But here, securing collaborators and mentors to complement your experience and expertise is actually important. And here, the tendency for us to be competitive and over-competitive has to take a little bit of a backseat. Because what you want to achieve, you've got to acknowledge to yourself first, you are not in a position to achieve that on your own. And therefore, you're no longer competing against your partner, whether it's a biomedical partner or a tech partner. You're collaborating because you want a product which is competitive, and it's not you who is competitive on this. So these are my 10 commandments for grantsmanship, modified. But again, finding the right question, finding the right methodology. You may have a great question, bad methodology is out of the picture. You may have great design, but you may have a lousy question. It's not going to go anywhere. You need to understand the technology. The right technology here doesn't mean that just because there's a new technology in town, everybody has to use that for their research. It makes zero sense, right? So that tendency that just because an O-Link platform has come out and you want to do metabolomics with the O-Link platform, everybody does the submission with the O-Link. It won't help, because it has to be sensible. How you phrase it, how you budget it, how you provide yourself an adequate amount of time to develop the proposal is very important. You keep hearing people coming up to you and saying, there's a deadline on the 9th of November. I want to submit something. Yes, 9th of November, 2026. not 9th of November 2025. It's a waste of everybody's time trying to put together something in 3 days or 4 days, because it is going to be garbage. And I promise you that. Find the right funding agency. I've come back to this again. Find the right request for applications. You need to find your a suitable RFA. But here again, amongst this is finding the right collaborators. And here you're looking at collaborators who complement you. So they're not doing the same thing as you are. They're filling in gaps in your CV, your expertise, your competence, and your understanding. So that is a critical part when you do out here. And therefore, thou shalt collaborate is a very important commandment. It is absolutely critical as far as I'm concerned. And especially when you're looking at interdisciplinary projects, MedTech being one example, but not the only example, it is usually much more creative than a project which emanates from a single discipline. I may understand the problem, I may think I know the solution, but I may not understand the technology needed to provide that solution, and that is critical. So collaborate, describe the research idea to them and the need for research to the others, network with people who represent multiple disciplines. But you know, what is perhaps the most important thing is establish a good relationship, because you may not succeed in the first grant. You may not succeed in the second grant, may be only successful by the time you have 7 grant applications done. So, I mean, it has to be the development of a good relationship whenever you're doing collaboration. Now, who are these right collaborators, right? They are experts that bring to the project something that you do not have. They are collaborators who are researchers. So if you're looking at, you know, an engineering, in a medtech and engineering, there's somebody who, let's say, somebody who's done looking at solutions for people to assist people for walking if they have visual impairments. So assistive technologies, you will find somebody who's done work in, there is no point thinking primarily of a CS expert. You need to know somebody who has a combination of both mechanical engineering and CS when you're going out there. There's definitely no point in going with a person who's done his primary work in textiles. Collaborators who get the work done and are easy to work with, this sometimes doesn't happen automatically. You learn over a period of time that these are the people with whom you can have a relationship which they allow you to work with. And for that, for the younger people, my suggestion is, talk to, the slightly more mature collaborators, because they would have gone through this cycle before. And they can help you identify people who are perhaps likely to be good collaborators. And these are my top 5 lists for good collaboration. And this is, again, it is important for you to understand this. You must establish rules of engagement. You know, the important thing is, don't assume that I'll do this and they'll do that, and then find out that neither did you do it nor did they do it, or you spend too much time doing the same thing. Collaborations primarily work because you're bringing together diverse skills and competencies, and therefore people bring in together. So you need to establish the rules of engagement that I'm coming from this direction, you're coming from that direction, this is where we want to meet, and this is the funnel through which we will pour our efforts. Don't be, this business about holding on to data as if, it's your life or your family's life. I think you've got to forsake that at some point in time. You need to be able to share. If you can't share, you can't collaborate. If you can't collaborate, most of these applications will be absolutely useless, right? You heard about the National Health Research Priority Projects. There's digital health is one of them. There's no point, a community medicine or a public health person doing a digital health project on their own if they don't understand basic digital health. Similarly, absolutely makes 0 sense for the techies to lead these projects. Pardon if there are any techies in the room. No apologies. I really mean it. You cannot lead these projects because you don't know the problem. For a health thing, you don't know the problem. The problem has to be identified by the medical partner. The suggestions have to be given by the medical partner because they want an outcome. You will then contribute to a pathway to reach that outcome. Otherwise, there are a million tech products which are lying in the graveyard of being not usable because the techie thought that they know everything. The health professional also thought they knew everything but had no clue how to convert their so-called thoughts into a product. So remember, you've got to work together. Invest upfront, because don't do it as if it's a one-off. right? It's a long time relationship which has to evolve when you're collaborating and plan for multiple gains. So if you're putting up a sort of a relationship, think not only of that problem, think of how you can then continue to build on that relationship, because it takes time and effort and energy to invest into a collaboration. It cannot be for just one project. I mean, it's just too much of an effort for one project. I'm going to talk to you more about international collaboration, because national collaboration, I think most of you would have an idea, the principles remain the same. International collaboration brings with it your other problems. So why do we need international collaboration, right? What are the types of these collaborations? Also think of it, you may want something from them. What would, let's say, a person who is a very distinguished investigator in his or her field in a developed country, in a high-end university, what's in it for them? There has to be something in it for them. Nobody does it out of charity or evangelical zeal. So there has to be something which makes it worth their while to spend time and effort. For a good collaboration, time and effort and money is being spent. What are the potential drawbacks? I mean, you can end up in as they say, an unequal relationship, and those are not good for international collaborations. You cannot be the junior partner. It's a collaboration. It has to be built on both equality and equity. So that's what you have to establish very early on. If you find that the others are assuming that they can talk down to you, walk out. Don't be a part of that. Takes longer time to do those international collaborations, because obviously, you find getting to know people, time zones are a big impediment. When you're asleep, they're awake. When you're awake, they're asleep. Or when you're both awake or trying to be awake, you're both groggy, as I am, because I caught a 2:30 a.m. flight from Chennai last night because Indigo changed my flight timing. So I woke up at 4 a.m. in the morning to go to Vellore, then took a 2:30 a.m. flight back. So I'm the only human being in this room who's done a Vellore trip in 24 hours, going back and everything. So I deserve some. I'm on coffee. I'm on a drip. I'm not on oral coffee is not going to suffice for this. Meetings, time zone, and legal issues. So I've just said, so we made a general rule and research section out here. If there's a collaboration which says, and the laws of England will govern this MOU, it doesn't go beyond my desk. It dies there. Obviously, there'll be exceptions. I'm not saying they're not, but if you're doing, the work is being done here, especially when human subjects are being intervened on, our laws have to supervene. Especially if they're being exposed to phase 3 randomized controlled trials, potential adverse effects. If there's a dispute about an adverse effect, do you think an Indian patient can go to court in London? They can't. So it has to be here. So remember, you've got to establish those ground rules very early on, otherwise you're in trouble. The advantage why people think of international collaboration, even from a Western or a developed country perspective, is because challenges are no longer local, right? You may find, it's a typical story from a diabetes perspective, diabetes, heart disease. The Indian diaspora in the UK, whether it was the Punjabis or the Gujaratis, were the first ones to demonstrate that, that migration bringing with it such a big problem. And then that, of course, spread on. But that is the first hint that we were a community at risk. The cousins who stayed back at home in the 1960s did not have diabetes or heart disease to the same extent. They have it now. We obviously didn't sort of read that data well enough, otherwise we should have prevented it. So understanding some of the, and I see people in the room who've spent quite a few years of their life looking at frugal innovations. Frugal innovation doesn't mean frugal innovations for poor countries. Everybody likes something cheap, right? If you come up with a frugal innovation, why would not a wealthy country use it if it's as effective? So it is of interest to them. And funding agency especially, there's a niche funding. So I was part of something at the trust which was called Affordable Healthcare for India, right? And then of course, so there are lots of these things which keep coming up, so you need to look at that. The advantages for us as Indian investigators are that you would, I mean, listen, you're broadening the scope of your discussion. All of us come from, especially the medical professionals, come from a similar curriculum, a similar way of being taught. Our thinking is very similar. You're exposed to different thinking, and that's a very important point. They will have some technologies and sophisticated laboratories. Often, machines and newer assays come in abroad, come in here later. So you're getting a head start there. you get a knowledge of the international setting, you get an experience in NIH. If you have ever written an NIH project on your own and got it, you've actually attained the nirvana of research, because it is impossible to write. I mean, it is more difficult to write than to actually get the funding. They understand it. We can't, but it's important. Exposure to complex methods, advanced statistics, but also in the process is a dominoes effect. I learn, I pass it on to 5 other people who learn, who pass it on to another 5 people each. So it's a huge plus for us when you look at that. For the international investigator, as I said, low-cost technology is very important. Large population sizes. You know, if you want 100,000 patients of, Sandeep will say this is too common there, of some bizarre cardiac hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, they may have 5 in each center. One center here will provide 500 without any difficulty. So it's useful for them. Different exposures, right? If you want to study air pollution, I mean, and you're not going to do that study in Delhi, you're just wasting an opportunity. I mean, you're suffering, but you may as well make the suffering worthwhile. Disease patterns. I mean, it's the assumption that the disease has read only Western textbooks and will behave like them. Doesn't happen. So again, all of this is very, very important. So what are the tips for collaboration is, the novelty of the research question, playing on the strength, right? That is very, because that means you'll be able to gain from that whole thing. But as I keep on saying, lasting collaboration, and I keep saying, just a simple example, I remember there was this young person, Pakistani South African, if I can call him so, who was first got involved with our work in, I think it was 2007, and I still remember that evening very well, because we were on a long, so lots of people were in India, we were talking, he was still in the US, and it was like, 11 in the morning for us. That clearly meant it was some bizarre time for him there at night. And then to make it worse, we went off for lunch, and we forgot that there's a guy there for whom it's like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. But that's the person I still collaborate today with. He was not even a pakka staff. He became a postdoctoral fellow, became an assistant professor. He's now a named professor. It's an 18-year-old relationship. He was not even engaged. He got engaged, married, and has had his babies, who are now going to school. So all I'm trying to say is it's important. I'm not making this story up, but these are long-term. If you are in the business of quick fixes, you won't get much. So again, when you're doing this, especially now that you have to keep an eye out for calls for proposals, you need to start early. And the thing is, there's several things which can be done in parallel, because there's a lot of admin stuff, getting people's CVs, getting all this approvals from various agencies, checking with your research sections, very important. Because while the science is being developed, CV to mangwa lo na. I now got a call from a younger colleague on Sunday saying that, sir, you're part of blah, 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 we've submitted this to this conference, you have to do a disclosure form. I'm on a plane. Bhai, disclosure form to malum tha na yaar, 2 mahine pehle. You could have developed the abstract in due course, but disclosure form sign karane mein kya problem thi? Well, to each his own. This is ICMR's contribution to time, HMSC, SCRP. So I think most of the people in this room will possibly have no exposure to the original. Remember, the HMSC initially was done exclusively by Secretary Health. You could hardly get a meeting date once in a year, right? Then, no, it's Health Ministry Screening Committee, not ministers. So we used to have maybe 1 meeting, maximum 2 meetings in the year. Then, of course, when Secretary DHR came back, that things became better. But all I'm trying to say is that I still remember one of my proposals, which was a GACD proposal, which was being funded by the ICMR, went back and forth 3 times to HMSC saying, "Iska budget to bahut zyada hai." Bhai, tum de rahe ho budget mujhe. जो कमिटी में बैठा वही मुझे बजट दे रहा है, तुम आपस में बात कर लो यार, मुझसे क्यों पूछ रहे हो? It's already been approved by ICMR. It went 3 times. Then what I did was one day, and this is a real story, I was walking past, आपसे जैसे आपका बोर्ड लगा है ना बाहर, वहाँ पे था कि some meeting is going to happen and health secretary is going to come out here. So whoever that director was, again I won't tell you, I went to the director and I said, before he goes into the meeting, please keep him in your room, call me. He kept him in his room, he called me, I went and sat down, I said, sir, ये है, करना क्या है? उसी दिन शाम को अप्रूव हो गया था प्रोजेक्ट वो। मैडम ऐसा है ना, उस समय भी उनका काम नहीं था बजट देखने का। What are, this is a security and though, so why was my project went back and forth 3 times for budget? ये तो बड़े पैसे ज्यादा मांग रहे हो। अरे भाई, देने वाले को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेने वाले को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, तुम बीच में क्यों परेशान हो रहे हो? But it happens, right? No, you're right, and that's not the remit of the committee, but that's what happened. It's a real, and it was a GACD project. ICMR was supporting it. It had gone through all the committees. Us samay ICMR, there was another committee whenever the project was more than 1 crore. BBRB या कुछ होती थी पता नहीं, उसके थ्रू भी मैंने यार 6 बारी तो ICMR प्रेजेंट किया था वो प्रोजेक्ट. So take time, because it takes one person to derail your proposal in any of these meetings, one person, and that he or she may not be sort of evil, right? उसको समझ भी नहीं आई बात, अब झेलते रहो आप उसको, कुछ नहीं होगा, right? So the communications have to be with your collaborators, have to be, again, remember one thing, the way I can speak with an Indian, the way I can speak with a North Indian Hindi speaking partner, the way I can speak with somebody from a non-Hindi speaking part of India, the same communication may actually be understood in one way by them and one way differently by the other. You have to be very, very careful. So now imagine you're having a communication with people who, your English is not our first, first language. उनकी भगवान जाने कौन सी लैंग्वेज है, अब आप उनसे लिख रहे हो, वो आप कुछ कह रहे हो, वो कुछ सुन रहे हैं, वो कुछ समझ रहे हैं, और एंड में बहुत मुश्किल आती है. So I'll actually come back to a slide I made on it. I'll spend 30 seconds on that. But again, these are other issues which you need to sort out. Where will the data be stored? Who's going to own it? And who has, supposing says a grant which ICMR says or the funding agency says, and you negotiated, or for that matter, the publication, the journal says that, you know, you've got to open this up. It's an open access journal, you have to open up the data. कहाँ पड़ा है? कौन देखेगा? कौन request decide करेगा? पहले कर लो. बहुत मुश्किल होती है बाद में. The other thing which we've really sort of refined over a period of time is publication committees, which may not be useful here because you're doing products. But even for this, it's very important is who can, so there will be, let's say it's a 10-side project. There has to be an agreement that the full paper from the entire project goes first. You know, Trivandrum may want to do their own nuances, absolutely fine, but it cannot precede the first paper. So you have to have a formal checklist, you have to decide who's going to submit, there has to be a committee which decides who's going to do it, and it's important because 3 people might decide to do the same paper, right? वो सब मजे में बना रहे हैं paper, तीनों ने छाप दिए, छापने के टाइम आ गया, उन्होंने कहा अरे तुम भी कर रहे थे, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं था. So never in a collaborative project, please ensure that there is adequate knowledge going up front. So communication, I'm just going to, this is not my slide. This is actually a slide from somebody called Richard Smith, who was the editor of the BMJ. I'll just give you a couple of examples. And this is really his slide. It actually, I mean, I retyped it because the PDF was very, very blurred. So it says what the British say, what they mean, and what the non-British understand, right? Which obviously we are part of that story. So, wo keh raha hai, I hear what you say. वो actually कह रहा है कि, you know, I totally disagree with what you are saying. आप सोच रहे हो कि मैं पूछने जो वो समझ रहा है मेरी बात, उसने क्या बोला, वो क्या कहना चाह रहा है, और आप क्या समझे, उसमें कोई भी संबंध नहीं है, कोई भी संबंध नहीं है, right? That's not bad as an understated way of the Brit to say that's spectacular. Actually, आपको लग रहा है यार ये तो बड़ा खराब हो गया काम. So it works both ways, remember, and it's got, you know, I was a bit disappointed. What they're saying is they're really, really unhappy about it. आपको लग रहा है चलो ठीक है, छोटी मोटी problem है, इसको हटा दो. So I mean, despite the communication, unless you understand where people come from, is very different. And it can make a huge problem. You said it's very interesting. When they say it's very interesting, when they say interesting, it really often means it's absolute nonsense. और आप कह रहे हो हमें बड़ा interesting लगा इसको यार, इसको लेके चलो आगे. So it's important, so that's all. This is meetings. The legal part is important, please remember. Very, very important. Because laws in different countries may work very differently. Biological samples, issues, very, very clear. I think we do hedge around it. There was a time when there were lots of courier investigators in India जो suitcase में ही लेके जाया करते थे. Fortunately, that is much, much, much less now. There's still some gray areas, but we have to have total clarity about what can be done and what cannot be done. You don't over-promise your collaborator, and if they're told कि भाई ये नहीं होने वाला है, they may or may not want to collaborate with you. That's fine, but you don't get into trouble later on. Visa issues, business. So remember, if you're organizing an investigator meeting for your international investigators in India, they shouldn't be coming on a tourist visa. आ गए, किसी ने पूछ लिया क्यों आए हो, फिर उन्होंने कहा कि जी उन्होंने बुलाया था मीटिंग के लिए, वो भी वापस जाएगा, आप भी अंदर जाओगे साथ में. Right? So be very careful about that. And visas take a long time sometimes. I mean, because they have, and you can't argue. I mean, you may not like it, it's very frustrating, but it is what it is. So it's something which you need to be careful. And insurances, etc., have to be sorted out. I've talked to you about the soft issues. Standardization of study procedures when they're going across different countries and assuring this thing. So I'm going to stop here primarily, and I won't go into there's a couple of other slides or something. It is useful, remember. For some instances, useful. For some instances, it's essential that you work in collaboration. And that's what you need to identify what are what. But don't collaborate for the sake of collaboration, because you've got to justify to your funding agency or your peers or whoever, ये तो तू अपने आप कर सकता था, why are you taking 4 collaborators with you? उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है ना. So you don't also do जबरदस्ती वाला collaboration. It has to be worthwhile. And enforced collaboration versus facilitated collaboration. The enforced ones usually don't work unless you develop a respect over a period of time. And my thing always remains is you see the long-term perspective, because you may need to make short-term compromises, but they'll be good for long-term gains. I'm going to stop here. I totally understand that this is not what you came here for, but it's like, after a summer holiday, the child says कि जी मैं तो ये लिखूँगा what I did in my summer vacation. मैं तो यही बताऊँगा आपको, सुनना है सुनो, नहीं सुनना है ना सुनो. और अब तो मैंने सुना भी दिया. ठीक है, चलो, good. And I'm reasonably confident that there are no questions. Sandeep will answer the questions as and when they are. ठीक है ना? नहीं, मैं तो संदीप, I'm not talking to him as Dean Research. हैं? So हम HMSC में डालते नहीं हैं, हम तो SCRP में जाते हैं. No, so what I'm trying to say, we are no longer under the strict vertical of HMSC, we are under the strict vertical of SCRP. So that's again something which I think some of the younger colleagues don't know. I was just seeing somebody who wanted to park a huge amount of data somewhere else, and I said, भाई, हाँ, नहीं तो हमने ही रोक दिया, आगे कहाँ जाएगा वो? हाँ, चलो जी, okay, sure. Right. So I must confess that I haven't done anything significant with an international collaborator which has led to IPR. But what we always do is, if you're from an institution or an entity which has like a cell, they will initially do a vet, and then in our case, Dr. Velpandian takes a look, and then eventually it goes to our council. Anything which has potential for knowledge generation or intellectual property, we will always run it past our legal counsel. We will not take a decision at our own level. I think that's safe. And I don't think the legal counsel will take a decision on what sort of surgery I have to undergo. They will ask a surgeon about it.
Just to add, as a rule, when we collaborate, when we clear proposals having international collaborations, the general rule that we follow is background IP is owned by the host institute.
Yeah.
The future IP which is generated together as a collaborators is jointly owned.
Has to be jointly owned.
Then again we try to bring in clarity, how do we protect the interest of our country? The product which comes up should not be sold at a very high cost to our own country, wherein the funding is joint. So that aspect, to protect the interest of our country, we have to put in some points so that our interest is protected, but the IP is generally jointly owned, the future IP.
And remember, also you've got to be reasonable. I did a study to validate an AI product from Google. I mean, it's their product, right? I didn't contribute anything to the development. I'm validating. They own the IP. So there's उस पे लड़ाई झगड़ा करने का कोई मतलब नहीं जी हमारा भी इससे कोई हिस्सा नहीं है आपका. You know, you are validating something in a clinical setting, so you don't have. So you also got to understand that you don't get into an argument for this unnecessarily.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. I would like to call Dr. Suchita to present the memento to Dr. Nikhil Tandon. Welcome back, everyone. We now begin our panel discussion on catalyzing medical innovations from idea to impact, navigating challenges and opportunities. The session will be moderated by Dr. Suchita Markan, Scientist F, ICMR, and Dr. T. Velpandian, Professor AIIMS. Our esteemed panelists include Professor Unnat Pandit, Dr. Anita Agarwal, Head DST, Dr. Sandeep Singh, Professor AIIMS, Dr. Rajiv Chhibbar, Vice President, Sahajanand Medical Technologies, Srimati Namita Gupta, Mr. Nitin Sisodia, Co-founder, Soham Innovation Lab. May I ask all the panelists to please settle down? We now begin with the panel discussion. Thank you.
We are on the final stage of this panel discussion. We thought it could be one of a good session for a good interaction. And we have people from those who have a hands-on experience, all in innovation, tech transfer, as well as in innovation. So all sectors, we have expertise here. So we wanted to make it as, as interactive as we can. So let me just introduce, I think Dr. Suchita, you know very well that, we are working together. So we have Dr. Anita Agarwal. So Madam has given a beautiful lecture. She's a senior scientist with a track record in shaping India's biomedical and biotech innovation ecosystem. She currently serves as the head of state science and technology program, also leads Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development. We have seen a beautiful presentation of her. I think that was so self-explanatory, madam. So she is here, and Dr. Suchita.
So basically the mandate of this panel discussion is that we'll try to explore how India's healthcare landscape can be strengthened by creating robust linkages. We have Dr. Sandeep Singh representing the clinical innovator, mentor with over 2 decades of experience in working in the biomedical innovation space. He is himself an innovator, now a mentor, providing hand-holding support to a lot of innovators and creating that lineage. And we have Dr. Neeta Agarwal representing the funder. DST, huge lot of experience working in the innovation space from DST, providing funding to lot of, creating lot of schemes. We have Dr. Nitin Sisodia from AIIMS, again, innovator turned into successful startup innovator who has been able to bring out products, starting from a fellow to now the fellowship director of working with with him as the fellowship director, Dr. So we have him representing the startup arm, and we have Dr. Namita Behel. She is representing the TTO arm. She's come from FITT, and Mr. Chibbar, we are pleased to have him here. He represents an established Indian industry who started from India but now has a global footprint. So you can see how interesting and diverse is our panel today, and we are also expecting Dr. Unnat Pandit to join us in some time. So he will represent the Indian Patent Office. So without taking much time, IP status. So without taking much time, we were thinking that maybe after this session we can see how some of the learnings which we have from this panel can be taken forward and minuted, so that we can take they can become some actionable action points for all of us. So from that perspective, we thought this will be the final pinnacle of the 2-day long discussions that we had. And we'll keep some time for questions and answers from the people in the room, so that if you have any questions from any of these people who represent different arms of the innovation ecosystem, please feel free to ask them any questions. So over to Dr. Vel Pandian. You can maybe start with the first question.
I think I love to know from DST about it. Ma'am, I already asked you a few questions about it. See, there's one thing that DST, ICMR and DBT, we always expect these 3 giants as always supporting our laboratory in case of everything. It could be discovery, or it could be development, or all the things. We always look forward for support from here. Do you think that the agencies which are working like ICMR and DST, are you going in tandem, or how the programs are made so that how a user could benefit out of it? I mean, from an innovator point of view, can you please tell about that?
Sure. So like if you look at Department of Biotechnology, I'll start with them only. As a part of Ministry of Science and Technology. So they have a specific mandate to serve the biotech sector. But when it comes to DST, we are looking at cutting edge technologies and how those technologies, like you develop the technology vertical. For DST, first we look at the technology vertical. Like it could be our quantum technologies, or it could be telecom technologies. So that vertical we look at first, and then we see what are the sectors which can be strengthened by using those technologies. So for us, our focus is more in creating the excellence in terms of technology. And then definitely once you have a technology, if you don't have the application portfolio before you, so it's no point in developing a technology excellency also. So we develop the excellency, and then we explore the verticals, where exactly it will be applied. So for us, it will always be techno-centric rather than application-centric. Definitely we explore the applications. It can have application in one technology platform you have, it can have manifold applications. It can have applications in the agriculture sector. It can have applications like if you modify a bit in the medical sector. So for us, those platforms, it is important to develop the competence, capacity in those platforms, and create the relevant infrastructure, so that at least once we have the technology available with us, so anybody can approach and then utilize those platforms for their own work or for the intended applications.
Can you say something about TDB, about how TDB is shaping I think there are many innovators are here from company side, startup side. What do you want to say to them about TDB?
So TDB is Technology Development Board. So again, TDB is also sector agnostic. So they fund industries as well as startups in the form of loan, grant, and equity. So that is the funding pattern which is done by them. Again, KGB is also competitive in nature. So you have to submit the applications and then they have their own evaluation process. They engage technical as well as financial experts. I think 50% of the project cost has to be borne by, you are a beneficiary. I think you have also been a part of KGB. So for them, like, so they are in the region of commercialization of technology and scaling up in commercialization of technology. They don't fund R&D to develop a technology. So that is how like KGB is different from the incubation programs as well as the DST regular programs.
In the DST, we had some sort of program in which the 50% of the, this has been given as for the university and 50% to the industry for the development of a product. Is that kind of programs are still existing or we have to go with that?
No, we don't have any such program where DST does not have any program where the money is directly given to industry.
Okay,
It's
okay.
with the BIRAC.
BIRAC.
I
does have
remember
a
that
scheme.
this, when Dr. Madan Mohan was heading a program, because I was chairing one of the session, in which I remember
I
that
think that is DSIR. They had PRISM and PACE programs.
Oh, okay.
So from where they were supporting the innovators.
Okay,
But DST never had a program where the money is directly
So that is
given
come
to
from DSIR,
DSIR.
program. Okay, I wrongly understood that
Right.
was this program. So,
And the RDI scheme I spoke about earlier, so the government has allocated 1 lakh crores under that scheme. Again, the money will be given to industry and no money will go to academia from that fund for doing cutting edge R&D and work on emerging technologies. So that money, so up there also I think they have laid down the condition 50% of project cost has to come from industry. So the operational guidelines have been released yesterday and the scheme will be on floor very soon.
ma'am, one more question actually, commonly we face it around, that in many of the funding agencies, when they reevaluate the salary structure,
Right.
there's a common problem like for technicians and for post wear which requires a specific manpower has been given in such a type of program. The salary upgradation has not happened, which culminated into a lot of issues for us.
No, the salary upgradation, like yes, it is reviewed periodically. I think after every 3 to 5 years we review it and we change it. Definitely there are certain posts because DST, whatever salary structure DST is offering, that is for like generic posts only, like JRF, SRF, project associates. But in some cases where if it does not satisfy your project requirement, we do fund as per institutional norms also.
But
So
I think
if you need an optometrist, then definitely.
Exactly, this is one of the
Right.
examples, yes.
No, so
I'll give that example.
so that project was funded by us to AIIMS only, so they were looking for a position of optometrist. So they gave us the AIIMS manpower norms and accordingly we funded that. Because that is not covered in our DST guidelines.
What happened is, ma'am, AIIMS followed ICMR guidelines, but the ICMR removed their positions. This is the problem. So they have a different type of structure in which they are not fitting. So especially in those projects where data entry operators are required or sometimes optometrist is required, and this is
No, this was one specific problem that I handled. So the project was from your.
Dr. Sandeep Singh, you want to add?
Genuine problem, actually, especially when you require a technical support, which is slightly more than routine operators, data entry operators, you really find because they don't fit, and if you put them at a lower cost, it really, it's undervaluing that person, and they
So,
don't come that easily.
at least
So
for-
what we try to do is that we request to the funding agency if they can bend the rule, though it is very difficult, but at times seeing the gravity of the project, how important is that, the solution definitely comes in,
So
but
see-
we have to approach the funding agency
Absolutely.
again.
You have to approach the funding agency. So similar problems were faced by ICR Institute also because they require different kind of manpower which has to go and work on field also. Their qualifications are different, some not aligned to what DST norms are. So from them also we ask ICR approved guidelines you give us, and from AIIMS and other medical institute also, we ask ICMR approved guidelines you give us, and accordingly we'll give
We
you the
keep
manpower.
adopting each other's guidelines. We also
Absolutely.
many times refer to DST guidelines if there's some
And
issue comes
so
up.
DST mein one set of guidelines we have made for NGOs also. So there is a separate set of guidelines.
These are all common for all of you.
Yeah.
I hope you have gone through this kind of issues.
Let's go ahead.
Please, you can ask questions directly.
Absolutely.
Sir, I think open questions we can ask later, otherwise we'll not be able to justify each of the
Well, if
speakers.
somebody-
They all are very important.
This is our problem. Maybe they have some more specific problem
So
which
maybe
we may
we
not
can,
know about.
yeah, maybe we can open it up later on.
Absolutely.
So let's go to the lot of questions. In fact, I also had one question for Madam, but I'll park it just looking at the gravity of the discussions. I turn my tables now to Dr. Sandeep Singh, who is a friend, of course, a professor of cardiology at AIIMS, New Delhi by profession and a medtech innovator by passion. With over 3 decades of experience in vascular medicine, he has authored more than 100 publications and book chapters. Lot of things to speak about him. He has been leading the Stanford India Biodesign program, now School of International Biodesign, for many years now. And apart from that, he's also leading the NCAT program for fostering assistive health technologies at AIIMS New Delhi. So lot of accolades to him. He is himself an innovator by heart and a very, very good mentor to all the innovators. So my question to you is that from your vantage point as a clinician researcher at a premier leading institute, AIIMS hospital, which is particularly, what motivates clinicians to innovate? And what institutional changes are needed to remove the barriers they face in moving from clinical observation to prototype development, and how Patent Mitra or MedTech Mitra, if you believe they can be of any help, please let us know. We'll be happy to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sujita, for your kind words. So yeah, I definitely have some experience now in running this MedTech program, and this works on the principle of biodesign, which is basically a team-based program and a clinical need-driven. These are the 2 pillars of this program. So whenever we recruit our fellows, they belong to a different set of expertise and academic qualifications. One will be designer, one will be mechanical engineer, one will have some business sense, so that when they work as a team, they can contribute to each other. And our selection is very simple. Those who have a risk appetite and are very keen and fire in the belly to open a startup. The challenges which I face, which I think we have faced over the 20 years of a journey, was initially the acceptance was slightly low. Actually, the belief, self-belief is the most important motivating factor, I feel, especially from purely from, I have come from academic background from AIIMS. Can we make it is a question which I always think, or we should only do a non-translational academic research, which we still keep on doing it. For a translational research, you will require a very different mindset, and that self-belief, whether you can do it or not, it comes with experience, it comes with mentoring, and having people like Nitin as a fellowship director who motivates people to do that. It's not easy, believe me, but then when you have established some success, people believe in you that they can do it. In fact, we always say that you see any technology in this world, the initial builder of that technology in majority of the cases will be a small startup only, which are taken up by some industry, one industry takes over, the other industry takes over that product. This is a natural progression. So the initial innovator is persons like you, me, and everyone who develops this technology. So first thing I would say that the challenge was always self-belief whether, or conviction whether you will be able to make this technology or not. Secondly, when now it's a big different generation, so our team issues are always very, very important. We have to really do some sort of a team, to maintain a team dynamics, we have to do a lot of sessions on them so that they remain together as a team. So other than that, I always feel that one has to be very clear that if you think that you will be able to make this technology alone, it is not possible. Never try to work on a technology on a solo basis. That's why we always believe team is the most important thing. And it's not only collaboration or working together as a team, but a collaboration between the various institutes also. Like say we have a very good support from a clinical validation, clinical trials, initial prototype when we send our fellows and teams to the mentors, the professors. They let us know the initial, whether we have initial prototype is working or not. But when it comes to precision, we do require support from IITs and other engineering institute also. that possessiveness that if I'll go out and people will copy it, actually it is a very negative thought process, because alone you will not be able to build it. And if you will not open out, no one is going to support you. So you have to have a very good collaboration who trusts you, who understands you very well. And that comes only with experience, with ages, with when you're working together for a very long duration of time. And purely from an IP point of view, for which I think this session is very important, I feel that one challenge which you have always felt over the last 5-10 years is when a startup goes into a national phase. A national phase is a very tricky thing. They have got an IP which is going to likely to be get granted. But then they have to decide now which geographies they have to do it. Initially, when you file a PCT application, you feel that you'll be able to tackle everything and you'll have a lot of funds. Ground reality is down the line, your money there's attrition in your money. And when your product is actually ready and you have to go for a national phase filing, you have a very little money left. So here I feel that one challenge which I always feel is how to identify if I have to, or I mean the startup has to protect a particular intellectual property, which are the good areas, good countries where their product will be successful. You don't have funds at that particular point of time that you'll be able to protect your IP in all European, Australian, Israel, USA, UK. It's impossible. I'm purely talking from a startup. I'm not talking from an industry point of view. Industry do have. But I think where Patent Mitra can very well help us is this particular phase of IP, where we really want to know that whether this technology, if a national phase has to be filed, which are the geographies where it will be fruitful and it will be productive for the startup or not. So where will definitely require inputs, because we may not be that, we don't have that much expertise in that, and we require inputs from more people who are experts in that field.
Don't you believe that at one point in time, in fact, Nitin can also substantiate that question, that how long, how far the startup should go? Because the national phase filing is quite an extensive business wherein a lot of funding is required, and it is always backed with a strategy, market strategy of a company who is actually going to commercialize there. While some of these startups might be very strong in their heads that they will go far away, but don't you think that there is a point in time wherein that this needs to be handed over to a bigger company, wherein those established channels are already there, and then the strategy becomes very simple, and that company will be very comfortable and willing, more than willing, to file IPs at that point in time? So that is again a question we keep telling to IIT grown startups, that there is a time point wherein you need to hand it over to a bigger company, or some investor has to come in and give more fund pooling, and maybe another line of IP should be created. Let's not just do one IP, more than one patents or a portfolio can be built.
So I'll answer, and then maybe Nitin and you will be a good person to answer this question. When a person or a startup works for 3 to 4 years on a particular project, some degree of marriage occurs between the startup and that product. It is very difficult to get that divorced. Very, very difficult. There's so much of a possessiveness. So here lies the role of a mentor who thinks, unse hoga ki nahi hoga? It's a very simple question. I mean, whether that startup will be able to sustain of its own or not. Mind you, with my experience, I can tell you it is difficult to get private investment, and for successful commercial launch, you will require private investment at a later stage. Government is excellent in giving you funding for the initial 3 to 5 years, but down the line for success, you will require private investment. There is a difficulty over here. So I don't mind if down the line, if there is a third-party licensing, or if even if the startup is acquired by some larger industry. This sort of a marriage is very well known in Silicon Valley, Israel, Denmark, and other developed countries, where they see that this is an excellent technology and let's absorb him with the technology itself. Perhaps I would require inputs from industry players. I think they should open out and start believing in their own startups and start acquiring them, rather than getting the technologies imported from outside and selling.
Yeah, that's very interesting. In fact, from ICMR perspective, we are trying to make that experiment, do that very small experiment we did with Niti during the Bharat Health Summit. We did an investor engagement with the startups, and on 13th also we are trying to do that in a bigger scale. We are trying to call industries and
So
more
when it comes
investors.
to this part, we have one more issue about licensing.
Nahin,
Many of
actually,
the startups.
Sir, just let me complete. What I believe, because I have also been working with these startups from scratch 15 years down the line, that I also understand from where he is coming. So coming in ICMR, I believe that if we are able to create the market traction, if they see the government market, and then we try to, ICMR saying and pushing these startups to trying to get them married with maybe some potential market.
Marketing
Maybe
is
that can
altogether
make the
a different
marriage
ball game, right?
वो हो सकता है गवर्नमेंट प्रोक्योरमेंट का अगर मिलता है पॉसिबिलिटी है.
That is a temporary snack.
No, that's
But
a
long run, you need to have a little bigger.
See, this
push.
is how. See, this is how we can even get started.
One of the startup was telling me, sir,
I don't know
have
whether it will
invested
work
money.
or not. Maybe
This
we can have
happened.
some.
And he
input
said
from
that
you.
through Jim, I was trying to give it to your car. I mean, this one, all the investment, whatever he had, is now standing with the government. The money is not getting back. So getting into GEM portal to government institution, getting the money back from them is taking time, and they are telling that we are having financial crunch. So
See,
that
basically
scenario
that
is.
we
Am I
understand.
right?
No, sir,
How
this,
is it?
sir, this happens.
much more. Delayed payments is something
Yes,
we
yes, yes.
flag off very often.
सर एक्चुअली एक आइडियल सिनेरियो तो हो नहीं सकता तो ये है कि एटलीस्ट चलते रहो सो दिस इज व्हाट आई बिलीव
मैं एक point और sorry. Please go ahead.
No, I just have, if the product is expensive, how will startup have that kind of inventory to serve that order, which is they are getting from the government?
Bigger companies joining hands with bigger companies is definitely important. The piloting can be done by startups, but startups have to be maybe made to be realized that somewhere the role of bigger companies is also there.
No,
Nitin,
I think
he has gone through the entire
Yeah,
pathway. Maybe I'll give a brief introduction on Nitin because then it will become more relevant.
no, it's okay. I think I will just make the point. You can do it
Sure.
later. It's not. I'm just a. I will introduce myself. I'm actually a product of Stanford India Biodesign program. I did my fellowship long back, but I continued my journey and made sure that the technology that I found through the program get commercialized in both public and private healthcare setups. And it has seen some significant success so far. I'm working in the area of newborn hearing screening. I invented a device which is for early screening of newborns, and it's a brainstem response technology. So coming to the whole technology aspects, like we were also in the journey of like, okay, let's create the technology or intellectual property and give it out to someone. Like you always have a hope that, okay, you get an early exit. And in fact, every company or a startup would like to have it because they are burning their golden years achieving that. So they want an early exit. But the point is that the industry on the other side is also assessing whether the startup has mitigated enough amount of risk from the technology. And that's why people actually go to China and like get the devices from there, because already most of the things are mitigated. So they do, the startup will do the research, the technology, the IP, all this mitigated risk, then clinical trials risk. So they, once they mitigated all that, then the company, then the market will see that, okay, if you are commercializable, if you will stand the test of the market. And there also, then they have to prove themselves. But by that time, they are so far into the water that they think that, okay, they should swim more. And they start enjoying the revenue which comes from there. And then they start, start looking at other products and the dimension of that. And I find it very wise and viable thing. In fact, this is the way to create industry. Like, why should a startup should not become a bigger industry in that segment? And that's what we are doing actually at this moment. And in fact, I'll be very happy to know from Dr. Rajiv Chibber that how was his experience. But this is what my journey is, where I feel as if I get more and more confident at every step when I was mitigating that risk. And we are also exporting to Africa and Bhutan and other programs. So we are getting more and more confident in what we can deal with. And in fact, all the funding requirements, I think that is what some of the challenges are. I can speak about that later, but this is how the things are. But I guess the industry, if they become more proactive, and what I have seen in the US or other places is that they kind of scout for such innovations which are easy to integrate with their pipeline. they also don't want to actually kind of take products which are not. So until and unless you threaten their market, until and unless they see an opportunity in you, nobody would come. So I think these are the realities, Jack.
Yeah, so maybe you want to
Yeah,
add?
I mean, just something came into my mind. I thought I'll open out. So when a startup is formed, the first and the foremost thing is that they should be very clear about their exit strategy. Without a very clear exit strategy, it becomes at times very dragging. They'll keep on pulling, and then getting more and more drowned. See, he is a successful model, and it's, I mean, from our program only, and we are very happy. But believe me, out of 10, only 2 or 3 will reach up to that level, and that is a very generous statement I am giving to you. So for 6 or 7, they will get drowned in the system itself during the process. So, but that drowning should be some degree, there should be some degree of reward, and that it will come only if you have got a very clear exit strategy. And here, the mentors, the persons who have seen 20, 30, 50 technologies getting in front of you and what is happening in the coming years, they have to really flag, no, this is the time you should look for a proper exit from here. Otherwise, at times getting funding again from one place to another place will keep on giving some degree of false sense of hope. So it's better to, if you have to fail, it's better to fail early. That is the concept in any startup. Every startup will not be successful. If you get people like Nitin, to carry it on, excellent, because these were the early days when the competition was less. Now it's a very competitive world and everyone is making technologies. Or someone absorbs you from the industry point of view, you should never mind if you think that is a good exit strategy for you. Or then there are some people who have got an excellent risk appetite for a startup. I mean, they have an excellent, they said, no, I can sustain, their financial background is that much. There's one more point, Suchita, I would like to highlight, and maybe then you can take it over, which may be slightly off for you. In my experience, I have realized that when an IP is owned by institutes, academic institutes, government agencies, at times I have found that down the line, when the private investment wants to come, it becomes slightly difficult. They don't fund that easily. So I feel where Patent Mitra can help is that getting this technology assigned to the startups at the earliest. Moment they feel that there is some success lying in that startup, please assign that technology so that they can generate.
There is an issue in that itself only,
Okay,
sir.
so I'll listen
So
from
this
that.
is the very important point what you're talking about it. See, I think this, Dr. Raju as well as Dr. Namita can address this one. See, basically what happens, the startup comes up and they ask that, give exclusive license. But mostly, the issue is we have different thoughts here. Some people say, see, this technology is lying with you for a long time, it's getting rusted. If somebody wants to, he's taking risk in putting it to take it as a, so how do we deal with that? This is a genuine problem. What is your view about it?
So hi everyone, just for introduction, I am representing Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer at IIT Delhi, which is the IP management, technology transfer management arm of IIT Delhi along with the incubation center. So this situation arises very, very frequently, especially for academic innovations, because at academia you have to eventually license out the technology for it to come to the market. So the institute itself would never commercialize the technology. So you have to license it out. It could either be to an industry or the other route is to an academic spin-off, so wherein the students or the faculty members are themselves wanting to make the startup. So now for a startup, it becomes, even for, from an investment perspective, they won't want to show to the investors that this technology is theirs. So very few investors are happy to invest when you say, okay, we've licensed this technology out. And what sir is saying is very, very true. But at the same time, we have to be a little more flexible and balance it out, because eventually that technology was developed, say using some government funds, DST funds, DBT funds, so we cannot directly give it out on an exclusive basis also. So generally we try to balance it out in a way that if it's our own academic spin-offs, we try and give non-exclusive license for some time, till the time they can establish themselves, they can do some work, and if it is, the work has been done and they are now in a situation when they can take it up, we then go for an exclusive license, again for a limited time period. So a non-exclusive for some time, followed by a limited, like maybe 2 years or 3 years, and then we. conditioned. So it is always some limitations have to be there, because otherwise, we give it out, maybe the startup, we give it out an exclusive license for 10 years. And maybe the startup is not then able to work with that technology only. So we do it on a, so this is staggered
Conditional
approach that we,
exclusivity. If there's no performance, then the agreement gets closed. So I just also wanted to bring the perspective that what I have seen as a part of the mindset of inventors in our country, don't take it otherwise, that we studied, because I am a IPTT professional as well, we have learnt on what are the IP policies of best of the universities in the West. In US, no university gives an IP assignment. They give only license, non-exclusive or exclusive license.
Yes.
Here, we have been asked, the government should take no stake. Why? How will we get, we also have to show that some money is coming back to the system, because we are also being questioned. Likewise, in Western universities like Stanford University, whatever university you name in the US, they never give assignment. The assignment does not exist there. In those systems, they always give a non-exclusive license, and it is very well acceptable. So from that perspective, when government is going 10 steps forward to help the innovators, that mindset is changing. We are the enablers. So we can even negotiate on the behalf of startups to the investors and make them believe that we are enablers. We are not taking away anything from them. In fact, we are even going to help strengthen them with the market. So that's the kind of commitment we have. So I think that change in mindset of Indian innovators also has to be there, that whatever there is in the West is fine. It's the gold standard. But whatever happens in our country is not the gold standard. We need to change. Why do we change? We also need to see how to make the entire ecosystem enabling. So that's my perspective looking from the other side. I was otherwise on the other side, because that we really need to see. We, as from the ICMR perspective, I just want to add, we really changed the royalty sharing mechanism. Earlier we had whatever grants we give. Earlier we had a negotiable upfront payment. The royalty was also from 1 to 5%. So we had very high level discussions among the thought leaders. Now whatever technology we transfer, it's no upfront is charged, because we are a part of Ministry of Health. Straightforward, flat 2% royalties charged, that too for 10 years. So whatever we are trying to do as a deal with the companies is very, very straightforward, no negotiation. No financial bid also comes. So that is the kind of enabling ecosystem government is trying to make hard through lot of discussions, so that there is no negotiation and we are just enablers and we keep giving it to multiple companies. So I think that perspective also needs to be taken on the table when we try to create policies and how it goes to the next level.
No, I think from a industry perspective, if you look at it,
maybe I'll just introduce Mr. Chibbar, because we have not introduced him. He's the Vice President External Affairs of ICMR-Medical Technologies. He's a distinguished strategist in India's medtech industry. You will see him everywhere. He not in this room. We are privileged to have him here. I'm sure Nitin might have seen him in every government delegation. He is there, whether it is DOP or wherever, to tell about the perspective of the industry. We have been traveling together as well. So he is the example. Their company is an example of an Indian company becoming an MNC, successful MNC, making sales very profitable, large company, and completely homegrown company. So that's why he's here to speak from his perspective, a large company perspective, from Indian company to a global multinational. What are the kind of things they look when they evaluate technologies from the other side of the table? If an academic institute comes out with a technology from AIIMS, from IIT, what are the filters that they put in place to evaluate whether it is good to be licensed? Because they do a lot of licensing as well.
Absolutely.
So we would like to understand your perspective on why they want to give you technology. They are creating best of the technologies. Clinical validation is also happening. Funding is also happening. So what are the key things that you want to look at a technology when you want to license them, or when you license them from India, when you license them from outside? What are the things that you look at, and what are your recommendations for the innovators in this room? And these are the brand ambassadors. They would also be spreading the messages when they go back to their institute on how should we develop those technologies so that they become industry ready?
Yeah. So, a lot of things have been said by colleagues here, and especially Sandeep sir had also mentioned the entire role that needs to be played by a smart startup. We're living in a smart world today, and everyone needs to have a exit strategy. Now, when I look at, or when Sajanand as a company looked at how we could acquire maybe possibly a few new technologies which could be something that could catapult to an export orientation. See, look at our thought process. We're already an established company here in India. Now what we would want to do is make in India for the world. And that is where, if the technology is palatable to a lot of regional domain regulatory mechanisms, that's something which we will try to pick up immediately. I give you an example, and as sir said that maybe we broke one of those Silicon Valley truths, saying that we acquired a company outside of India under the PLI scheme itself, and this was Vascular Innovations. And thanks to the TDB funding that we got, that we were able to also take it forward in that sense. Why did we make that decision, that despite having something which was here in Surat, here in Hyderabad, here in Bangalore, possibly we could have expanded much more within the country, but we moved outside. It was completely to look at how technology can be overgrown into areas where we could catapult into a particular therapy itself. The problem is, when we look at innovators, the therapy is great, but they try to spill the therapy into all areas and all sectors. This is something that kind of like restricts them to move forward. And obviously, the first thought that when you start a company is, at what point of time would you have an exit strategy, needs to be going parallelly. I would like to tell you that the scale of the company that I came from, or the last 30 years of this company, it was a small homegrown company that is now catapulted into 90 countries globally, and by 2030 we have a vision to become in 130. So which is like 130 countries by 2030. This idea to impact, and as the session talks about, looked into a couple of things that I believe most of the startups here should actually look at. First is validate before you scale. SMT started to validate ourselves in possibly smaller districts in India itself. Sir, you've seen the growth itself. We validated that, and then we thought, okay, if this is accepted, and that validation didn't come from market reports. The validation came from physicians, the validation came from hospitals, the validation came from patients here in India. The moment that was with us, we scaled to neighboring countries, and then we scaled to the European Union, or the Asian region, or the Latin American region, or the Middle East. And today, in 90 countries, if we look at it, we validated our entire scale in those through multi-clinical trials that we did, multi-country, multi-clinical trials. And that's more important, because the moment you grow, you start to also grow the efficacy of the product to harmonize the global standards. The next is, you need to look at talents also. What happens in a startup is that those 5 people would end up being, there was a serial वो जसपाल भट्टी का आता था ना, और उसमें बोलते थे writer, fighter, producer, director, singer, actor. आप सब लोग वही हो. Honestly, let's try to believe that building the right team is not only a mammoth task, but is the task that one needs to take forward. This team will take you through all testimonies. This team will take you to all successes, all failures. Try to harness the talent itself. Third is, if you look at the price perception. Now, unfortunately, I was at, last 2 years, I was at IIT Kanpur's Abhivyakti, this fest that used to happen. Incidentally, the entire set of startups that I was a jury there, entire set of startups that came up. हम 5 रुपए में कर देंगे इसको, हम 25 रुपए में कर देंगे इसको. You do not have to become the price disruptor in the market, because at one point of time you will feel the pain of becoming the price disruptor in the market. Today, if something is selling at $1,500 and you're trying to sell it at $15, I would like to validate those $15, and as sir said, I don't want to go to China and get those $15 too easily, because then you won't be able to scale itself. So don't become the price disruptor. Look at price from a real perception, because tomorrow you need to grow in the same market. It's not going to be a different market that you're going to move out of. You're not going to go out in Mars or Jupiter to look at a new market. It's the same Earth that is going to be there. The fourth is, know where you have to fail, and that is where, sir's theory of exit needs to also be there. As I said, you can't be Jispal Bhatti of everything. You have to have a exit plan, and that exit plan needs to be thought the moment you start your first billing itself. And that is where you need to really think that, do I need to scale beyond this, or do I need to stop beyond this? Because incidentally, 70% are academic researchers and innovators, and their market influence or their market insinuations is to a limited barrier. I wouldn't say there's been success stories, but yes, I would like to urge most of them to really look at the scale of the market and the kind of industry that you're in, and try to create the network in your industries. Your network is going to be your net worth in the next couple of years. So that's something very, very important. And lastly, R&D needs not to be only an auxiliary department. Today, if you are going to scale at a larger pace, your research and development and the kind of confidence that the physician as well as the hospital would have on your product needs to be validated through your clinical trials, through your research. These trials and research could be within the country, could be multi-country. We were fortunate enough to spend crores of funds on that entire thing. But yes, every feedback from every feedback from a cardiologist, or every product innovation across the the kind of products that we have gives us this stealth to move to the next step itself. And when we acquired Vascular Innovation, and I was telling Secretary TDB about this when we were signing the entire document, he said, बाहर क्या कर सकते हो जो ऐसा उनके पास नहीं है? I said, I did that market study very well. In the entire 17 countries of the ASEAN region, there is no country which is manufacturing that structural heart valve itself. And this is where we will scale. And this scale means that India or made in India products will be available not only in the APAC region. From the APAC region, we will be a net exporter to the European Union, to the Middle East and the Latin areas. So, that's the strategy that one needs to really imbibe while you're moving forward from, I think, initiative to impact.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to ask a continuity mein question, then you can ask. What about the Indian startups? What mistake they have done?
No, that's what I've said. I mean, today, if you look at it,
see, when we
huge number of Indian startups.
When we talk to Indian startups, they always say we have to show market. We have to show lot of market realization before any big company will be
Vascular was
interested.
an Indian company.
वो कहाँ से करें वो बेचारे?
Vascular was an Indian company. We scaled it in Thailand.
नहीं, but
this has to be done by the big industry. Startup does not have that kind of resources and wherewithal to do that.
I think market research, there are dedicated agencies, they commission it, and they do it.
So we end up E&Y is there, E&Y is there, BCG is there,
But startups, do they have access to that kind of work in the beginning?
नहीं, Dr. Chibbar, is this? I heard from Vibhav in some of the sessions. Some big companies have a mandate to adopt some startup companies. Then they mentor them.
Absolutely.
So can we request
So
the
today
bigger companies to adopt
I would
one
tell you
of the startups?
within
Then you have to make these startups somewhere closer to you. Maybe 10%.
I also represent Association of Indian This is IMED. I also represent IMED. I'm the Joint Forum Coordinator of IMED. Today, at least 43 IMED companies, and these are big companies which have a corpus of over 500 CR plus, are working with startups, acquiring startups, if not acquiring, at least getting them to be their next right-hand partner in terms of expansion.
So I think we need to really cross-talk, because this is really needed.
I think Dr. Ravi Rathod's company is here,
So
Involution.
can we minute this, that we'll engage with the
Yeah, absolutely.
associations to see if they can mentor, and they can, that will be great if you can.
We have many.
We will create that pipeline for you.
अभी मैं PGI चंडीगढ़ गया हुआ था. They had an entire list of startup, innovators who were there, and we all, I think there were more than 143 companies, and all Indian companies which were there at PGI Chandigarh for this. I think these were only 2.5 months back that they did. So there's no dearth in that. But yes, we would want to also have a एक हाथ से ताली नहीं बजती. I mean, let them also approach us in that sense. That's why I said your network.
Where is the platform? How can they approach you?
Ma'am, that is where the platforms like associations are there. I, as an individual, I can go to a limited set of people.
Very true. I
as
understand
IMED with 700 members, as FICCI, I'm the co-chair of FICCI's medical devices. As FICCI, we have almost like in the medical devices committee, we have more than 217 companies. In the pharma division, I think there are more than 350 to 400 companies. IMED, as I said, 700 plus companies.
Yeah,
You go to
can
MTI, you go to PhD chambers of commerce, 300. I mean, some would be common, but those are areas where we could collaborate. And we've always happily helped MedTech Mitra. I mean,
No, I think that's a very good point which has come up. Friends, it became little hot discussions, but this is very important in the sense that we have been seeing these things happening in one or two. When we talk to industry, we see that something like this are happening, but we are not aware of this as a formal mechanism. We can explore with the industries. That will be great for the startups. And let me tell you, it's not companies who will adopt. Some right people in the companies who have that passion to drive, they will only be the key people to contribute.
एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल लेता हूँ. 3 दिन पहले TCT, it's one of the biggest cardiology events that happens in US. 3 दिन पहले वो खत्म हुआ है. What I heard within TCT, some 17 startups have been acquired by different companies, and out of them 6 are Indian companies itself. TCT in San Francisco भी हुआ था, खत्म हुआ है अभी. वहाँ पर हुआ है. It all depends. That's what I said. Your network will become your net worth at one point of time. These companies actually traveled there and they presented their credentials. They met the CEOs. They met the right set of people. And getting these 3 companies, I was very proud of the fact that these 3 companies are getting acquired and they have some good products into it.
I have a kind of a question. Like, how early can you, like, if given this chance of adopting some of the companies, how early can you adopt them? In terms of because sometimes some of our researchers come up with great ideas.
Sir,
What
the
would you
ROI
really
is
evaluate?
the ROI is only when the product has some market viability. We have tried, and last 4 years with DOP also. I mean, the consecutive 3 secretaries of DOP, they've moved over right from Dr. Waghela to Parna ma'am to Dr. Chawla, and now last three secretaries, they tried to bridge that across. Honestly, आपका TRL अगर maturity पे नहीं है, कोई भी company पैसा नहीं डालेगी, because that's what anyone said. I mean, we heard from the panel itself. The ROI depends on how the marketability of the product is there. The ideation may be great. There were few ideations for Google also, but एक Google निकल के आया ना. वो है. The ideation may be great. So I would purely say to all the IITs and all the IIMs who actually come over to the industry to look at it, if you're at a maturity stage, come to the industry. If you have an exit plan, come to the industry.
Basically at a later stage.
Yeah, at a later stage. Because that is where your mullah will be lying. I mean, that is where your funds would be lying with you.
Yeah, then we definitely need this ecosystem of ICMR and government funding and everything for us to take for a startup to be there at TRL 9, 10 somewhere,
Today those
where
three-
they come and
today
like fight for the
those
market.
three Indian companies who were acquired in TCT or who got that kind of a partnership or a JV at TCT out of those 17 were mature products or something which the companies can just take and move forward. You know, plastic vascular grafts, we've not had them in India, and that
Actually,
company has been
this
acquired.
is going very interesting, but I think
Yeah.
we should, there are people sitting over there with a lot of questions.
Yeah, so let's open it up, right? So do we have any questions from the audience? You have been very patient listeners. Please go ahead.
So I have a question which is slightly from the earlier part of the discussion. So for us as academic institutions, we often have early prototypes and slightly advanced prototypes which are at TRL 3 and 4. And if we look to, so for clinical validation and further modification of these prototypes, there are grants available like the big grant. But these are available only to startups. So how do you suggest we access these grants? Do we tie up with startups? How do we do that?
I remember earlier it was not, again it was stopped and was available only for incubators. Again they opened up. So I think that the rules have changed. Again, that's what I came to know recently. But in 2017 or 18, it was not, there was not a mandate that you need to have a company. You can incubate, any one of the incubators can support it. But now, I think after that they said that you need to start a company, then only incubate it. Again, they just changed slightly, and now I think the current status is something that I came to know that they are again compelling for company. So the status is changing.
Yeah, generally for BIG grant, that is the grant you are speaking, generally they prefer that if a startup is, obviously if you look from BIG point of view, BIRAC point of view, they would like to fund where some commercialization is very, very likely to be there. I mean, it's a decent amount of fund they will give. It's a very early prototype, early funding you get from there. So they look it, but it does not matter. I mean, there are examples from AIIMS itself who have got funding from BIG. It all depends what are you making and what is the product which is there, whether that product is a good, viable option. Sometimes they definitely allow for that. As of now, if the rules have changed recently that they will only fund to the startups, I really do not know. But yes, the preference is always there that they will give it to the startup because they feel that it is likely that it will go more into the commercialization zone. But
So they do fund innovators, but eventually, yes, the plan would be that a company is formed, a startup is formed, but innovators can be given the big grants. So that is doesn't have to be initially, doesn't have to be startup.
No, but clinical trials and also even ICMR is funding. For innovators
Condition
also.
is you will be applying through an existing incubator. Wherever, some people tried from FIT
No, but you
and.
don't need an incubation process also.
Madam, it is a process of BIG. We
Acha,
have to
BIG
go
specific
through. We have to go through. I mean, but having a company or not, there was something,
I mean,
the
he
rule
was
was going
asking
flip-flop.
apart from BA, I think you want to know apart from BIG, there are other opportunities?
No, what I'm asking, ma'am, is that BIRAC often allows many grants for just startups.
Okay.
So how do we as academicians get involved in those? So should we tie up with startups, maybe make an agreement beforehand? Is there some way to do it, or should we just stick to ICMR grants and DST grants?
Say,
Yeah.
if you are trying to apply, take a company along with you, make a good CRA. If the companies are coming with you, go with them. At least they take the risk, they develop it, you become a collaborator, and CRA clearly defines it, what type of royalty you are going to do it. We facilitate that kind of thing. So that you be an innovator, That's good. You don't have the attitude of an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
Don't jump into it. Then, you listen to the type of arguments, those who succeeded, they have a big story to write. And you see, out of 10, 3 people get the success or 2 get the success. I mean, they reach the valley of,
Well,
I should not use this term.
As of now, let me be very clear. As of now, at least I can speak of medical institutes. As of now, perhaps the academicians, they are not allowed to open a startup and hold an equity, but it's a very, very fastly evolving stage. So I'm very hopeful the way it is done in some developing countries. Things may change in future. But as of today, I can tell you that it becomes slightly tricky that So it's always better to begin with, you have a good collaboration and you have certain persons who can take it forward where you can give your inputs as an academician. That is a better option than making it a possessive product and keeping it to yourself itself.
Other option is that since we are seeing it as ICMR, we also primarily fund the institute facing proposals. So what we are doing, we fund proposals, inter-institutional collaboration-based proposals wherein you collaborate with IIT, and ultimately what you see, you are actually working with startups. The actual work on ground is being done by startups incubated in some settings of IITs. So that is another mechanism you can try to explore. Inter-institutional collaboration proposals you put in, and in fact you can even outsource some component to some company to develop for you. Like test batches of the product which you have to validate can be developed inbuilt into ICMR proposal and that you outsource. That is also possible. Everything you don't need to do on your own.
Anyone else? Yeah, please go ahead.
There are examples where IIT professors have developed very good technologies and they have commercialized it. And I asked this question to Director AIIMS as well when I met him at IIT Madras. Why is that when we have here at AIIMS, I know a few people, they have got very good technologies, but the only option they have available is to technology transfer. They cannot open up a company. Even as when I was a resident doctor and I'm the CEO for the incubation center at GIMS, now I'm allowed, but then as a faculty and as a resident, you're not allowed to open up a company in the medical institute. Where as in IITs, you're allowed to do so.
Sir, I think we do have entrepreneurship policy which was launched by ICMR. It's a national policy.
No, madam, actually, he's asking some other question. He's asking some, see what happened is, it was a time around. Well, no. I tell you how things developed. It's not one day. It evolved. If you just, I told you the story in the morning, how I have become, I went to this kind of innovation and things like that. I become in charge because I went and fought with the administration. Because the IP we lost it, and really speaking, sometimes the attitude of AIIMS is, you are filing IP, you should pay for it. Yes, it has happened here. No, sir, it is not. This is the way it is. It's as per the national IP policy. Then, after a lot of fights, we got even little things started happening here. It's not that just jumped it. No, before they are starting SIB, I remember that, when they were starting it, how much of problem they have gone through. But having said that, it's not going to limit, it's progressing. Yesterday, day before yesterday, we got some information, some positive sign. Things are happening, one fine day will come to know.
Yeah, that's what again,
I could also just let you know that in IIT also, there is an entrepreneurship policy which says that a faculty member can form a startup, but not in an executive position. They can only be, they cannot be doing executive roles in the startup. So that also is there as part of the policy.
As a promoter. I'll clarify things.
They can be there as a promoter, but not in an executive.
I will clarify first.
Then yes.
Then you can ask another question. So as of now, what you said is 100% correct. But again, trust me, things are moving at a very fast pace. In my personal capacity, I am saying that for any technology which is worthy and is innovated, developed, conceived by a faculty of an academic institute, he should get a right to do that. That is what is happening in the Western world. Things will not happen in a single day or months and years. It's a very long process. We have been is instrumental in fighting it out, discussing things. Eventually it will happen. I'm very, very hopeful, but we have to have patience for that.
Yeah,
The moment Professor Balram, he has become a DJ ICMR, first thing what he did was start entrepreneurship, national entrepreneurship policy. He took such a lead and we made that policy. All what we need is any institute here want to get entrepreneurship started, implement that policy as such without any change. You have no issues.
That
Already
policy,
it was approved by
that soft copy of the ICMR policy, which was released as a national policy document, is in the pen drive of all of you. The pen drive that we have shared with you, it's there in your pen drive. All policies of ICMR and AIIMS relevant policies have been put in your pen drive. You can have a look at it.
If you change that policy, You have to go through all problems.
Yeah, because
implement the same.
AIIMS
No
Jodhpur,
problem.
AIIMS Jodhpur has adopted the policy. They are following it. AIIMS Delhi is tweaking it. We are a part of their committee, so
We are studying.
it's also in the final stages. And I think PGI also will adopt it. We have shared with them as well. So that he said, best way is to adopt it, or maybe you can discuss it among your team because it's a national policy. There a sentence is written that every institute can either imbibe
Implement
it or make it as your own. You have to create some own
And
policy.
it was created with the help of all of us. That is the most interesting thing. And we expected that that will be implemented here immediately. It did not happen.
Yeah, so I think we
They
are
are always
coming
like
to
that.
the closure of the session. The lot of questions have been discussed. Maybe we can take the last question.
Second last question, please.
Thank you. So it's just a question, continuation of the same question, just to play the devil's advocate from the government side, the institute side, why a faculty cannot be, can own a company. They're saying you're employed to do a job of patient care. Can you justify owning a company on the side and also doing your routine work? IIT is a little different in that way because they're not handling patients. So just, so.
That's a real scenario.
No, I don't think so. I beg to differ on that. Jobs and responsibilities are there even for me. Jobs and responsibilities are equally tight for IIT faculty, and being an IIT is an apex institute, would be insinuating that IITs don't do that much of work. It's not. They do a lot of work. That's a lot of research, teaching, which is there. And we do corresponding on the patient side also. And considering that you're writing research papers and running research projects indicates that it's part of a mandate. It is just a thought block which is existing for the past several years, which has not been taken care of. No, I had to voice it. I had to voice it.
See, generally in any medical institute, it is 1/3 of the time goes for your clinical inputs, clinical work, and 1/3 goes for teaching because it's an academic institute. 1/3 is for research. Now, there should be a mandate what type of research you would like to do. Whether you would like to do academic non-translational research, you should be good in filing publications, getting a name. There's another where he's very rightly pointing that there sometimes gets a mental block when it comes to a translational type of a research. But yes, there has to be rules and regulations. Either that person has to take a sabbatical and do a startup so that he's not harming the system of clinical work and teaching, or he should be given that much amount of time to do this translational work which fits into his research project. That is what is going on between when we are framing AIIMS policy is getting frames for entrepreneurship. That is what is in the mind.
So,
that's why it is taking slightly longer.
So can we take the last question?
Okay, so as per the new education policy, there's a mandate that any institute in the country adopting NLP will invest 1% of their total budget into innovation. The new education policy says that. But then, this is not implemented to the medical institutions.
I think there are certain questions you are asking to a wrong person. So someone
Sir,
else
I
has
asked
to.
the same question to the UGC chairman.
Someone else.
He said that the new education policy does not.
There are certain questions which need to be addressed at a very different level. We are not a competent authority.
If you have a council, then they have to take a call on that. So education policy is for all. I think it's all encompassing. So see, one by one, see all the measures that have been suggested, eventually they will be adopted. See, one has to formulate the strategies and policies and guidelines how to adopt it. So every field, I think medical institutes will take their own due course of time and they will also find out a way how to adopt it. It cannot be done at a whims or it cannot be done offhand just like that because every...
I just have one.
The only positive I think I will say is that 10 years back this was not even discussed.
Discussed.
At least now we are discussing.
Discussing.
So that is a big achievement. Things will settle down.
Sir, if I'm not wrong, I remember somebody from NCBS gave me that document. So the initiative has always been there, but the translation has never happened. That is where our problems are. And speaking on behalf of several of my junior colleagues, that is where the discrepancy is there. So we would like to do things, but we don't know to do how. So startup funding, they are much downstream. We still have the first dilemma which we have not been able to resolve for a very long period of time. And that somehow is not, we don't have a timeline. A timeline is acceptable. You say me that it gets solved, at least resolved. It is not that, we want to become directors of startups, but there should be a policy which says that what is my role in a startup? What all can I do in a startup? What all I should not do?
Sir, I think that you please refer to the document which is the entrepreneurship policy by ICMR.
No, Suchita, he is not questioning the entrepreneurship
नहीं,
policy.
sir, उसको adopt
He
कर
is
सकते
questioning
हैं.
the implementation of that policy in that institute.
Implementation
He is
of
not saying that the policy does not exist. So that has to be done at an institutional
That
level.
has to be done at the institutional level. Each institute will frame their own guidelines
Exactly.
and ways to do it.
That's
think,
not a national point, that is a institutional
Individual
matter.
point.
That is an
I think we should
Yeah,
conclude
so I
it.
think
Time is
thank
up.
you, thank you everyone. Very interesting discussion. So with this we come to. Nitin had to speak something.
No, I just wanted to say, the time actually, which goes between the idea to impact, I think that is very critical. Most of the time, we are very lenient about it, and in fact, the funding, the support which comes in, it is kind of very stretched at many levels, and that is where the death valley is, and that is something which we all need to be. I'm just talking on the behalf of all the entrepreneurs that that are here and we are a part of this ecosystem. So the more and more cognizant that we become of it, not many people can survive that period. Thank you.
So I think there are few points. First of all, we would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their valuable thoughts, great discussions, amazing sessions, and we'll not leave the industry associations now. So we'll try to see, because we have a session planned out on 13th, 14th. So I'll try to engage with you and see how we can make it more productive. That's already lined up. So just to summarize 4 or 5 key points, and I would request the panelists to add if I have missed on something. We definitely, the key message which has come out from this discussion is we need to collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. We have been speaking about it since morning. The collaborations can be interinstitutional, and now with Mr. Chibber's inputs, they also need to be multi-country collaborations, not only inside the country but also multi-country collaborations. The mandate should be that we have to make India as the global powerhouse of innovations. But the charity begins at home. At the same time, we have to first innovate in India, get this stage rolling, and then let's try to become global. Validate before you scale is another important point which came up from the discussion. Price points, price disruptions, important. We need to have market validation of price before we fix up a price and try to do the disruptive pricing. Exit strategy we really need to define for the startups. We need to be very empathetic as well as for the startups, because we know that it's their baby. So that empathy aspect has to be there. Exclusive, हमारी policy में तो sir है, option तो है. And Patent Mitra National Phase Filing Support, we are still not at the PCT stage. We need to discuss with our DG how that will all need a lot of budgeting as well. But of course,
open it for other funding agencies also.
it's absolutely open, absolutely open. It's for biomedical researchers across the country. DBT, DST कुछ है ही नहीं मैम उसमें. और क्या?
वो तो अब हमारा बंद हो गया है.
We will need more closely with the startup companies, need to engage more closely with the industry. Maybe we'll play small bit of role in that, and we'll see if we can have some mentors from the industries who can help grow startups to the maybe to the next level. And trust building is also very, very important. As Team India, we work together as industry, academia collaboration. We need to have trust in ourselves, in the country as well, that we can do it. That's very, very important. And of course, the startups also need to scale and show some ROI so that they themselves become attractive for the companies to come and talk to you. So that's all from my side. And if we have anything else, ma'am, you would like to add?
I think we have covered all the points, whatever I have noted.
So
And one
with-
point, Dr. Chibber, make R&D should not be auxiliary department.
Yes.
R&D.
I would actually like to emphasize that we follow this model of a AAA system: affordability, availability, and accessibility.
Right.
I would like to move another A into it and then turn the A's to a different mode where we are talking about availability. Let's see what the availability of the product is. Then can we make it accessible? Then let's look at the pricing mechanism of affordability. And last, let's add another A which calls for advancements. If we do not, your innovation in the start can also lead to the advancement at a later stage.
So I think that makes a lot of sense, and these jargons stay long. They have a good impact. So that A3 to A4 is again some point we can refer to as we move forward. With this, we come to the closing of this session, and we would like to thank our panelists. Nidhi, we have something to offer to the panelists. We'll have a group picture and then closing remarks, vote of thanks by Nidhi.
I would like Dr. Suchita to present the memento to Dr. Sandeep Singh.
Let's have a group picture.
To Dr. Rajiv Chhibber, to Dr. Nitin Sisodia, and to Dr. Namita Gupta.
और 15 मिनट में निकल जाएगी है ना हाँ वो है मेरे पास बाहर निकलने स्टार्ट हो गए ना निकलेंगे
And now for the vote of thanks, may I invite Ms. Nidhi Jain, Scientist C, Innovation and Translation Research Unit, ICMR.
Yeah, so good evening everyone. So it is my honor to extend this formal vote of thanks on behalf of organizing teams of ICMR and AIIMS as we conclude this 2-day national workshop on research methodology, funding opportunities and ICMR-Medical Innovations Patent Mitra Initiative jointly organized by ICMR and AIIMS. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Srinivas, Director AIIMS, whose vision to organize this workshop on research methodology and Patent Mitra initiative provided foundation for this meaningful collaboration between ICMR and AIIMS. We are deeply thankful to our distinguished dignitaries, Dr. V.K. Paul, Dr. Rajiv Bahel, Dr. Abhijat Seth, Dr. Unnat Pandit and Dr. Srinivas for gracing the workshop and sharing their invaluable perspectives on strengthening India's innovation ecosystem. A heartfelt thanks to all our eminent speakers and panelists for their insightful sessions over the last 2 days covering diverse aspects of research design, data management, intellectual property and tech transfer. We also appreciate support from AIIMS IPR and TT division and efforts of ICMR Patent Mitra team for facilitating the technical booths and interactive pavilion. Lastly, I extend warm thanks to all the participants for your active engagement and to organizing and technical teams for their seamless coordination. Thank you all for contributing to success of this workshop. Together, let us continue to foster innovation for Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
The participants can collect their participation certificate from the registration desk. Also an announcement, all the people who are staying in the guest house, the bus will leave in 15 minutes. You all can assemble at the gate. With that, we conclude today's proceedings. On behalf of ICMR and AIIMS, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all dignitaries, participants and innovators for their valuable presence. This is your host Punya Sharma signing off. And I wish you a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you.